Chapter 1926. Escape. Now that Taiyuan City is under martial law, where can we escape to? In the room, Wang Kuei frowned and said helplessly. If they could live, who would want to die? But the problem now was that the 4 city gates of Taiyuan City were all closed. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Wang Xinyuan said firmly, "Grandfather, we don't have to escape from the city. Aren't Guardian Zhao and the others trapped in the city now? But they can live peacefully under the search of the soldiers. As long as we take people to Guardian Zhao now, we will have a chance of survival." This guy wanted to go all the way to the dark side. But didn't you say before that Zhao Dian was of low birth and unreliable? Even if we rely on him, we can only live under his roof and look at his face? Wang Kuei was a little moved, but he remembered their previous judgment of Zhao Dian and shook his head. They came from the Wang family of Taiyuan and were members of a 1,000-year-old family. Zhao Dian was just a local official. Even if they relied on the Turks, how could they be willing to be under Zhao Dian, a Han? So they had been secretly waiting for a high-level Turk official, such as the Turk state preceptor, to come to Taiyuan City. Then, they would fully surrender. Wang Xinyuan said helplessly, "Grandfather, today is different from the past. Since we have been exposed, our lives are in danger at any time. The most important thing now is to protect our lives. As long as we are still alive and have people in our hands, we will definitely be able to make a comeback. Relying on Guardian Zhao is just a temporary expedient." Sigh. All right then. Let's leave the mansion and find Guardian Zhao. Wang Kuei was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said. Wang Xinyuan hurriedly said, "Grandfather, we can't go to Guardian Lord Zhao empty-handed. In my opinion, we should quickly pack up some gold, silver, and valuables, and then take the assassins that you have been cultivating over the years, as well as some of the secret guards that are loyal to you. Only in this way will Guardian Lord Zhao be willing to accept us." As the saying went, one would not get up early if there were no benefits. From a certain perspective, Wang Xinyuan and Zhao Dian were the same kind of people who crazily sought survival in the face of adversity. Wang Xinyuan understood that if he and Wang Kuei went to Zhao Dian empty-handed, not only would Zhao Dian not accept their surrender, he might even sell them out to Wang Yu or the Imperial Army. Because they had no value to Zhao Dian. "You're right. There's no time to lose. I'll gather my men, pack up my valuables, and prepare to leave. However, most of the assassins this old man has trained are not in the mansion. After we escape, we will look for them." After being reminded by Wang Xinyuan, Wang Kuei came to his senses and quickly said. Then, he shouted outside the door, "Chi Zai, immediately gather your trustworthy brothers and gather in this courtyard in half an hour." Someone outside the door immediately answered, "Yes." Your subordinate obeys. In the room, Wang Kuei knew that there was not much time left, so he did not ask Wang Xinyuan to avoid him. He went directly to the table next to the bed in front of Wang Xinyuan and gently twisted the vase on it. With a "ka-ka" sound, the wall twisted and turned, and a secret compartment about 1 square meter in size appeared. Wang Xinyuan, who was standing behind Wang Kuei, could not help but flash his eyes. A trace of surprise and inexplicable emotion appeared on his face. Obviously, he did not expect Wang Kuei to be so secretive. A moment later, seeing Wang Yu take out a large crimson box from the secret compartment, Wang Xinyuan hurriedly went forward to help, but Wang Kuei signaled him with his eyes not to interfere. Wang Kuei put the wooden box on the table and then said to Wang Xinyuan, "Here are some gold, silver, jewelry, land deeds, store deeds, and servants' contracts that I have saved over the years. They should be worth about 40 to 50,000 strings of coins. There are some other things, but I don't think there's enough time to pack them up. Take these and leave first." Chapter 1927. Iron Egg. Why haven't General Flying Eagle and the others returned yet? Did something happen at Baoxing Square? In Taiyuan Courier Station, Li Tai and Iron Egg were sitting in a side hall, anxiously waiting for news from Baoxing Square. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, Li Tai could not help but ask. Iron Egg frowned. In truth, He had wanted to go with Dugu Feiying and Han Lijing to Baoxing Square, but his father had insisted that he stay behind to protect Li Tai. Before this, Han Lijing had already heard about how Iron Egg had disguised himself as Li Tai to attract the attention of some unknown faction in the city. In Han Lijing's view, given Iron Egg's personal friendship with Li Tai, as well as his own martial arts, he was the best candidate to protect Li Tai. General Flying Eagle is personally taking action, and my father is also there, so there shouldn't be any problems. Let's just wait patiently. Iron Egg was also worried, but he still spoke words of comfort. I hope so. Li Tai sighed. At this moment, a flurry of footsteps came from the gate of the courier station. The two looked at each other and hurriedly stood up to welcome the visitor. General Dugu is back. It turned out that Dugu Xian was riding a carriage back with a group of people from the Wang family. With the help of the Imperial Army, Dugu Xian got off the carriage and bowed to Li Tai. He asked, Your Highness, this general heard that you have already found out the whereabouts of that assassin's family, and that Flying Eagle has already led people there. Has he returned yet? On the way back, an Imperial Army soldier had reported to Dugu Xian. Thus, Dugu Xian learned that Star Wolf had spoken under Li Tai's interrogation, and that Star Wolf had an old mother who lived in Baoxing Square in the southern part of the city. Li Tai shook his head. Not yet. But General Flying Eagle and the others have been gone for almost an hour. If things go well, they should be back soon. Dugu Xian nodded solemnly, then said meaningfully, That's right. The Wang family is also making strange movements. I have left 2 people to monitor them. Tonight, Source Peak City should be very lively. Who knows, we might be able to uncover Zhao Dian and the others who are hiding in the dark. Oh. Are there any movements from the Wang family? Li Tai's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, What is it? Could it be that this prince's previous guess was true? That there really is someone in the Wang family colluding with Zhao Dian? In the evening, when Han Lijing brought the intercepted secret letter to the post house, Li Tai learned of the contents of the letter and guessed that there was someone in the Wang clan who was colluding with Zhao Dian, and this person was very likely the second elder of the Wang clan, Wang Kuei. Dugu Xian shook his head and said, It's still unclear. This general only heard that the Wang family head had sent someone to follow a guard of the Wang family's second branch. This general had Zhao Eru and Shen Quan stay behind to keep an eye on them. When the 2 of them return, the truth will be revealed. So that's the case. Li Tai nodded thoughtfully, and then he said in a deep voice, Although there is no clear evidence, this Wang family's second branch is definitely a major suspect. General Dugu, you have to send more people to keep an eye on them. This general understands. Dugu Xian cupped his fists in acknowledgement. While the 2 of them were talking, the sound of galloping horses suddenly came from outside the inn. From the sound of the galloping horses, there were at least a few hundred people coming, and all of them were cavalry. Li Tai said excitedly, It must be General Feiying. I wonder if he brought back the assassin's old mother. This prince will go take a look. Your Highness, please wait. Dugu Xian's expression flickered. They had only brought 1,000 Imperial Guardsmen with them from Chang'an, and they had to send a portion of their forces to Longshan and guard the post house. It was impossible for Dugu Feiying to bring a few hundred people to Baoxing Square tonight. And from the deafening sound of hooves coming from the street outside the post house, it was clear that several hundred cavalry had arrived. Although Taiyuan City was still under the control of the government, Dugu Xian still didn't dare to let Li Tai take the risk. He pulled back Li Tai, who was about to run out, and then shouted to the Imperial Guardsmen behind him, You lot, follow this general out to take a look. Yes, sir. The soldiers obeyed the order and followed Dugu Xian to the entrance of the courier station. They saw a long fire dragon charging towards them from the street. Just as Dugu Xian had predicted, there were about 400 to 500 soldiers in this group, and the cavalry at the front of the group was only about 300 feet away from Dugu Xian's group. As the sky was too dark and the other party was rather far away, Dugu Xian couldn't see who the commander was. On guard! Dugu Xian shouted in a low voice. At the same time, he gripped the sword at his waist. Although he hadn't recovered from his injuries and couldn't fight yet, if the other party really wasn't Dugu Feiying's men and were coming for Li Tai, he would have to draw his sword and fight with his life on the line. Yes, sir. The Imperial Guardsmen behind Dugu Xian all drew their long sabers and looked at the fire dragon charging toward the post house warily. Thump, thump, thump. The chaotic sound of hooves came closer and closer, and Dugu Xian and the others were extremely nervous. If the other party was really coming for Li Tai, it would be very difficult for them to win as infantry. It's Feiying. When the fire dragon was about 100 feet away from the gate of the post house, Dugu Xian finally saw the face of the commander. He sighed softly and turned to the Imperial Guardsmen behind him as if relieved of a heavy burden. Don't be on guard. Everyone, return to your positions. Yes, sir. The Imperial Guardsmen replied. They were actually relieved as well. In the courtyard, Li Tai and Iron Egg saw this and hurried out to welcome them. Dugu Xian didn't stop them this time. Although he still didn't know why Dugu Feiying had so many soldiers behind him, it was fine as long as he knew that Dugu Feiying was in that group. He had always believed in his brother without a doubt. Whoosh! A moment later, the fire dragon had already arrived in front of the inn. Dugu Feiying, Han Lijeng, Fang Gongteng, and the others all dismounted and came to Li Tai. They bowed and cupped their fists. Your Highness. Li Tai quickly said, no need for formalities. Is Adjutant Fang here too? It was only then that he noticed Fang Gongteng and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Your Highness, after I returned from the provincial governor's residence, I summoned all the soldiers who searched the city during the day. Fang Gongteng cupped his fists and briefly told Li Tai what he had told Dugu Feiying earlier. Li Tai was enlightened. He then looked at Dugu Feiying and hurriedly asked, General Feiying, how was it? Did you find the assassin's mother in Baoxing Lane? Earlier in the prison cell, although Star Wolf had promised Li Tai that he would be willing to tell him the mastermind, there was a precondition. He had to bring his mother over and invite Sun Simiao and other famous doctors to treat her. Therefore, Li Tai still had high hopes for the results of Dugu Feiying and the others' trip. Dugu Feiying didn't disappoint Li Tai. He smiled and said, Your Highness, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Then, he turned and ordered, Bring the ant here. Under the escort of 2 soldiers, the 2 young maidservants helped the old woman out of the crowd. Dugu Feiying suddenly thought of something and quickly whispered something in Li Tai's ear. Then, he pulled Li Tai back a few steps. Obviously, Dugu Feiying was worried that the old woman's tuberculosis would be transmitted to Li Tai. Li Tai wasn't angry. Instead, he was in a good mood. Good. Good. Bring this aunt to see her son and settle her in the post house. Yes. Your Highness. Dugu Feiying quickly waved his hand and signaled the 2 soldiers to bring the old woman away. Chapter 1928. In a side hall of the relay station, Dugu Feiying recounted the scene that he had encountered at the Star Wolf family, as well as Wang Qingwu's explanation. After everyone heard this, they all revealed looks of contemplation. A few moments later, Li Tai's eyes focused as he said, based on the information General Dugu brought back from the Wang clan and what General Feiying said just now, this king believes that there's an 80 to 90% chance that the Wang clan's second elder is colluding with Zhao Dian. As long as we can capture him, I'm confident that we can find Zhao Dian's hiding place. Dugu Xian nodded in agreement. Your Highness's words are reasonable. Although there is no conclusive evidence, Source Peak City's situation is special and perilous. This general believes that we should first capture the Wang clan's second elder and interrogate him. As the saying went, special cases had to be dealt with in a special way. In normal times, if the second elder of the Wang clan had done something that violated the laws of the Great Tang, the authorities would not have dared to arrest him without solid evidence. But things were different now. Zhao Dian and the other Turkic spies in Source Peak City were threatening the safety of the city, and Wang Kuei, the second elder of the Wang clan, was colluding with Zhao Dian. Even if there was no evidence, they still needed to arrest him. It was better to kill the wrong person than to leave him alive. After all, Li Tai and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College were all in Source Peak City. If something happened to them, the imperial court would suffer a massive loss. Li Tai's face turned grim as he stood up and sternly said, "Okay. Since that's the case, General Fei Ying, this king orders you to immediately take men to the Wang clan and arrest the second elder. Afterward, you will be sent to the provincial governor's residence. We will work with Governor Wang to interrogate him through the night. As for the Wang clan head, if he tries to stop us, say that he's acting on this king's orders. When the matter is over, have him come to find this king, and this king will give him an explanation." As the person with the highest status in the group, Li Tai knew that it was time for him to make a decision. This order had to be given by him. After all, the other party was the second elder of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Although he had no official position in the court, behind him stood a 1,000-year-old family. If Wang Kuei really colluded with the Turks, it would be fine. But if Wang Kuei was proved innocent, the one who gave the order to arrest him would have to bear the wrath of the Wang family. Therefore, Li Tai did not make things difficult for Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying, and directly gave the order. Dugu Feiying stood up and cupped his fists, understood. With that, he cupped his fists at Han Lizheng and Dugu Xian before turning to leave. At that moment, 2 imperial guards rushed in and saluted Dugu Xian and Li Tai. One of them said, "General, Your Highness, bad news. The Wang clan's second elder ran away." These two were none other than Zhao Eru and Shen Quan, whom Dugu Xian had left behind to monitor the Wang family's movements. Dugu Xian's expression changed. He ran? Why did he run away all of a sudden? What's going on? Dugu Feiying, who was about to bring men to capture Wang Kuei, turned back when he heard Zhao Eru's words. Zhao Eru panted. "This subordinate doesn't know either. We followed the Wang clan's guards all the way to the south of the city, but they met Wang Qinggu halfway and turned back. The 2 of us also turned back. Not long after, we heard a commotion coming from the Wang clan's ancestral mansion. Many guards were sent out by the Wang clan's patriarch. This subordinate asked around and found out that the Wang clan's second elder, Wang Kuei, had led a group of trusted aides to kill the Wang clan's guards and escaped before we returned to the Wang clan. Preposterous. This Wang Kuei must have a guilty conscience, worried that Wang Qinggu would bring back evidence against him, so he escaped prematurely." Dugu Xian frowned, a little annoyed. Speaking of which, they were about to find Zhao Dian's hiding place, but one of the key criminals had escaped prematurely. No matter who it was, they would be depressed. After Li Tai finished listening to Zhao Eru's narration, he seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, he opened his mouth and said, "It seems that the patriarch of the Wang clan and the second elder of the Wang clan are not on the same side. Otherwise, Wang Qinggu would not have stopped and killed Wang Li at the Triumph House, and Wang Yu would not have sent people to look for Wang Kuei with great fanfare." Dugu Xian nodded. The Wang clan's patriarch can't be on the same side as Wang Kuei. This subordinate believes that he should be more anxious to find Wang Yu than we are. Dugu Xian had indeed suspected Wang Yu before, but after a series of events, he had long since eliminated Wang Yu as a suspect. Li Tai thought for a moment, and then a thought came to his mind. He muttered, "Wang Kuei's escape has confirmed the crime of colluding with Turkic spies. We can't rely on the Wang clan's power to find him. First, immediately send men to the provincial governor's residence to inform Provincial Governor Wang and the Bing province barracks to search the entire city for Wang Kuei. Second, this prince wants to interrogate that assassin. All signs indicate that this assassin is very likely one of Wang Kuei's men. He should know better than us where Wang Kuei went after escaping from the Wang clan." Chapter 1929. It's already dark, and it's not safe outside. Your Highness, why don't you stay in the post house and allow me to lead the men there? In the prison of the post house, Dugu Xian immediately felt that something was amiss when he saw the eagerness on Li Tai's face. Right now, it was completely dark outside. Not to mention the fact that Zhao Dian's men were still lurking in the city. Even if Zhao Dian wasn't around, Dugu Xian wouldn't have dared to let Li Tai personally lead his men to the manor that Star Wolf had mentioned. After all, that manor was filled with Wang Kuei's assassins and death warriors. If one of them was hiding in the shadows and suddenly attacked Li Tai, then the matter would be grave. Dugu Xian definitely couldn't take this risk. He would rather take the risk himself than let Li Tai take the risk. As expected, a hint of disappointment flashed across Li Tai's face when he heard Dugu Xian's words. The little fatty was used to a life of luxury and ease, so it was inevitable that he would like to take risks and seek excitement. However, it was mainly because he believed that it was impossible for anything to happen to him under the protection of the Imperial Army. Thus, he wanted to make a trip to the manor personally. Ahem. When did this prince say that he wanted to personally go? Li Tai coughed dryly and forced himself to say this. He then said seriously, however, General Dugu, you are still injured, so it's even more unsuitable for you to go. In this prince's opinion, it's better to let someone else go. He hadn't forgotten Gong's son Liang's previous instructions. Although most of the poison in Dugu Xian's body had been removed, he still couldn't fight for 7 days. Han Lijing stepped forward and cupped his fists to Dugu Xian and Li Tai. If your highness and General Dugu trust this old man is willing to lead men to the manor. Dugu Xian and Li Tai looked at each other, and Dugu Xian finally said, this junior naturally trusts old Master Han's character. Fei Ying has already led men to the provincial governor's mansion and the Bing province barracks, and I'm injured. This junior is naturally grateful that old Master Han is willing to make this trip on my behalf. At his peak, Han Lijing's strength should be around the peak of Qi transformation. Although he was injured on the battlefield and was now old, he could still hold up against those below the Grandmaster realm. Of course, the most important thing was that Dugu Fei Ying wasn't at the post house, and Dugu Xian had yet to recover from his injuries. The Imperial Army's top fighting strength was lacking, so in this situation, Han Lijing was indeed the most suitable person for this trip. Han Lijing cupped his fists and said, then there's no time to lose. General Dugu, please lead a troop of soldiers and horses to follow this old man to that mysterious manor. Dugu Xian turned to Xing Lang and asked, Wang Kuei's manor, how many assassins and loyalists are there? Dugu Xian's to decide how many men to send men to the manor, but to Dugu Xian, Dugu Z's to the manor. Dugu Wang to decide how many men to send men send there, s the send men's to send the men to send men to send. Wang Dugu Z's Dugu Han decided how many men, t to send a men to go Wang's Wang's there's theirs. Rs t's have Wang, t's Li Tai tit, s cheats, t's, s 120 people. Around the body refining realm to the Qi transformation realm. Hearing this, Dugu Xian immediately felt troubled. If what Xing Lang said was true, then this team of assassins trained by Wang Kuei was completely comparable to an imperial army of the same scale. Of course, this was only on the surface. In a fight, a higher realm didn't guarantee victory. It also depended on the coordination of the battle formation. Zhao Eru. After thinking for a moment, Dugu Xian called out. This general is here. Zhao Eru, who had run back to the post house to report the news, ran in from outside the cell and bowed. I order you to immediately count 200 men and follow Master Han to a manor near Dragon Mountain. Dugu Xian ordered in a deep voice. Xing Lang's words were very vague. He only said that most of the 120 assassins were between the body refining realm and the Qi transformation realm, but he didn't say how many of them were in the Qi transformation realm. If more than 50% of the assassins were in the Qi transformation realm, then the 200 Imperial Army soldiers he sent would have a hard time winning. However, there was nothing he could do about it. 200 men was the most Dugu Xian could send out. After sending out these 200 men, there would only be around 200 Imperial Army soldiers left at the relay station. This general obeys. Zhao Eru cupped his fists and loudly acknowledged the order. He then turned around and went out to count the men. Who is it? Han Lijing suddenly looked up at the roof and shouted. Then, he pulled out the mo saber at his waist and threw it with all his might. The saber broke through the roof with a crash, and tiles flew everywhere. A large hole appeared in the roof of the cell. But at the same time, a man in black jumped off the roof and retreated, barely dodging Han Lijing's saber. Then, the man in black realized that he had been exposed. He hurriedly stepped off the roof and used the momentum to fly away. Han Lijing hadn't brought this saber from Yifang County. Dugu Feiying had someone prepare it for him before he went to Baoxing Lane with Dugu Feiying. He hadn't had time to return it after he came back. After him. After missing, Han Lijing didn't have time to say anything else. He rushed out of the cell and chased after the man in black. Men! Follow Old Master Han in pursuit. Dugu Xian's face was dark. They had been in the cell for so long, but they hadn't noticed that someone was eavesdropping on them from the roof. Strictly speaking, this was his dereliction of duty as the commander of the Imperial Army. But in truth, this wasn't his fault. He had yet to recover from his injuries, and he didn't even have 10% of his strength left. His perception of danger was naturally not as good as before. If he hadn't been injured, this sort of thing would never have happened. The courier station was instantly filled with noise and people. An Imperial Army squad mounted their horses and galloped in the direction that Han Lijing had left. In the cell, Li Tai looked at the large hole in the roof with a thoughtful expression. Although Iron Egg was worried about his father's safety, protecting Li Tai was undoubtedly more important, so he didn't pursue. Dugu Xian was injured, so he didn't pursue either. Like Iron Egg, he stood guard by Li Tai's side. After about 5 minutes, Han Lijing finally returned. Dugu Xian hurriedly asked, "Old Master Han, how was it?" Han Lijing's forehead was covered in sweat. He shook his head and said with some shame, that black-clothed man's martial arts were very high, and his lightness skill was also excellent. I followed him for a while, but I lost him. Although he was at the peak of Qi transforming stage, he was good at fighting in battle, not lightness skill. Moreover, the black-clothed man's strength seemed to be above his. It was almost impossible to catch up. Dugu Xian was a little disappointed, but he still comforted him. That black-clothed man was able to sneak into the courier station and hide on the roof without us noticing. His strength must be extraordinary. It's understandable that Old Master Han couldn't catch up. Li Tai then said, "I guess that black-clothed man is very likely a spy under Zhao Dian. If he heard our conversation just now, Zhao Dian will definitely send someone to the Dragon Mountain Manor to report to Wang Kuei. Our men must set off immediately and reach the Dragon Mountain Manor before Zhao Dian's men. It's best if we can intercept Wang Kuei halfway. Your Highness's words are reasonable. I'll take my men to the Dragon Mountain now." Han Lijing nodded and cupped his fists. Just then, Zhao Era happened to walk in and cupped his fists to Dugu Xian. "General, the men have been counted. We can set off at any time." Dugu Xian's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Good. Zhao Eru, take your men with Old Master Han and Su Yunsheng and set off immediately." "Yes." Zhao Eru cupped his fists and accepted the order. 2 Imperial guards came in and untied Star Wolf from the gallows, then brought him out of the prison cell. A moment later, a group of 200 cavalrymen, each holding a torch, rushed out of the courier station and headed south. The Imperial Guards and the Bing Province barracks went to such great lengths just for a sick old woman? Within the heavenly room of the Tongfu Inn, Sky Eagle spoke in detail of what he saw and heard in the house in Triumph House. Zhao Dian's brows knit together tightly when he finished listening, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. By the time Sky Eagle's group arrived at Triumph House, Wang Li had already been killed by Wang Qingguo, and Dugu Feiying's men had already brought Star Wolf's mother out. Thus, he didn't know much. He could only tell Zhao Dian what they had seen and some of Xian Ye's deductions. It was normal that Zhao Dian couldn't figure out the crux of the matter. "You said that a great battle took place in that house, and Sky Eagle deduced that one of the combatants was the Grand Commander of the Wang clan's Shadow Guards, Wang Qingguo?" Zhao Dian's mind spun rapidly. He closed his eyes and repeated what Tianing had just said a few times in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and asked Tianing with a deep voice. "Tianing?" Sky Eagle cupped his fists and said, "Xian Yi deduced based on the saber slashes at the scene. He said that he fought with Wang Chenggu in the morning. The only person in Source Peak City with such strength could only be Wang Chenggu. Wang Chenggu. The Wang clan. The Wang clan is also involved. It seems that this old lady's identity is definitely not ordinary. Zhao Dian nodded and seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, he came back to his senses and said to Sky Eagle, "All right. I know everything. Wait for Xianyi to come back and see what news he can bring back." Sky Eagle brought back too little useful information. He could only deduce that the old lady's identity was special and that she was related to the Wang clan and the Imperial Army. However, it was difficult to deduce why the Wang clan was involved in this matter with just this little information. It would depend on whether Xianyi could find out more useful information in the process of following Dugu Feiying and the rest. "Yes. Your subordinate will take his leave." Sky Eagle was a little jealous when he heard Zhao Dian's words. In the end, he had really become an errand boy, and all the meritorious work had been done by Xianyi. However, who asked him to be weaker than the other party? With his strength, it was very likely that he would be discovered if he secretly followed Dugu Feiying and the rest. Chapter 1930. Father, where are we going? Also, why did you give the order to kill the gatekeeper? If Uncle finds out, will he spare us? In the dark night, a group of more than 40 people was being led by 3 men on horseback. They were rushing towards the southwest of Taiyuan City. For the sake of concealment, only a few people at the front of the group were holding torches. The people at the back were following the footsteps of the people in front. At this time, the middle-aged man at the front of the group turned his head and asked the old man beside him, "If we don't kill the gatekeeper, how will we escape? Right now, our only chance of survival is to escape from the Wang family." The old man replied snappily. The old man was Wang Kuei, the one who had killed the gatekeeper and escaped from the Wang family's ancestral home. The 2 people beside him were Wang Hong and Wang Xinyuan. When they had fled from the Wang family, they had fled in such a hurry that Wang Kuei had not explained anything to Wang Hong, so even now, Wang Hong was still in a state of confusion. He didn't even know why his father wanted to bring him away. However, the moment Wang Kuei gave the order to kill the guards at the Wang family's back door, Wang Hong had already realized that they had caused trouble. In the future, it would be very difficult for them to return to the Wang family. Escape? Father, we didn't do anything wrong, so why do we have to escape? Wang Hong asked in confusion after hearing Wang Kuei's words. Wang Kuei paused for a moment, then sighed deeply. That's right. We didn't do anything wrong. This old man just wants to take control of the Wang family and restore the Wang family to its former glory as a 1,000-year-old clan. Wang Hong felt that the first half of this sentence was quite normal, but the second half. When Wang Hong heard this, he was so frightened that he almost fell off his horse. What? Father, you want the second branch to take control of the clan? Are you trying to rebel against Uncle and Big Brother? Our second branch hasn't had to worry about food and drink all these years. Why do you want to take control of the clan instead of living a good life? Wang Hong was a typical scion of an aristocratic family. He only wanted to live a comfortable life with the Wang family as his backing. With the Wang family as his backing, not only would he not have to worry about food and drink, but he would also be able to do whatever he wanted in Source Peak City. As for the position of patriarch and authority in the clan, what did that have to do with him? He had never cared about it. Of course, as the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. It was precisely because Wang Kuei knew that his son was unambitious, that Wang Kuei did not involve Wang Hong in the matters such as surrendering to the Turks and kidnapping Li Tai, nor did he mention them in front of Wang Hong. It was no wonder that Wang Hong was so confused. Bullshit. Not only are you ignorant and incompetent, you don't even have the slightest bit of ambition. All these years, our second branch has been suppressed by the first branch. Wang Yu and Wang Renbiao have relied on their family's resources to become provincial governors of provinces. They hold high positions and power. Are you willing to submit to others for the rest of your life? Wang Kuei cursed angrily when he heard Wang Hong's words. He was exasperated that Wang Hong had failed to meet his expectations. Perhaps he was used to being scolded by his father. Wang Hong subconsciously shrank his neck in fear, but he still couldn't help but whisper, "Submit to others? I'm living a good life in the clan. I don't feel like I'm beneath anyone." Wang Kuei was old, so his hearing was naturally not as sharp as a young man's. He did not hear Wang Hong's whispers. As the group continued forward, Wang Hong said, "Then father, in order to take control of the clan, what have you done recently?" "Oh, no, what have you done? If we go back now and admit our mistakes, will uncle and big brother forgive us?" Even though the person in front of him was his own son, Wang Kuei still had the urge to beat him to death at this moment. He glared at Wang Hong and said hatefully, "You useless thing, I shouldn't have taken you with me." Chapter 1931. Big brother, second brother really colluded with the Turks? And even tried to kidnap His Highness King of Wei? What is he after? In the main hall of the Wang clan residence, the third elder still found it hard to believe that Wang Kuei would do such a disgraceful thing. The main reason was that he couldn't imagine Wang Kuei's motive, or rather, he couldn't imagine what benefit Wang Kuei would gain from this matter. Third brother, although no one saw second brother colluding with the Turks and kidnapping King Wei, all the evidence points to second brother. Now, second brother has led his men to kill the gatekeeper and escape from the residence, thus confirming his crimes. There's no need to explain this matter. The most important thing is to find second brother as quickly as possible, capture him, and send him to the provincial governor's residence. Otherwise, when His Majesty blames us, the Wang clan might be wiped out. Wang Bing sternly said, his face cold. When he had first learned that Wang Kuei had fled with his men, he had also been stunned, but when he came to his senses, he had been infuriated. After all, Wang Kuei had committed a disgraceful act, and now that he had fled, the rest of the Wang clan had to take the blame. In this situation, Wang Bing, the Situ of the previous dynasty and the previous clan head of the Wang clan, had no choice but to step forward and preside over the situation. Everyone in the hall scowled at these words, especially the third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder. They had always been close to Wang Kuei, but this did not mean that they were willing to take the blame for Wang Kuei, especially when it was a crime that involved the execution of 9 generations of the clan. Wang Kuei had to be found. This was the common belief in everyone's hearts. Big brother is right. We must find second brother Wang Ku as soon as possible. Apart from the ancestral residence, I remember that he seems to have another residence in Chui Su Fang and Ping Roa Fang. I wonder if he will go there. The fourth elder spoke up in support of Wang Bing. He had been sitting at home, but the pot had fallen from the sky. In his anger, the old fellow had changed his address of Wang Kuei from second brother to directly calling him by his name. Wang Yu, who was sitting next to the fourth elder, said, "Fourth uncle, I've already sent people to these 2 residences. I'm confident that we'll have news soon." Obviously, Wang Yu had already guessed that Wang Kuei had bought this business before. Otherwise, he would have been the head of the family for nothing. Wang Bing's face darkened as he said, "There are records of the businesses that second brother has purchased outside these years. You don't have to say anything. The shadow guards of the clan have all gone to investigate. Think about it carefully and see if there are any other businesses that second brother secretly bought behind the back of the family." As soon as he said this, third elder and fifth elder, who were about to speak, swallowed the words that were already at the tip of their tongues. The hall fell silent for a moment. A moment later, Princess Tongban said, "Father, I heard that when second elder escaped this time, other than taking some guards with him, he only took Wang Xinyuan and Uncle Wang Hong. Uncle's concubines are still in the estate. Since the elders can't think of any valuable clues, why don't we ask Uncle's concubines? After all, they are the closest to Uncle. Maybe they know something that we don't." Little Uncle, in addition to addressing the father's youngest brother, married women generally address their husband's younger brother as Little Uncle. Chapter 1932. Reporting to the general, this general followed your orders to search the 5th house on the east side of Shuoran Fang when it was dark. There was indeed no one in the house, but this subordinate found many weapons in the garden and the backyard. However, this subordinate does not know if they are the weapons that the government is searching for among the people today. In a residence near Tongfu Inn, a soldier cupped his fist and reported to Li Junxian. This soldier's name was Yan Gui. During the day, Li Junxian had ordered him to infiltrate the 5th residence on the east side of Xuanren Lane, the place where Kang Chang'an and Zhu Zeqing had been hiding, and searched to see if he could find anything new. Li Junxian had given this order on a whim as he had no idea what the situation in the city was like. He didn't have much hope, but to his surprise, Yan Gui had actually found something. Oh. How many weapons are there? Where are they now? Li Junxian asked, his expression shifting. General, there are 7 swords, 21 scimitars, and some hidden weapons. This subordinate and my brothers have already brought back all the weapons. Yan Gui cupped his fist and replied. 7 swords, 21 scimitars? And some hidden weapons? Li Junxian frowned and muttered, based on the number of weapons, the enemy doesn't have many people. But since Zhao Dian dared to stir up a storm in the city and plot against all of Taiyuan City, he can't have just this much strength. This meant that the house was most likely the place where a portion of his subordinates once stayed. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, and there must be many other places like this. This Zhao Dian truly isn't simple. Li Junxian turned to another soldier and asked, Zhao Kong, I had you send a letter to the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate Zhao Dian's identity. Has it been sent? The soldier cupped his fist and replied, General, the letter has been sent. In addition, this morning, you ordered this general to take men to the north of the city to see if there were any carrier pigeons flying out. This general and my men stood guard in the north of the city until nightfall, but we did not see any carrier pigeons flying out. Should we continue to stand guard in the north of the city tomorrow? Near noon, Li Junxian had led 100 cavalry into the city. After learning about the current situation in Taiyuan City from Wang Liaoyuan, he had determined that the faction hiding in the city was probably a Turkic spy. Thus, he had sent Zhao Kong and his men to the north of Taiyuan City to intercept the carrier pigeons. Li Junxian shook his head. There's no need. We were too late. Zhao Dian has already sent the letter. In the evening, he learned from Governor Wang at the provincial governor's manor that the letter that Han Lijing brought to Taiyuan was sent by Zhao Dian. He then knew that his order in the morning was still a step late, because Zhao Dian had sent the letter out early in the morning. When they entered the city, it was already close to noon. The timing was perfect. Yes. Zhao Kong replied. Seeing that Li Junxian had no other orders, he stood back to the side. Zhao Kang's Zhao's names Wang's of the city was Zhao's Wang's Zhao Wang's have S's A's. Lord General. Yan Gui cupped his fist in acknowledgement. After some thought, he asked, then should this general continue to search the city for other Turkic spies? Li Junxian's brow furrowed in thought for a few moments, and then he shook his head. There's no need. Taiyuan City isn't big, but it's definitely not small either. Searching aimlessly is like searching for a needle in a haystack. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. As long as we can capture Zhao Dian, the leader of the spies, his subordinates will be captured sooner or later. General is wise. This general will send the weapons to the provincial governor's residence. Hearing this, Yan Gui nodded in response, then turned and left. Chapter 1933. Just who are you people? Why do you want to capture this old man? How dare you kidnap people in broad daylight? How dare you do such a thing? How preposterous. Do you have any respect for the law? As Li Junxian and the others approached the woodshed, they heard the bellowing of an outwardly strong but inwardly weak voice. Don't you want money? Release this old man and this old man will take you to get the money. Let me tell you, there are some people in this world that you can't afford to offend. If my second master learns that you've kidnapped this old man, all of you here will die. And you'll die a very ugly death, and it'll be too late to regret it. Oh. I hear that someone wants this general to die a very ugly death. At this moment, Li Junxian pushed open the door and interrupted the man's clamor. In the woodshed, a middle-aged man with his hands and feet tied sat on the ground. This man looked very fat, his face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were very small, typical of squinting. From afar, he looked like a Maitreya Buddha. In front of this middle-aged man were two men in martial arts robes, their backs to him. Laughably, even though this fellow had been hooting the entire time, the two men had completely ignored him. Perhaps because no one had taken care of this woodshed in a very long time, Li Junxian sensed that there was a strange odor to it. But interrogating Sun Dafu was more important, so he didn't care. The two of them were just about to step forward and bow to Li Junxian, but the middle-aged man's mouth was even faster. "Pa! A bunch of hoodlums who rely on kidnapping and extortion. What kind of general are you?" He had come to Taiyuan on this trip. Li Junxian and the 100 horsemen he had brought were primarily meant to protect Li Tai from the shadows, so they normally wore the clothes of ordinary people. This was why the middle-aged man had mocked Li Junxian when he heard him call himself a general. "Impudent! Are your dog eyes blind? The one standing in front of you is." Seeing that the middle-aged man was speaking rudely to Li Junxian, one of the men in the room angrily glared at him and prepared to attack. But Li Junxian pulled him back. "Lin Jiang, stop." Li Junxian waved his hand and said, "One who doesn't know is not guilty. This person must be the shopkeeper of Tongfu Inn, Sun Dafu." Lin Jiang cupped his fists and replied, "Yes, General." Li Junxian nodded, and then he curiously asked, "How did you kidnap him? Why would he think that we are hooligans who kidnap and blackmail people?" Lin Jiang pursed his lips and replied in all seriousness, replying to the general, "This general snuck into the inn when it was dark and happened to see this fellow going to the outhouse. This subordinate tailed him and knocked him out when he wasn't paying attention. Then, I stuffed him into a sack and carried him back." Li Junxian was speechless. "It's no wonder Sun Dafu thought you were a kidnapper. Your methods are exactly the same as those of a scoundrel. You still have the nerve to say that? This old man has always emphasized that amiability brings wealth, and I've never offended you. But a young man like you tried to sneak attack me, an old man who doesn't know any martial arts. You don't have any martial virtues." Lin Jiang's earnest explanation had thoroughly infuriated Sun Dafu, but his words seemed lacking in confidence. Moreover, as he spoke, Sun Dafu clamped his legs together and leaned his body as far away from Li Junxian as possible, as if there was something he didn't want Li Junxian to see. Li Junxian naturally noticed Sun Dafu's little movements, and he curiously turned to Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang innocently said, "General, before this subordinate knocked him out, he hadn't finished peeing, so after I knocked him out, he immediately peed his pants." Li Junxian's lips twitched in speechlessness. Although it was true that he had ordered Lin Jiang to kidnap Sun Dafu, Lin Jiang's methods were truly, rather lacking in martial virtues. If you want to sneak attack someone, you can sneak attack them, but at least wait until they're done peeing before knocking them out. Sun Dafu's face turned red, and he wanted nothing more than to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Of course, before he did that, he would have to drag this immoral Lin Jiang down with him. Enough. This general subordinate was just following orders. "Shopkeeper's son, don't get angry with him. Besides, who hasn't peed their pants in their life? No one will laugh at you." Li Junxian saw Sun Dafu's embarrassed expression and hurriedly tried to resolve the situation. Lin Jiang and the other soldier almost laughed out loud, but when they saw that Li Junxian wasn't laughing, they suppressed their laughter. Sun Dafu glared at Li Junxian with hatred. If looks could kill, Li Junxian would have died many times over by now. But through his observations, he had realized that Li Junxian and the other two soldiers in the room truly were soldiers. Thus, even though he was furious, Sun Dafu was still able to restrain himself. "Shopkeeper's son, I didn't invite you here today to take your money, but because this general has a matter to ask you." After a round of banter, Li Junxian turned serious and spoke to Sun Dafu. "Invite? This is how you invite people?" Sun Dafu glanced at the ropes binding him and sneered. "Moreover, this old man has not committed any crime, nor has he broken any laws. You claim to be a soldier, so what right do you have to knowingly break the law and use such despicable methods to imprison this old man? Do you still have any respect for the laws of the country? When one couldn't win with their fists, one had to reason with them. Sun Dafu understood this, and he wanted to reason with Li Junxian right now. But Li Junxian had no desire to reason with Sun Dafu, because his fists were bigger, and more importantly, he truly had broken the law in this matter. He was in the wrong. Shopkeeper's son, there's no need to talk about such useless things. If you really did break the law, the one who captured you wouldn't have been this general, but the bailiffs of the government. Since this general had you tied up and brought here, if you don't truthfully answer this general's questions, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to leave this place alive. Sun Dafu's face instantly paled. He hadn't expected Li Junxian to be so direct and ruthless. He didn't know if Li Junxian really dared to kill him, but he didn't dare to gamble. After all, each person only had one life, and he greatly cherished it. This old man is just the shopkeeper of an inn. What could I know? If you want to ask, then hurry up and ask. Sun Dafu said after a few moments of silence. At this moment, Lin Jiang brought over a bench, and Li Junxian sat down in front of Sun Dafu. He placed his arms on his knees and leaned over to ask, the second master you spoke of before should be the owner of Tongfu Inn, Gao Yong, right? Gao Yong is the second son of the Gao clan. He has an older brother called Gao Su and a younger sister called Gao Ping, the concubine of the Wang clan's second son, Wang Hong. It is precisely because he has managed to climb up the branch of the Wang clan that Gao Yong has been able to flourish in Taiyuan City. Sun Dafu's pupils constricted in shock. He stared at Li Junxian and asked, word by word, you're investigating the second master? Just who are you? Just who are you people? Li Junxian unhappily said, my time is limited, so it's best if you don't waste it. Answer my questions, or else. Li Junxian glanced at Lin Jiang. The latter understood, unsheathed his saber, and placed it against Sun Dafu's neck. With a savage smile, he said, hey! Shopkeeper's son, I recently learned a saber art that can remove the bones from a person's limbs without killing them. Do you want to give it a try? Sun Dafu lived like a prince, so how could he possibly endure such a shock? He hurriedly shook his head and said, I'll talk. I'll talk. Take your saber away. Humph. At least you know your place. Lin Jiang coldly snorted and then pulled his saber back. Sun Dafu nodded at Li Junxian and said, what you said just now was correct. The second master truly is the owner of Tongfu Inn. Relying on his relationship with the Wang clan, the second master's business has been getting better and better, and he's opening more and more shops. Li Junxian nodded in satisfaction and asked, very good. This general will ask you again. This morning, did Wang Reni, the current Wang Xinyuan, go to your inn? Sun Dafu was taken aback, a hint of panic in his eyes. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly shook his head and said, Wang Xinyuan? This old man has never seen him before. Li Junxian sat up straight and gave Sun Dafu a meaningful smile. Sun Dafu felt his scalp tingle, and when he turned his head, he saw that Lin Jiang was also savagely smiling at him. Shivering in fright, he hastily corrected himself, don't worry about me. Yes, young Master Wang really did come to the inn this morning. Li Junxian leaned over and asked, who did he meet at the inn? Sun Dafu immediately shook his head and said, this old man doesn't know. Afraid that Li Junxian and Lin Jiang wouldn't believe him, he hurriedly explained, this old man really doesn't know that person's identity. I only heard that he's a good friend of young Master Wang and that he stayed at the inn yesterday. Moreover, the second master said that that person was an honored guest of his and would only be staying at the inn for 2 days. That honored guest rarely goes out and spends almost all of his time in his room. When he checked in, he specifically instructed that no one was to disturb him, so this old man still doesn't know that person's name. Li Junxian's eyes flashed, and after a few moments of silence, he asked, is that person still staying at the inn? Sun Dafu nodded. Yes. He's still there. That honored guest is staying in the heaven guest room. Li Junxian calmed down a little. He stood up and said to Sun Dafu, shopkeeper's son, you'll have to suffer here for 1 night. Once this old man finishes his business tomorrow, I'll let you go. Don't think about running away. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape. Moreover, if you're captured, this general can't guarantee that the brothers in the courtyard won't do anything to you. Sun Dafu's old face instantly became as pale as a bitter gourd. But the situation was stronger than him, so what else could he do but lower his head? Leaving the woodshed and entering the courtyard, Li Junxian muttered to himself, the most dangerous place truly is the safest place. Zhu Zeqing was just captured in the Heaven guest room, and someone is already staying there. This person is truly skilled and bold. Zhao Kong. After sighing with emotion, Li Junxian shouted into the courtyard, and a soldier quickly ran over. This general is here. Immediately head to the provincial governor's residence and have Governor Wang bring soldiers to Tongfu Inn. Li Junxian ordered. Yes. Zhao Kong cupped his fists and left. Li Junxian called out, Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang cupped his fists and replied, this general is here. Li Junxian ordered, leave 2 people to guard Sun Dafu. The rest of you, immediately follow this general to Tongfu Inn to capture him. Yes. Lin Jiang cupped his fists and left to pass on the order. Li Junxian meaningfully whispered, it's finally time to draw in the net. I hope that this is a big fish and not a small shrimp. Chapter 1934. At the same time, in the Wang clan ancestral home. As this matter concerns the survival of the Wang clan, this princess hopes that all of you will think carefully about where Second Elder and the others might have gone after fleeing the Wang clan. If Second Elder cannot be found in time, the Wang clan will be destroyed, and your good days will come to an end. In a side hall, Princess Tong and sternly reprimanded a group of beautiful women dressed in gaudy silk dresses. Behind her sat an old woman with a head full of silver hair. Her clothes were rather simple, but her expression was rather dignified. This old woman was Wang Bing's wife, Madame Yang. She had been born a noble in the previous dynasty and had followed Wang Bing through the vicissitudes of dynasties and the ups and downs of troubled times. She was the supreme matriarch of the Wang clan. Ever since her son Wang Yu took over the Wang clan, the matriarch Yang and Wang Bing had retired from the clan. She no longer interfered in the affairs of the Wang clan, but Wang Kuei had colluded with Turkic spies and fled in fear of punishment. There was a high chance that the entire Wang clan would be dragged into the abyss, and the interrogation of Wang Hong's concubines required a woman of virtue and prestige. As Princess Tong and was born in the imperial household of the Tang dynasty, her status in the Wang clan was rather high, but her seniority was still lacking. Thus, the astute Wang Bing had invited his wife to hold the fort. What Shurong said just now was this old woman's intention. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. If all of you still want to have a good life in the future, think carefully. If you can help the clan find Second Elder as quickly as possible, you will naturally be rewarded. After Princess Tong and finished speaking, Matriarch Yang, who was sitting behind her, spoke. Shurong was Princess Tong Anne's nickname. In the entire Wang family, probably only old Madame Yang dared to call her that. When the matrons standing in the side hall learned from Princess Tong, and that Wang Kuei had colluded with Turkic spies and fled with Wang Hong and Wang Xinyuan in fear of punishment, they were at a loss for what to do. Back then, they had married Wang Hong, this softy, only because of Wang Hong's family background. Now that Wang Kuei had fled in fear of punishment, the second branch of the Wang family was most likely finished, and it might even affect the entire Wang family. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. At this moment, most of the matrons were thinking of packing up their valuables and running away after returning to avoid being implicated when the emperor punished the Wang family in the future. However, there was still a portion of them who, after hearing old matriarch Yang's words, still had a glimmer of hope for the Wang family. Old madam, the clan has records of the businesses and private residences my father and husband have set up in Taiyuan City. As for the rest, how would we know? Husband and the others usually don't tell us. That's right. Husband rarely tells us these things. As for the old master, ever since this concubine married into the family, I have only seen him a few times. Husband has only favored Ping these past 2 years. Princess and old madam should ask her about this matter, right? Right. You should ask Ping. 3 women were a show, and there were now 6 or 7 women standing in this room. The chattering was so lively that it was like they were singing a show. Princess Tong and frowned. However, from what she heard, Wang Hong seemed to have only favored one concubine these past few years. Thus, she followed the matron's gazes and saw a petite, beautiful woman around 18 or 19 years old wearing a white silk dress. It has to be said that Wang Hong, this old fellow, is truly shameless. He's clearly in his 30s or 40s, but he still married an 18 or 19-year-old concubine. This is truly an old cow eating young grass, a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Princess Tong and had been living with Wang Yu in Suizhou these past few years. She had only heard a little about the second branch, but she had never seen this woman called Ping before. You are Ping Seeing Wang Hong's concubines looking at one of the young women, Princess Tong and walked over and asked the beautiful and petite woman. Greetings, Princess. This concubine is called Gao Ping. Husband has always called this concubine Ping. The young woman appeared rather nervous, but when she saw Princess Tong and come over and ask her a question, she hastily bowed and respectfully answered. Princess Tong and nodded and then asked, Ping. Second elder colluded with Turkic spies and fled in fear of punishment. From what master has learned, Wang Hong did not participate too much in this matter. If you can help the clan find second elder as soon as possible, Wang Hong might be able to escape punishment. Think carefully. Did Wang Hong and second elder do anything out of the ordinary in the past few days? Or did Wang Hong and second elder secretly set up other businesses in the city that the clan is unaware of? Hearing Princess Tong and say that Wang Hong might be able to escape punishment, Gao Ping's eyes brightened. Although she and Wang Hong were an old married couple, just as those concubines had said, ever since she married into the Wang clan, Wang Hong had always doted on her. This made her feel love and warmth. There was still true love between them. If Wang Hong was innocent, the Wang clan's second branch would not have collapsed, and she and Wang Hong could return to their previous lives. With this thought, Gao Ping frowned and began to seriously recall. After a while, her eyebrows trembled, and she suddenly said, this concubine remembers. Husband's behavior these past few days was normal, but yesterday, when my second brother came to the residence to visit me, he was dragged away by Xian Yuan. The two of them chatted for a while before my second brother left the Wang clan. Your second brother? Who's your second brother? Princess Tong and frowned and asked subconsciously. Gao Ping said somewhat embarrassedly, my second brother's name is Gao Yong, and he's a businessman. He opened many shops in the city, and the largest inn in the city, Tongfu Inn, was also opened by him. Gao Ping was born into a merchant family. In terms of family status, Gao Ping and Wang Hong were indeed not compatible. However, after marrying into the Wang clan, not only did Wang Hong not look down on her because of her background, he even tried his best to protect her. This was also one of the reasons why she wanted to help Wang Hong exonerate himself. After introducing Gao Yong's identity, Gao Ping continued. Early this morning, Xian Yuan suddenly told my husband that he was going out to meet a friend at Tongfu Inn. Now that I think about it, there are too many coincidences. Yesterday, my husband introduced Xian Yuan to my second brother, and today, Xian Yuan went out to Tongfu Inn. I have a feeling that they are hiding something from me and my husband. Moreover, Xian Yuan was imprisoned in the clan for a year before. Now that he has just been released, why would his friend be waiting for him at Tongfu Inn? Wang Xinyuan, Tongfu Inn. Princess Tong An's expression changed slightly. She had heard from Wang Yu that Wang Qingguo had found Wang Xinyuan sneaking out of the residence this morning. Unexpectedly, he had gone to Tongfu Inn. A few days ago, the Turkic Zhu Zeqing, who had appeared in the city, had also been staying at Tongfu Inn. Now that Zhu Zeqing had been arrested, Wang Xinyuan was still secretly running to Tongfu Inn. As for meeting a friend, who was he trying to fool? Who would meet a friend at an inn? Unless your friend was from another city. However, Just as Gao Ping had analyzed, Wang Xinyuan had been imprisoned in the clan for more than a year. How could it be so coincidental that a friend from another city came to see him as soon as he was released? Therefore, Wang Xinyuan definitely did not go to Tongfu Inn to meet a friend, but to have an ulterior motive. Then there must be something wrong with Tongfu Inn. Apart from this, can you think of any other clues? Princess Tong An's mind was filled with thoughts. After she came back to her senses, she looked at Gao Ping and asked again. Gao Ping thought seriously for a moment, but finally shook her head and said, "No, that's all I can think of. Other than that, I don't think there's anything strange these few days." "Good. All of you are dismissed. If you think of anything else, come and tell me immediately." Princess Tong An nodded and said to the women in the room, "Yes." Wang Hong's concubines hurriedly left the side hall as if they had been granted amnesty. Only Gao Ping was the last to leave, a trace of worry on her face. Clearly, she was worried about Wang Hong's situation. "Mother, what do you think?" After the women left, Princess Tong An looked at the old woman sitting at the head of the table and bowed. A wisp of wisdom flashed across the old woman's weathered eyes. She said meaningfully to Princess Tong An, "Shurong, since you already have an answer in your heart, why ask me? Do as you wish. I believe that you can definitely save the Wang family." Princess Tong An was slightly shocked, and she immediately felt respect for the old woman in front of her. She bowed and said, "Then, this daughter-in-law will take her leave. I'll inform master and father now. Go. This old woman will return on her own." Matriarch Yang waved a hand at Princess Tong An. In the face of danger, her expression remained calm and composed. This Matriarch Yang had truly weathered all sorts of storms and experienced all sorts of ups and downs. In the main hall of the Wang family residence, after Princess Tong An told Wang Bing, Wang Yu, and the rest of the group about what Gao Ping had told her, Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Tongfu Tavern, it's Tongfu Tavern again." First, it was Zhu Zeqing. "Who's staying there now?" In the afternoon, Wang Qinggu had reported to Wang Yu that Wang Xinyuan had left the estate early in the morning to meet with friends in the city. He had not expected Wang Xinyuan to go to Tongfu Inn. Just like Princess Tong An, he also felt that there was something wrong with Tongfu Inn. To be more precise, there was something wrong with the person Wang Xinyuan had met in Tongfu Inn. "Princess, are you saying that the matter of second son colluding with the Turkic spies is also related to the patriarch's son, Wang Xinyuan?" Third elder's eyes flashed, and he looked at Princess Tong An meaningfully. Princess Tong An's phoenix-like eyes focused, and she said unhappily, "Third elder, are you blaming my old master instead?" "Humph. Even if this matter is related to Wang Xinyuan, he's now a member of the second branch. When he was imprisoned, everything was fine. Who forced my old master to adopt Wang Reni to the second branch? He's causing trouble as soon as he's out. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame those people who forced my old master to adopt him to the second branch. You." Third elder was furious, but due to Princess Tong An's status, he still restrained himself. He took 2 deep breaths and said, "What are you saying?" This old man was just asking casually. When did I ever blame the patriarch? Besides, it was the patriarch who willingly adopted Xinyuan to the second branch. Who in the estate would dare to threaten the patriarch? Humph. Seeing that third elder had given in, Princess Tong An sneered and did not continue to harp on this matter. Sitting at the head of the table, Wang Bing said solemnly, "Enough. Right now, it's more important to find second son as soon as possible." After he finished speaking, he said to Wang Yu, "Since you and the princess both feel that there's something wrong with this Tongfu Inn, and the owner of this Tongfu Inn has a certain relationship with the second branch, then immediately send someone to the Tongfu Inn and investigate the guests inside. If you can find this Gao Yong, then that's even better. Perhaps he knows the whereabouts of the second branch." "Yes. This son will arrange it right away." Wang Yu got up and cupped his hands to accept the order, then left the main hall with Princess Tong An. Chapter 1935. Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn. Bang! 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 Lord Guard. Inside the heaven-class guest room, Zhao Dian was standing by the window, staring out. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, followed by a low voice. Zhao Dian's gaze turned cold, but he immediately relaxed because he recognized the identity of the person outside. He said calmly, "Come in." The door wasn't locked. Xian Yi, dressed in black, pushed the door open and entered. After closing the door again, he quickly walked to Zhao Dian, cupped his fists, and said, "Lord Guard, I'm back." At this time, all the guests and waiters in the inn were resting. Naturally, Xian Yi couldn't enter from the main entrance of the inn. He could only climb in through the window like how he climbed out of the window earlier. However, even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to climb through the window of Zhao Dian's room. He climbed in through the window of the Earth-class guest room next door. After that, he didn't even have time to change his clothes before he came straight to Zhao Dian. "Did you find out anything?" Zhao Dian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Lord Guard, I found out that the fire in the long alley in the south of the city this afternoon was set by Wang Xinyuan. He knew that the King of Wei was going to personally escort a batch of supplies to Dragon Mountain, so he sent people to ambush in the south of the city in advance. He didn't expect to fall into the King of Wei's trap, and one of their assassins was captured alive by the other party." Xian Yi cupped his fists and slowly recounted the conversation between Li Tai and Su Yunqing that he had eavesdropped on at the post house just now. When he finally learned the truth about the fire in the south of the city today, Zhao Dian's face was as gloomy as water. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice, "Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei, these two idiots." The other party deliberately revealed a little flaw and acted rashly. They really can't do anything right, but they're good at ruining things. Now that their whereabouts have been exposed, if they fall into the hands of the government, I'm afraid they'll ruin my plans. At this moment, if Zhao Dian were a modern person, he really wanted to say, "Don't be afraid of godlike opponents, but be afraid of pig-like teammates." With the current situation in Taiyuan City, they had already formed a confrontation with the government forces in the dark and in the open. No one could do anything to the other. They were just waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. Then, he and Wang Kuei would launch an all-out attack. Then, the entire Taiyuan City would be theirs. However, the two idiots, Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan, after a series of stupid actions, directly broke the stalemate. It was very likely that the government would find a breakthrough here. But what Zhao Dian did not know was that one of the carrier pigeons he had sent to Shieli Kagan had been intercepted by Han Lizheng. Even without Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei's disruption, Li Tai and the others had already learned of his plan. Although they would not be able to capture him in the short term, both the Great Tang border and Taiyuan City were now on guard. Even if his reinforcements really did come, they would find it very difficult to take Taiyuan City. But in any case, the disruption of Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei had accelerated Zhao Dian's exposure and failure. Xian Yi cupped his fists and said, "Rest assured, Lord Wei. I heard from King Wei and Dugu Xian that Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan should have escaped. Wang Kuei has a secret manor near Longshan in the south of the city. Over the years, Wang Kuei has trained a group of killers in that manor. The killer captured alive by the Imperial Army today is one of them. The old woman that the Imperial Army took away from Baoxing Lane earlier is the killer's mother. Today, the provincial governor's mansion posted the portrait and reward notice of this killer all over the city. Wang Kuei wanted to send his men to kill the old woman to silence her. But he did not expect that the man he sent was killed by Wang Qinggu, the commander of the Wang family's shadow guards. Later, the old woman fell into the hands of the Imperial Army. The killer confessed everything about Wang Kuei. Now, Dugu Xian has sent the Imperial Army to Wang Kuei's secret manor in the south of the city. This Wang Kuei is really difficult to achieve great things. Zhao Dian frowned. Then, he reacted and asked, Did you just say Dugu Xian? What? From what you said, he is still alive and well? He is not dead yet? Chapter 1936. Coincidentally, just as Zhao Dian was ordering Xian Yi to gather his men to attack Taiyuan Relay Station, Li Junxian was also gathering his men and preparing to head to Tongfu Inn. Although the two sides had begun to move at almost the same time, there was a problem. Li Junxian only had 10 some cavalry under his command, while Zhao Dian had dared to attack the post house. This meant that he had more than 10 some subordinates, most likely 100 or 200. Moreover, these 200 couldn't all be staying at Tongfu Inn, as that would be far too conspicuous. As a result, Zhao Dian would need to gather his forces much more quickly than Li Junxian. And the residence that Li Junxian was temporarily staying in was less than 1 li away from Tongfu Inn. Thus, Zhao Dian couldn't possibly gather his men before Li Junxian arrived at Tongfu Inn. Lord Guard. Bad news. Zhao Dian was preparing to go out and see how things were going when he heard Xian Ye's voice. Zhao Dian's heart trembled. At this critical moment, he feared nothing more than an accident, and he feared nothing more than someone telling him bad news. He hastily opened the door, and Xian Yi rushed in. After closing the door, he clasped his fist before Zhao Dian could ask anything. Lord Guard, your subordinate went to the innkeeper's room to ask him to gather our men, but there was no one in the room. Innkeeper's son, he, disappeared. Disappeared? Zhao Dian frowned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Back when they had first arrived in Source Peak City, they hadn't chosen to stay in the Tongfu Inn. Because there were many of them, it would be difficult for them to hide if they stayed in the inn. It would be very easy for the innkeeper and waiters to notice that something was amiss. So, only Zhao Dian, Xian Yi, and Skyhawk stayed in the inn while the rest of them hid in various parts of the city. But after Wang Xinyuan and Wang Kuei surrendered to them, Zhao Dian learned that the owner behind the scenes of the Tongfu Inn was actually related to the second branch of the Wang family. As a result, he didn't have to worry about all of them moving in and alerting the innkeeper or waiters. He directly ordered Xian Yi to gather all of their spies in the city into the inn and stuff them into the empty guest rooms of the inn. As for those that couldn't be stuffed, Gao Yong and Wang Kuei helped to arrange for them to stay in a few houses near the Tongfu Inn. It was because of this that Xian Yi had thought of asking the innkeeper, Sun Dafu, for help when Zhao Dian ordered Xian Yi to gather his men. Only in this way could they gather all their men in the shortest amount of time. But Xian Yi had never expected that Sun Dafu, who had been staying at the inn for the past few days, would actually disappear. Didn't Gao Yong say that Sun Dafu would be staying at the inn to cooperate with us? How could he suddenly disappear? Could it be? Zhao Dian muttered in dissatisfaction. Then, he suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Not good. It's very likely that someone has set their sights on Tongfu Inn. We've been exposed. Then what should we do?" Xian Yi was shocked when he heard this and asked subconsciously. Then, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Lord Guard, please evacuate immediately. Your subordinates are willing to risk their lives to escort you." Chapter 1937. What? A group of people is coming from the east? Aren't the relay station and the provincial governor's mansion in the north? Why are there people coming from the east? And they are so fast? In the alley behind Tongfu Inn, Zhao Dian was shocked when he heard Sky Eagle say that there was a group of people coming from the east. However, when he came to his senses, he could not help but feel a little strange. When he found out that Sun Dafu, the innkeeper of the inn, had gone missing, he guessed that Sun Dafu might have been captured by the provincial governor's mansion or the imperial army. However, the provincial governor's mansion and the relay station were in the north of Taiyuan City. Even if the other party had sent people to surround the inn, they should have come from the north. Moreover, the other party should not have come so quickly. After all, Tongfu Inn was in the south of Taiyuan City. How many people are coming from the other party? After forcing himself to calm down, Zhao Dian regained his composure and looked at Sky Eagle as he asked in a low voice. Sky Eagle cupped his fists and said, reporting to the guard master, "The other party does not have many people. There are only about 10 of them. All of them are riding fast horses. They will catch up in a while. Do you want me to bring a few people to deal with them? 10 of them? All of them are riding fast horses." Zhao Dian's heart sank when he heard this. Of course, he knew that Taiyuan City would implement a curfew system at night. Those who dared to ride horses in public in the middle of the night either had their heads kicked by a donkey, or the other party really had an official background. Obviously, these 10 or so cavalrymen coming toward the inn were definitely from the Tang Empire's government. When did the government arrange such a surprise army near the inn? This was a question that Zhao Dian could not figure out no matter how hard he tried. However, there was no time for him to think about this at this moment. He had to make a decision. Although the cavalry coming from the east didn't have many people, they were fast. If he didn't pay attention to them, the other party would first miss the inn and then chase after them from behind. Or, the other party might guess their intentions and go to the post house to report in advance. However, if he followed Sky Eagle's suggestion and sent people to intercept the cavalrymen, on the one hand, they only had about 100 people. If they split their forces to deal with the cavalrymen, it would definitely weaken the power to attack the relay station. On the other hand, although the other party only had about 10 people, he did not know how strong they were. The people he could send to intercept them were very limited. If they could not win or the noise during the battle attracted the Yamens patrolling in the city, the other party would still send people on fast horses to chase them. Who would have thought that a cavalry troop of over 10 people would actually cause Zhao Dian's current situation to seem to have fallen into a dead knot that could not be untied no matter what? Guard master, quickly give the order. If those people catch up any later, our operation might be exposed. Seeing Zhao Dian standing on the spot without saying a word, Sky Eagle was anxious and could not help but urge. Zhao Dian's eyes flashed as he recovered from his deep thoughts. Just a moment ago, he suddenly thought of a plan that satisfied both sides and was extremely bold. Taking 2 deep breaths, Zhao Dian looked at Sky Eagle and Xian Yi and said in a deep voice, Xian Yi, Sky Eagle, the 2 of you lead these people to attack the relay station immediately. You must capture Li Tai alive. Leave 10 people behind and follow me back to the relay station. What? Sky Eagle and Xian Yi turned pale with fright when they heard this. They hurriedly said, Guard master, you must not do this. Xian Yi hurriedly said, the other party only has about 10 people. I'll lead people to eliminate them now and then chase after them to assist Guard master in attacking the relay station. We definitely won't waste any time. That's right. Guard master. The other party only has about 10 people. Why do you have to personally take the risk? Sky Eagle also said. Zhao Dian's face was extremely grim. He looked at the 2 people before him and said coldly, Humph. After knowing that I'm in the inn, the other party only has about 10 people who dare to surround the inn. Why do you think this is? Humph. This is because either there's a top-notch expert among them, or these 10 over people are only the enemy's vanguard. After they find out the actual situation, the enemy's main force will immediately surround us. Hearing Zhao Dian's words, Xian Yi and Sky Eagle calmed down one after another. Indeed, if there was a top-notch expert among the enemy, then they would be utterly unable to finish the battle in a short period of time. If there was a large force following behind the enemy, then it would be even more troublesome. Chapter 1938. Immediately send a message to our men near the inn. Tell them to bring their weapons to the inn immediately. After Zhao Dian returned to the heavenly guest room, he could already vaguely hear the da-da-da sound of horse hooves coming from the east street. At this moment, he called over a subordinate and instructed him. He did not know the exact name of this subordinate because he had too many subordinates. Xian Yi, Sky Eagle, and the others had all taken away experts. The 10 people left by his side were the weakest among them, so he naturally did not remember their names. Zhao Dian had planted a total of 200 people in Source Peak City. Xian Yi had taken away 110 people, and he had left 10 people with him. In the houses near Tong Fu Inn, there were still 80 or so of his men. Previously, due to the urgency of time, Zhao Dian did not wait for everyone to arrive before giving the order to attack the post house. But now, since he had chosen to use himself as bait and guard the inn, then these people naturally had to be called over. After all, if the cavalry coming from the east was weak, Zhao Dian was confident that he could take them down with these people. If the opponent was strong, it did not matter even if he lost, because his goal of restraining the opponent would have been achieved. Yes. Guard master. That person cupped his fists respectfully to Zhao Dian, then turned around and left. If you want to put on a show, you have to do it all the way. The few of you, wait in the room next door. If this cavalry comes straight for my room after entering the inn, then find an opportunity to kill your way out. Zhao Dian instructed the other 9 people. Yes. Everyone cupped their fists and accepted the order. Then, they turned around and went out to the earth-ranked guest room next door. Bang, bang, bang. Not long after this series of arrangements was completed, Zhao Dian heard the door of the inn being directly knocked open from the outside, emitting a few loud bangs. Almost all of the sleeping guests in the inn were woken up, and some with bad tempers couldn't help but curse loudly. Who the F***ck is this? Why aren't you sleeping at night? What are you knocking on the door for? What is the innkeeper doing? Who the F***ck is knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Which bastard is it? Why don't you try hitting me again? In the midst of the scattered curses, many rooms that were originally in darkness lit up one after another. Then, a crowd of people could be seen moving about. Obviously, those were the guests who had been woken up. They came out of their rooms to see what was happening outside. With just one look, the people who were cursing earlier immediately shut their mouths. More than 10 men with weapons in their hands were standing in the hall with murderous looks on their faces. Although there were only a dozen of them, they gave off the aura of hundreds and thousands of people. Aura was a mysterious thing, but it did exist. A general who had been through hundreds of battles and a new recruit who had just joined the army would definitely give off a different feeling when they stood in front of each other. The 100 cavalry was the most mysterious and elite force of the Great Tang. Each of its soldiers was an elite, and as the commander of the 100 cavalry, Li Juanxian's strength was even greater. Amongst all the Tang generals, he could be considered one of the strongest. This group of elites standing in front of the crowd naturally exerted an invisible pressure on them. Although the Tang revered martial arts and many of their refined guests carried sabers and swords with them, for Li Junxian and his men to charge into an inn with weapons in the middle of the night clearly meant that they had come with ill intentions. If not for the fact that they were all dressed rather neatly and had no bandit faces like one-eyed man or scarred face on them, the guests would have thought that they were bandits. Even if they weren't bandits, Li Juanxian's group still gave off the impression that they were not to be trifled with. Thus, those guests who had been about to come out of their rooms and curse when they saw Li Juanxian's group swallowed their words and dejectedly returned to their rooms. It wasn't that they were cowards, but that Li Juanxian's group was simply too powerful. Anyone who dared to provoke them would have to have been kicked in the head by a donkey. In truth, Li Junxian didn't think much of these guests. Ever since he had entered the inn, his eyes had never once paused on them. His head was raised as he scanned the small wooden plates above the doors of each room on the second floor, recording the room number of each room. As the largest inn in Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn had divided its rooms into heaven, earth, human, and common. There was only one heaven room, but it was so expensive that ordinary people couldn't afford it. The lower the level of the rooms, the more there were, and correspondingly, the cheaper each night. Thus, Li Junxian only needed to find the heaven character on the wooden plates in front of each room. Over there. Li Juanxian's eyes focused as he pointed at the westernmost room and sternly said, Chen Fu, Shen Tu, the two of you guard the front and back doors of the inn. The rest of you, follow me upstairs. Yes. Everyone bowed and received their orders. 2 of them went to the front door and the back door of the inn, while Li Junxian led the rest of them up the stairs to the heaven guest room on the west side. There's no need to knock. Just open the door. One of the 100 horsemen was just about to knock on the door when Li Junxian stopped him. As the saying went, delay could lead to change, and he did not want any changes. After saying this, he walked past the 100 horsemen and kicked open the door. In truth, the door wasn't locked. The moment the door was kicked open, Li Juanxian's group rushed in and saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man casually drinking tea at the tea table in the center of the room. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the intrusion of Li Juanxian's group, and then he frowned. Who are you? Why have you barged into this one's room? Li Junxian frowned when he saw that there was only one person in the room, a seemingly refined middle-aged man who didn't seem to know any martial arts. He began to wonder if his previous judgment had been wrong, but since he was here, he had to get to the bottom of this matter. He signaled the people around him with his eyes, and several of the riders went to guard the door and the windows to prevent the middle-aged man from escaping. Li Junxian sat down across from the middle-aged man and stared at him. Instead of answering his question, he asked, "Why?" "There's no need for you to know who we are. First, tell me who you are. Where did you come from? Why have you come to Taiyuan City?" The middle-aged man scowled in displeasure and coldly snorted. "Humph. Good sir has barged into someone else's room in the middle of the night. It's fine if you don't give an explanation, but now you're questioning me? Truly tyrannical. Do you really think there's no law in Taiyuan City?" Li Junxian couldn't be bothered to waste words with him, so he bluntly said, "Don't waste words with me. I'll give you one more chance. If you can't clearly explain your background, we'll arrest you and send you to the authorities. Once we're there, we'll slowly talk to you about the law." "Arrest me? This one has not committed any crime, nor has he stolen or robbed. What right do you have to arrest me?" The middle-aged man coldly sneered. Li Junxian chuckled. "Ha! You're not going to speak. Come, arrest him and send him to the provincial governor's residence for interrogation." Although he couldn't be sure of the middle-aged man's exact identity, since he was connected to the Wang clan's second branch, and on the way to the inn, Li Junxian had learned that Wang Kuei had fled for fear of punishment. This meant that the Wang clan's second branch truly had colluded with Turkic spies. Since this middle-aged man had secretly met with Wang Xinyuan, this meant that he was in cahoots with Zhao Dian. At the very least, he was someone Zhao Dian had sent to liaise with the Wang clan's second branch. After saying this, Li Junxian got up and prepared to leave. The two horsemen at his side began to approach the middle-aged man, clearly intending to capture him. A hint of panic flitted across the middle-aged man's face, and he hurriedly said, Are you from the authorities?" "Fine, I'll speak. This one is Yu Dexing, a native of Yunzhou. I came to Taiyuan to buy some goods. Once I'm done, I'll return." "A merchant of Yunzhou?" A playful smile appeared on Li Junxian's face as he indifferently asked, "Then do you have a talisman scroll?" A talisman scroll was equivalent to a modern letter of introduction. In ancient times, one needed an identity card to stay in an inn. However, this identity card was not the same as the modern one, but something similar to a letter of introduction. Although ancient China did not have an information system to manage household registers, it had a complete household register system long ago. In order to distinguish between people, the ancients had invented travel permits, door tickets, fish tokens, and tooth tokens to prove one's identity. The majority of ancient China rarely had the opportunity to travel, and only a few people had the need for such things. If an official or merchant was on a business trip or engaged in an official foreign activity, they would have a talisman scroll or a talisman scroll. These talismans, sections, and scrolls were all proof of identity for staying in an inn in the early days. They were equivalent to modern letters of introduction. Later on, courier scrolls and letter tokens were also proof of travel. Without a proof of travel, it was impossible to stay in an inn, especially one run by an official. In the Tang dynasty, officials of rank 5 and above had a fish token issued by the imperial court to prove their identity. If an ordinary person wanted to travel, they had to report it to the prefect inspector or fangzheng. The prefect inspector or fangzheng would then report it to the local yamen, and the prefect or secretary would issue a talisman scroll, letter of introduction, upon approval. In truth, the travel permits of the Ming dynasty were similar to these things. I do. The middle-aged man seemed to believe that Li Junxian was an official. He nodded and then took out a yellowed paper from his bosom and placed it on the table. Li Junxian took it and began to carefully examine it. A few moments later, Li Junxian put down the paper and smiled at the middle-aged man. "This talisman scroll is forged so well that it looks almost real. If this general hadn't seen the talisman scroll from Yunzhou, you really might have fooled me. Come, seize this man. The middle-aged man grimaced and immediately backed away, harshly saying, my talisman scroll really can't be any more real. Good sir is deliberately making things difficult for a deer as a horse. Just what are your intentions? Do you really think that this you is easy to bully? After saying this, he picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it to the ground. At the same time, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, and then a group of people charged in, sabers and swords in hand. At a glance, there were 20 to 30 people. It was clear that some of the reinforcements Zhao Dian had sent earlier had already arrived at the inn. Chapter 1939. Finally willing to reveal your true face? In the heavenly guest room of Tongfu Inn in Taiyuan City, Li Junxian showed no fear in the face of these menacing 20 to 30 men. On the contrary, he would have found it strange if this middle-aged man had no helpers. The more subordinates he had, the higher his status on Zhao Dian's side. There was even a chance that he was Zhao Dian himself. The middle-aged man was now standing close to the door, and the 20 to 30 people who had broken in with their sabers and swords had automatically moved to the left and right of the middle-aged man. The two sides were now in a standoff. The middle-aged man looked at Li Junxian and said, since good sir insists on pestering this you endlessly, don't blame this you for being impolite. After he finished speaking, he looked at the guards beside him and said, when going out to do business, it's inevitable to encounter some bandits. For the sake of safety, this you specially hired some guards. If your excellency is from the government, then please reveal your identity. If your excellency is here to make things difficult for this you, then these guards of mine won't show you any mercy. A hint of derision appeared on Li Junxian's face. Reveal my identity? You still don't have the right to know who I am. In my view, you should stop pretending. If you didn't have firm evidence, I wouldn't have personally led my men here. Tell me, what is your true identity? Where is your leader, Zhao Dian? Zhao Dian? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He had clearly not expected Li Junxian to know his identity. After all, ever since he had infiltrated Taiyuan City, he had been operating in secret. Other than Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan, he had never revealed his identity to anyone else, so how did Li Junxian know his name? He had no idea that the secret letter he had sent to the steppe this morning had already been intercepted by Han Lizheng and brought to Taiyuan City. What leader? This one doesn't know what you're talking about. Come, see the guests out. The middle-aged man was only a few moments stunned before he ordered his men. Please leave. My master does not welcome you. Two saber-wielding soldiers stepped forward and sternly barked at Li Junxian's group. Could you be Zhao Dian? Very good. Li Junxian had noticed the expression on the middle-aged man's face, and he couldn't help but think of a possibility. Thus, he decisively ordered the 100-some cavalry in the room, capture him. Yes. The 8 horsemen in the house answered loudly. Then, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The horsemen drew their weapons and charged at the middle-aged man. You are courting death. The leader of the guards beside the middle-aged man snorted coldly. He was not afraid at all and led a few people to greet them. As the weapons clashed, the room was suddenly filled with the sound of ding-ding-pang-pang. In terms of numbers, Li Junxian's side had no advantage in a battle of 8 against 30, but the 100-some cavalry were the most elite soldiers of the Great Tang, and each one of them was a top-notch expert. In terms of individual strength, the 100-some cavalry had the advantage. In addition, there was limited space in the room, and with so many people, it was very difficult to move freely. If this had been an open area outside the room, the middle-aged man's side would have been able to use their numbers to pincer him. But there was only so much space in the room, and the 30-some of them had basically filled the room. And this was only because the middle-aged man was staying in the most expensive room of Tongfu Inn, the Heaven Room. Compared to the other rooms, this room was not only luxuriously decorated, but it was also large enough. If they had been staying in a shared room, it would have been a problem for them to even squeeze in. Thus, even though they had the advantage in numbers, the middle-aged man's side had not been able to gain much of an advantage. On the contrary, after a few rounds, several of them had been stabbed in the vitals and dropped to the ground. The middle-aged man stood motionless in the doorway, 2 guards on his left and right. Li Junxian also did not move. He was coldly watching the middle-aged man to prevent him from escaping. As for the battle, he was not very worried. Although the 100-some cavalry were not strong enough to fight against 10 or 100, he was confident that his men would be able to deal with an enemy 3 times their size. Sure enough, after the 2 sides fought for more than 10 rounds, the middle-aged man's side was already showing signs of defeat. There were more than 10 people lying on the ground. The 2 guards beside the middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Master. Master, we will escort you to retreat first." In his panic, this fellow had almost let his tongue slip. Li Junxian's sharp ears had picked up on this small slip of the tongue in the chaos, and his eyes brightened. This middle-aged man really was a big fish, and there was a high chance that he was Zhao Dian himself. Thus, Li Junxian wasted no more time. As the saying went, to capture bandits, capture the leader first, he blinked up to the middle-aged man and sneered. "Humph. You want to escape? You won't be able to escape tonight." As he spoke, Li Junxian reached out with his hand to grab the middle-aged man's shoulder. The middle-aged man hastily backed away, but he was far slower than the Grandmaster Li Junxian. As Li Junxian's hand got closer and closer, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the 2 guards at his side attacked. 2 sabers slashed at Li Junxian's arm. If Li Junxian continued forward, he would have been able to grab the middle-aged man before the sabers fell, but once he did, he would not have the time to pull back his arm. Although Li Junxian was a powerful martial artist, he was far from being invulnerable. How could a body of flesh and blood stand against sharp sabers? Thus, Li Junxian chose to retreat for now. At the same time, he unsheathed his sword and brazenly charged at the 2 guards at the middle-aged man's side. Clang clang. Saber and sword clashed. These 2 were only at the Qi transformation realm, so how could they possibly contend against Li Junxian, who had already reached the Grandmaster realm? In just 2 or 3 moves, Li Junxian had found a small flaw in their saber techniques. Once the time was right, he cut their throats with a single slash. While he was fighting with the 2 guards, the middle-aged man was hastily backing away. As the 2 guards fell, clutching their necks, the middle-aged man hastily turned around and ran out of the room. Too powerful. Li Junxian gave him the feeling that he was simply too powerful. Although Xian Yi was also a grandmaster, he was still lacking compared to Li Junxian. In just 2 or 3 moves, he had killed 2 Qi transformation experts. Even if all the 30-some people in the room had attacked together, they probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to Li Junxian. Humph. Li Junxian sneered as he saw the middle-aged man fleeing faster than a rabbit. With a tap of his foot, the middle-aged man felt a gust of wind, and then he saw Li Junxian standing in front of him. "You still want to run? I already said that you won't be going anywhere today. Obediently come back with me," Li Junxian indifferently said. A hint of panic flitted across the middle-aged man's face. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps outside the inn. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's lips as he turned to look at the entrance and then said to Li Junxian, "Eh? Run?" This god never said anything about running. "No matter who you are, all of you will die here today." Li Junxian followed the middle-aged man's gaze and saw that 50 to 60 armed warriors had entered the entrance of the inn. Cough, cough, of course, not all of them were wielding weapons. If one looked carefully, one could see that 10-some of them were unarmed. Chen Fu, who had been assigned by Li Junxian to guard the entrance of the inn, had been forced to retreat into the hall on the first floor of the inn by these 50 to 60 warriors. He was not a grandmaster like Li Junxian, so it was only natural for him to feel uneasy in the face of so many people. Shen Tu, who had been guarding the back gate, had hurried over when he heard the commotion at the front gate, but the 2 of them were still useless against 50 to 60 people. Li Junxian finally understood why the middle-aged man had suddenly become so confident. These 50 to 60 people and the 30-some in the room made for a total of 80 to 90 people. But the 100 horsemen only had 10 people. This made the situation even more difficult to deal with. But Li Junxian was not afraid. On the contrary, he was rather excited. The more people that came to the middle-aged man's rescue, the higher his status. At this moment, he was almost certain that this middle-aged man was Zhao Dian. "Ha! I didn't think that you would have so many subordinates. It seems like you're Zhao Dian." Upon seeing the situation, Li Junxian showed no signs of nervousness. He looked at the middle-aged man and chuckled. Seeing that the situation was settled, the middle-aged man no longer put on an act. He neither admitted nor denied it, but asked, "Just who are you? How did you know of this god's identity?" Although the middle-aged man did not directly admit it, his words were basically a tacit admission that he was Zhao Dian. Li Junxian turned serious and indifferently said, "Remember, the one who captured you today is Li Junxian of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry. As for how this general knew of your identity, you will understand once you follow this general to the yamen." 100 Cavalry. Li Junxian. You're actually Li Junxian? Zhao Dian was flabbergasted by Li Junxian's report of his identity. Not even with Kongming's wisdom could he have predicted that the 100 Cavalry commander of Chang and would suddenly appear in Taiyuan City. In this case, it was no surprise that his identity had been exposed. After all, few people in the world could compare to the 100 Horsemen's ability to gather information. So that's how it is. No wonder shopkeeper's son suddenly disappeared. No wonder you were able to find this place. However, this god came to Taiyuan and managed to take down the 100 Cavalry commander of the Great Tang. That's not a loss. Zhao Dian turned to Li Junxian and sneered. "Humph. Take down? Do you think that victory is already in your grasp?" Li Junxian jeered, "Do you think they're faster, or this general is faster?" As he spoke, Li Junxian vanished. A moment later, he appeared at Zhao Dian's side, one hand clamping down on Zhao Dian's shoulder while the other clamped down on Zhao Dian's neck. The warriors in the hall had no time to react, only enough time to shout, "Brotherly, you're in the middle of nowhere. Lord Guard. Release Lord Guard." Chapter 1940. Qingke, why haven't you gone to bed yet? In Taiyuan Post Station, Iron Egg's room, Iron Egg couldn't help but ask when he saw Li Tai come in. It was almost 8:00 in the evening in modern times. Most people had already eaten dinner and gone to bed. In the post station, other than the Imperial Guards on night patrol and Han Lijeng and the others who went to Wang Kuei's manor near Longshan, the rest of the people had already returned to their rooms after dinner. It can't be helped. The ancient people's biological clocks were like this. Iron Egg was sitting at the table and reading a book. This was the mathematics textbook for the next semester of Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan had already compiled it before he entered the military camp, but it hadn't been printed on a large scale yet. After all, Li Zishuan was his brother-in-law, so Li Zishuan had opened a back door for Iron Egg in this regard. "I can't sleep." Li Tai walked in and sat across from Iron Egg without hesitation. When he saw the book in Iron Egg's hands, he couldn't help but mutter, "Iron Egg, you're not being kind. Everyone is busy working for the telegraph relay station, but you're the only one enjoying the special treatment from the Yamacho. This is unfair competition." Speaking up to this point, little Fatty's face was full of indignation. That look was a bit like a modern school sports meet, where students were all participating in the sports meet on the field, but someone discovered that a student was secretly studying in the classroom. Iron Egg put down the book in his hand and said with a speechless face, "What unfair competition? Master gave me the mathematics textbook for the next semester. It's not like you haven't read it before." It wasn't a secret that he had the mathematics textbook for the next semester. At least, Li Tai, Meng Wenhao, and Qin Huayu already knew about it. Moreover, they had borrowed it from Iron Egg before, and Iron Egg had never rejected it. The world seems to be stable now, but I always feel that it will soon enter an eventful period. As a student of Yanhuang College, I have to follow my master's wishes and establish a heart for the world, a life for the people, and a life for the past. In the second half of the year, when the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks starts, Yanhuang College will definitely not be able to stay out of it. At that time, we might have to run around like we are now. Therefore, I want to use the time every night to prepare for the next semester's classes in advance to avoid falling behind in my studies. Iron Egg suddenly sighed and said softly as he closed the book and placed it on the table. Just as he said, when Li Zixuan founded Yanhuang College, he hoped to cultivate a group of people who were truly useful to the country and the people, not bookworms who only knew how to study. Therefore, whether it was the Battle of Guan City in April, the killing of locusts in June, or the establishment of telegraph relay stations in Taiyuan and Yunzhou, all of these events more or less had the shadow of Yanhuang College's students. As the first batch of students of Yanhuang College, and as Li Zixuan believed, they were the golden generation of Yanhuang College. Iron Egg, Li Tai, and Li Ke's cohort of students had high hopes for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan hoped that not only could they study well in the academy, but that in the process, if the country needed them, the students of the academy had to be there for them. If the Tang Empire's golden age wanted to last forever, it needed too many people who could serve the country. This was the main reason why Li Zixuan risked universal condemnation to establish the engineering school and Yanhuang College. Chapter 1941. Taiyuan was a large city in the north, so the Taiyuan post house wasn't small at all. There were a total of 28 individual buildings in the post house, and each building had a few to over 20 guest rooms. In the dark night, 8 Imperial Army soldiers stood on the roofs of the buildings in the east, west, south, north, southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the courier station. Using the weak light from the stone lanterns in the courtyards of the courier station, the 8 Imperial Army soldiers stood on high points and meticulously scanned the entire courier station. Below them, there would be a group of soldiers patrolling with torches every once in a while. Although Dugu Xian didn't expect Zhao Dian to send people to attack the post house tonight, the defense of the post house didn't relax because of this. There were both open and hidden sentries. If an unknown person broke into the post house, these Imperial Army soldiers on night duty would be able to immediately discover it and issue a warning. This was the Imperial Army. No matter when or where, they wouldn't abandon their superb military discipline. Whoosh! In the night, a thin needle with a cold glow flew straight toward the Imperial Army soldier on the east side of the building. It wasn't daytime, and there was no moon tonight. The Imperial Army soldier on the roof naturally couldn't see this thin needle. However, when the thin needle was about to reach him, he could still feel the turbulence in the air. But at this time, it was already too late for him to dodge. The thin needle silently pierced through the Imperial Army soldier's throat without any reservation. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he clutched his throat and fell straight to the ground. Based on the way he fell, when he hit the ground, he would definitely make a sound and attract the attention of the other troops. But at this moment, a black shadow flew over. Before the Imperial Army soldier fell, he caught the latter's body and gently placed him on the roof. As there was only a faint light in the courtyard and no light on the roof, the fall of this Imperial Army soldier didn't attract the attention of the hidden sentries at the southeast and northeast corners that were closest to him. After putting down the Imperial Army soldier's body, the black shadow didn't stop and headed straight for the hidden sentries at the southeast corner. Whoosh! Whoosh! Using the same method, the black shadow quietly eliminated the 3 hidden sentries that the Imperial Army had placed in the southeast, east, and southwest of the post house in less than 15 minutes. At this point, all the hidden sentries in the east of the post house had been eliminated by the black shadow. It had to be said that this shadow's strength was indeed formidable. The black shadow flew to the east wall of the post house. Below the wall, there were actually more than 100 people hiding. The black shadow said to the people below in a low voice, "The hidden sentries on the east side of the post house have been eliminated. Follow the plan." "Yes." Everyone responded in a low voice. Then, a dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front and back doors of the post house, while the other 90 or so black shadows leaped over the wall and entered the post house. The black shadow flew to the east wall of the post house. Below the wall, there were actually more than 100 people hiding. The black shadow said to the people below in a low voice, "The hidden sentries on the east side of the post house have been eliminated. Follow the plan." "Yes." Everyone responded in a low voice. Then, a dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front and back doors of the post house, while the other 90 or so black shadows leaped over the wall and entered the post house. A dozen or so black shadows rushed to the front and back doors of the post house, while the other 90 or so black shadows leaped over the wall and entered the post house. Chapter 1942. What's going on outside? Outside the room, Dugu Xian called over the guard at the door and asked in a low voice. "General, there's a warning from our brothers at the east of the post house." "General who has already led his men there?" The guard at the door cupped his fists and replied. "I'll go and take a look." Dugu Xian's expression turned grim. "Wang Tong, Guojian, the two of you stay here to ensure His Highness' safety. If the situation turns bad, immediately evacuate with His Highness." The two of them looked at each other, then cupped their fists and said in unison, "General, we'll go with you." They were Dugu Xian's personal guards. Naturally, wherever Dugu Xian went, they would follow. Dugu Xian's expression was cold as he said sternly, "This is a military order. Do the two of you dare to disobey a military order?" Seeing Dugu Xian's anger, Wang Tong and Guojian lowered their heads, not daring to say another word. Dugu Xian tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. This was the sword that had accompanied him in battle for many years, and it had never left his side. However, he had been seriously injured this time and had almost died. Because of the severity of his injuries and the doctor's warning that he could not use martial arts for the time being, his sword had been removed by Dugu Feiying and placed on the sword rack. When he heard the sound of an enemy attack from outside, Dugu Xian had not hesitated and had come out with his sword. As the leader of this army, there was no reason for him to be a coward in the face of a great enemy. "I'll leave this place to the two of you. Remember, even if the two of you lose your lives, you must ensure His Highness' safety." Dugu Xian said in a low voice as he patted Wang Tong's shoulder, then left with his sword. His tone was no longer as stern as before. It was just that his back looked a little tragic and desolate. Dugu Xian had a strong premonition that the enemy tonight was no ordinary person. The guess that Li Tai had mentioned to him earlier might very well be true. Zhao Dian had really gathered all his men to launch a sneak attack on the post house. "Yes, General." The two personal guards felt a little sour in their noses as they looked at Dugu Xian's bleak back and cupped their fists. The location of the incident was actually very close to Dugu Xian's room. It didn't take long for Dugu Xian to arrive at the scene. At that moment, the Imperial Army and a group of unidentified men in black were already engaged in battle. There were many scattered torches on the ground, which meant that they had already lost a lot of men. Only the Imperial Army would carry torches. The people who came to ambush the post house definitely wouldn't have brought their own torches. With the light from the scattered torches on the ground and the stone lanterns in the courtyard, Dugu Xian was able to make out the situation. The other side had around 100 men while the Imperial Army had more than 200. While it seemed like they had the advantage in numbers, the Imperial Army had no advantage in the overall situation. Among the group of black-clothed men, there was a thin and slightly shorter man who was constantly flying through the crowd. Every time he waved his sleeve, there would be a few flashes of silver light. Then, a few Imperial Army soldiers would be killed by those flashes of silver light. He was truly a harvester of human lives. It was as if he had entered a realm where no one could stop him. "It's him." Dugu Xian narrowed his eyes. Although the man was dressed in black and had his face covered, Dugu Xian still recognized him at a glance. It was the masked assassin who had severely injured him in the southern part of the city this morning. The hidden weapons used by the two of them were exactly the same, as well as the way they used them. In the entire Taiyuan city, there was probably no other person who could use hidden weapons to such an extent. Seeing this, Dugu Xian quickly stepped forward, wanting to join the battle. Although he had not yet recovered from his serious injuries, and although Gong's son Liang had warned him not to use force for 7 days, he couldn't just stand by and watch his men get slaughtered in front of him. Not only was there a martial arts master on the other side, but the strength of the rest was also not low. Dugu Xian could clearly see that among the more than 100 men, there were at least 6 or 7 martial arts masters at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. There were nearly a dozen martial arts masters at the late stage of the Qi transformation realm. Although these people were fighting individually on the battlefield without any cooperation, the Imperial Army soldiers without a commander had already been beaten into a daze. There was no need for them to cooperate in battle. The main reason was that Xian Ye's individual strength was too strong. As the only martial arts master on the battlefield, he was like a living king of hell. If he wanted to take someone's life, that person would fall in the next moment. Such tyrannical strength was completely terrifying. Although the Imperial Army soldiers had undergone a long period of training and were not afraid of death, none of them wanted to die in such a humiliating manner. Therefore, under such circumstances, Dugu Xian had no choice but to take the field himself. General. The Imperial Army soldiers at the back were the first to notice Dugu Xian. At first, they were surprised. After all, they had more or less heard about Dugu Xian's injuries. After the surprise, they were ecstatic. A large part of the reason why the Imperial Army was being suppressed and thrown into disarray was because they did not have a commander on their side who could match the top martial arts masters of the enemy. In other words, they did not have a backbone. With Dugu Xian's appearance, this problem was easily solved. This was because in the eyes of the Imperial Army, Dugu Xian was an invincible existence. Even if he had not recovered from his injuries, he was still the spiritual faith of the Imperial Army. Nodding slightly at the Imperial Army soldiers, Dugu Xian quickly walked into the ranks. Circulating qi in his dantian, Dugu Xian roared, "Generals, listen up. Set up the formation. Goose formation." This was a roar that contained qi. At this time, although the courier station was filled with battle cries, Dugu Xian's roar still clearly reached the ears of every Imperial Army soldier. In the morning, he had been severely injured by Xian Yi and had almost died. After a day of recuperation, although Gong's son Liang had ordered him not to fight, this did not mean that he did not have the ability to fight. In truth, after a day of recuperation, Dugu Xian had recovered about 50% of his qi, and he was now able to fight against Xian Yi. But after this battle, he was likely to be even more injured. At best, his cultivation would be damaged, and at worst, he would lose his life. Dugu Xian naturally understood the consequences, but with the enemy before them and Li Tai's safety threatened, he could no longer care so much. He had to fight and buy time for Li Tai to retreat. "Yes, sir." A loud roar instantly woke up the Imperial Army from their stupor. This battle-hardened army immediately had a backbone. The 200 or so Imperial Army soldiers responded loudly. Immediately after, the Imperial Army soldiers that were fighting with Xian Yi and the others quickly broke away from the battle. Then, according to the formation that they had been trained in, they quickly split into 3 rows. The left and right wings were arranged in an echelon formation, forming an inverted V shape. This was the goose formation. The tip of the inverted V was where the strongest fighting force of the Imperial Army was gathered. Dugu Xian was naturally in the middle. In this way, not only could he protect the 2 flanks and the rear, he could also prevent the enemy from circling around. Facing this group of martial arts experts, Dugu Xian wanted to use the goose formation to defend the east side of the courier station. On one hand, he could prevent the enemy's top experts from slaughtering his own soldiers. On the other hand, he could quickly stabilize the situation and buy time for Li Tai's safe retreat. Otherwise, if any of these martial arts experts went around them to find Li Tai, it would be a great threat to Li Tai and Iron Egg. However, he did not know that before he came, someone had already gone around the Imperial Army to find Li Tai. Seeing the Imperial Army get into a battle formation under the command of a young general, the leader of the men in black could not help but frown. This was because he knew that fighting alone was the strength of this group of people, and cooperation in battle formations was the strength of the Imperial Army. Once the Imperial Army got into formation, it would not be easy for them to slaughter the Imperial Army as they had before. The situation of the battle could very well be reversed. After seeing the young general's appearance, the leader of the men in black could not help but sneer. Dugu Xen? Humph. Still want to resist stubbornly? I wonder how much strength you have now. From the voice, who else could this leader be but Xian Yi, who had tried to assassinate Dugu Xen in the morning? You'll know how much strength I have after you try. Dugu Xen's face was flushed. It seemed that he had recovered to his peak condition. He answered Xian Yi indifferently, then raised his sword to the sky and ordered loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 200 Imperial Army soldiers had been suppressed for a long time, and their stomachs were already filled with anger. Dugu Xen's shout of "Kill" completely ignited the flames of vengeance in their hearts. The Imperial Army soldiers all responded loudly, and under Dugu Xen's lead, they charged toward the group of men in black with weapons in hand. In an instant, their momentum was like a rainbow. Dugu Xen's calm and confident tone made Xian Yi feel a little uneasy. For a moment, he couldn't help but start to doubt the poison he had concocted. According to common sense, once his weapon or hidden weapon scratched the enemy, even if the enemy didn't die immediately, they would die within 2 hours of the poison acting up. Dugu Xen had been poisoned by several weapons in the morning, but not only was he completely fine, he was even able to wield his sword. This did not make sense. Could it be that his strength has really recovered completely? But, how is that possible? Xian Yi could not help but think to himself. The reason why more than 100 of them had dared to attack the post house tonight was that they had concluded that Dugu Xen had not yet recovered from his injuries and that his strength was less than 10%. If Dugu Xen had really recovered completely, then their surprise attack tonight would have no chance of success. Xian Ye's heart was in a mess at this moment. Kill. Although Xian Yi had thought so much, it was only a matter of a moment. Seeing Dugu Xen leading the Imperial Army to attack, Xian Yi felt a little uneasy, but he did not show any weakness on the surface. He waved behind him and shouted the word, "Kill," then led the charge toward the Imperial Army. To be precise, he was charging toward Dugu Xen. To capture the thief, one must first capture the king. This was a decisive battle between kings and kings. Chapter 1943. Reporting. Night, Grasslands, Tujue Royal Court. In the evening, the Grassland coalition of 10 tribes launched a fierce offensive against Tuli, causing Tuli to suffer disastrous losses. After Xieli received the battle report, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He specially set up a banquet in the royal court to entertain the 10 tribal chiefs. At this time, the banquet had already ended for quite some time. Xieli was just about to rest when he heard a series of urgent shouts coming from outside the tent. Xieli couldn't help but frown and said, "Come in." Although he didn't like to be disturbed when he was sleeping, Xieli knew in his heart that the soldiers outside the tent dared to come to him at this time. They definitely had urgent military information to report to him. The curtain was lifted. A soldier dressed as a Tujue, but his face looked like a Han, quickly walked in. The soldier came to Xieli's front. His hands tightly clenched a slip of paper. He bowed to Xieli and saluted. Reporting to Khan, Guard Lord sent urgent information from Taiyuan. Khan, please take a look. Finished speaking, he raised the letter in his hands above his head. The soldier's respectful attitude and thorough etiquette made Xieli's heart feel very comfortable. His anger from being disturbed from his rest earlier immediately dissipated a little. Speaking of which, the reason why he wanted to plot against the Central Plains, other than the rich land and abundant natural resources, there was another important reason. The people of the Central Plains had been educated in etiquette for thousands of years. The dynasties of the Central Plains also had a set of strict hierarchical system. Those in lower positions were generally respectful and courteous to those in higher positions. The grassland people, on the other hand, were mostly boorish men who liked to be straightforward. In Xieli's view, these people were all barbarians who needed to accept the education of the Central Plains etiquette. Only in this way could he demonstrate his status and authority. This was also one of the important reasons why he put Zhao Diyan, a Han, in an important position. It was because he wanted to move the system of the Central Plains imperial court and the etiquette and education that had been passed down for thousands of years in the Central Plains to the grasslands. Only in this way could he be like Li heir and become a truly respected emperor. Oh. Urgent information from Zhao Dian? Let this Khan take a look. When he heard that it was an urgent intelligence sent by his trusted minister, Shelley attached great importance to it. He quickly walked up and took the letter from the soldier's hand before opening it and reading it carefully. The Great Tang's Prince of Wei is leading the teachers and students of Yanhuang College to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan. I implore the Great Khan to send a troop of 10,000 wolf riders, to coordinate with the enemy, to take down Taiyuan City, to capture the Great Tang's Prince of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College alive. After reading the contents in his mind, Shili put away the letter and fell into deep thought. Obviously, he was weighing the feasibility of Zhao Dian's plan. After all, not long ago, because he had believed in Wu Jie's plan, he had lost 50,000 elite wolf cavalry on the border of the Great Tang, all of them under his command. In the end, not only had he failed to obtain any of the Academy's secrets, he had even lost soldiers. Now that Zhao Dian had requested him to send troops to infiltrate Great Tang, he had no choice but to be cautious. When did Zhao Dian send out this letter? After thinking for a moment, Shili was still somewhat moved by Zhao Dian's plan. He turned around and asked the soldier. The messenger soldier thought for a moment before replying to the Great Khan. Based on the time, this secret letter should have been sent out by the guard lord this morning. Shelley nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, the soldier seemed to have something to say but hesitated. What else do you have to report? Shelley seemed to have sensed something as he turned his head to look at the messenger soldier and asked. Replying to the Great Khan, according to the usual practice, the guard lord would use 2 carrier pigeons to send 2 letters each time he sent a letter back to prevent any accidents on the way. However, this time, the guard lord sent a carrier pigeon back to the grasslands, but we only received a single carrier pigeon. Chapter 1944. Jia, why did father call you over just now? In a large tent to the west of the Eastern Turkic royal court, a beautiful Turkic woman lifted the curtain and walked in. A tall and mighty black-robed man was seated in front of a couch, wiping a spiked club in his hand. Upon seeing the black-robed man's actions, the woman's cheerful steps suddenly stopped. She stood a few steps in front of the black-robed man and couldn't help but ask. Wu Jia, are you leaving the steppe again? The black-robed man in the tent was none other than the Turkic state teacher, Wu Jia. Last month, after failing to infiltrate the Great Tang and steal the secrets of Yanhuang College, Wu Jia had fled back to the steppe and returned to his old life. Even though Wu Jia and Ashina Shi had lost more than 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry in the battle on the Great Tang border, Wu Jia's terrifying strength and his irreplaceable role on the steppe meant that Xieli had only punished Ashina Shi, and not Wu Jia. At that time, Wu Jia had fought several top experts within the borders of Great Tang, and he had also fought the half-step Grandmaster Xian Qing of Longhu Mountain outside the Dragon Gate. He had suffered some injuries, but after more than a month of recuperation, his injuries had basically healed. Kagan wants me to lead soldiers to Taiyuan tomorrow. Hearing the woman's voice, Wu Jia's action of wiping his mace suddenly stopped, not even bothering to raise his head as he replied faintly in his hoarse voice. Listening to the meaning in his words, when Shili told him to go to the tent just now, it should be to arrange for him to lead 10,000 wolf cavalry to go to Taiyuan and cooperate with Zhao Dian from the inside and outside, to thoroughly take down Taiyuan City. Looking at it this way, Shili had made up his mind to take the risk according to Zhao Dian's plan. What? Father wants you to lead soldiers to the Great Tang again? How can this be? The woman cried out in alarm and then angrily said, last time, when father sent you to Chang'an, you almost didn't return. Although your martial arts are formidable and unparalleled, the people of the Central Plains have a saying that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Moreover, the martial arts world of the Central Plains has as many experts as the clouds. If you are surrounded by them, you will definitely be injured again. Why did father give you such a dangerous mission? No. I have to go find father. After saying this, the woman turned to leave. The woman's full name was Ashina Shuyen. She was the pearl of Shili Kaghan's palm and one of his most beloved daughters. Stop. Seeing that Ashina Shuyen was about to go find Shili, Wu Jia finally raised his head, his back facing Ashina Shuyen as he said, I am the imperial teacher of the great Zhou dynasty, enjoying the worship of tens of thousands of people. It is only right for me to share the burden of the great Khan. Besides, no one can hurt me. This last sentence showed Wu Jia's confidence in his own strength. Even though he was slightly injured when he fought with Xian Qing before the Dragon Gate, he didn't think that Xian Qing's strength was higher than his. It was mainly because he had escaped from Cloud Mountain to the Dragon Gate. Before he fought with Xian Qing, he had already fought with Mo Huai, the bearded guest, Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying, Li Zixuan, and many other top experts. At that time, he had used up more than half of his true qi, which was why he had suffered a small loss in the hands of Xian Qing. If both of them were at their peak, he believed that Xian Qing would be defeated within 100 moves. Ashina Shuyen stopped in her tracks and turned around. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Humph. Father has so many warriors under his command. Why do you have to take the risk? What mission did father send you to Taiyuan for?" As the little princess of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, Ashina Shuyen's loyalty to the Eastern Turkic Khaganate was unquestionable. Therefore, Wu Jia didn't hide it from her. After thinking for a while, he said, half a month ago, Zhao Dian led the wolf guards to sneak into Taiyuan. Now, he and his men are trapped in Taiyuan City. Apart from him, there are also King Wei of Great Tang and some teachers and students from Yanhuang College. The Kaghan wants me to lead a team of wolf guards to sneak into Great Tang and surround Taiyuan City. Together with Zhao Dian, not only can we take down the city, we can also capture King Wei of Great Tang and the teachers and students from Yanhuang College back to the grasslands. What? Father sent you to attack Taiyuan? Ashina Shuyen was shocked when she heard this. She had thought that Shili had sent Wu Jia to infiltrate the Great Tang like the last time, just to carry out a mission to steal information. She had never imagined that Shili would send Wu Jia to attack the Great Tang's largest city in the north, Taiyuan City. That was not the Great Tang's border, but the inner pass. Not to mention the height and thickness of Taiyuan City. If Taiyuan City was besieged, the surrounding provinces and counties would immediately send reinforcements. Shili sending Wu Jia on this mission was no different from sending Wu Jia to his death. How many soldiers did father give you? After coming back to her senses, Ashina Shuyen asked. In Ashina Shuyen's view, to penetrate deep into the heart of the Great Tang's Guangzhong and attack a major city like Taiyuan City, it would be impossible to succeed without at least 100,000 soldiers. 10,000 elite wolf guards. Wu Jia indifferently replied. Then he added, this is Zhao Dian's plan. He has already made arrangements in Taiyuan City. 10,000 soldiers is enough to take down Taiyuan City. Moreover, the situation on the steppe is unstable, and Kaghan is concentrating his forces to encircle Tuli. He can't spare too many men. But when she heard the name Zhao Dian, a hint of anger flashed across Ashina Shuyen's face. She angrily stomped her foot and indignantly said, Zhao Dian. It's that treacherous and hateful Han Zhao Dian again. Father sweat, he must have been possessed by the devil. Ever since he was placed in an important position by father, not only did he bring the hypocritical habits of the Central Plains to the steppe, he also pushed aside all of father's trusted generals. Father's prestige on the steppe is now far inferior to before. Also, Wu Jia, you are the state teacher, the #1 expert of the steppe. Zhao Dian doesn't dare to do anything to you on the surface, but I feel that once his position under father's command is stabilized, he will definitely push you aside just like he did everyone else. Previously, you failed to sneak into Yanhuang College to steal information and then fled to the Great Tang border. Not long after that, Zhao Dian took the initiative to personally infiltrate the Great Tang. I feel that he wants to use this opportunity to prove himself in front of father so that he can replace you in the future. This time, you are leading troops to attack Taiyuan City. Even if you succeed, the credit will not fall to you, but to Zhao Dian. In the words of the Central Plains, you are making a wedding dress for someone else. Hearing this, Wu Jie didn't feel indignant. Instead, he maintained a calm expression. Because Ashina Shu Yan's words had taken a bit too long, Wu Jie had already picked up his mace and continued to wipe his face. After Ashina Shu Yan finished speaking, Wu Jie only gave a faint and then calmed down and continued to busy himself with the matter at hand. Seeing this, Ashina Shu Yan was furious. She couldn't help but walk up to Wu Jie and fiercely stomp her foot. Wu Jie, I've said so much to you, why haven't you responded at all? Wu Jie didn't immediately respond to Ashina Shu Yan. He put down the silk cloth in his hand and carefully examined the mace. After making sure that the stains on it had been wiped clean, he stood up and looked at Ashina Shu Yan. I don't care. I don't care about this contribution. If Zhao Dian wants it, he can take it. But I must go on this trip to the Great Tang, and I have my reasons. I also have my reasons. Hearing the latter half of Wu Jie's words, Ashina Shu Yan couldn't help trembling, her right hand involuntarily stroking her left wrist. Beneath her sleeve was a priceless black carp bracelet of exquisite craftsmanship. The last time they came back from the Great Tang, Wu Jie had told her that he met a little girl in Cloud Mountain who wore the same jade bracelet as her. He had asked her if she knew this girl, but Ashina Shu Yan said she didn't. Since then, there had been some estrangement between the two of them. Now, the relationship between the two of them had become even more estranged. Ashina Shu Yan was clear in her heart that the reason Wu Jie had to go was most likely because of the girl who wore the same bracelet as her. In addition, I also want to know who I am. Wu Jie picked up his mace and was about to walk out of the tent, but just as he was about to reach the entrance, he suddenly stopped and muttered to himself before opening the tent's curtain and walking out. Inside the tent, when she heard Wu Jie's last sentence, Ashina Shu Yan's face suddenly turned pale and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes, as if she had foreseen something terrible was about to happen. Wu Jie's sentence seemed to have no beginning or end, but it also seemed to have a deep meaning. The amount of information contained in it was too much. Wu Jie. Wu Jie. After a long while, she finally came back to her senses, then quickly turned and ran out of the tent, frantically calling Wu Jie's name. Southeast of the grassland, Tuli's troops, Tang Jian's tent. At this time, Tang Jian was sitting at the table, reading a book and drinking tea leisurely. The book was a good book, and the tea was naturally good tea. It was the immortal tea that was currently popular in the Great Tang, and countless rich people fought over it. This thing was not available in the grassland because the people of the grassland basically didn't like to drink tea. Besides, even if they liked to drink tea, they couldn't buy tea leaves like the immortal tea. After all, this thing was in short supply in the Great Tang. These tea leaves were naturally brought over by Tang Jian from the Great Tang. If he didn't drink it now, it would only benefit Tuli and Ni Shu Tua. Grand Duke, you still have the leisure to read and drink tea? At this time, a tall man with sword-like eyebrows walked in and saw Tang Jian leisurely sitting at the table. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This man was the captain of the guards who escorted Tang Jian to the grassland, Yu Minghu. Oh. Minghu, you're here? Hearing this voice, Tang Jian put down the book in his hand, raised his head, and smiled indifferently. What's wrong? What happened? Now that we're all alive and well, why can't this old man have the leisure to read and drink tea? Chapter 1945. Right now, we are indeed still alive. But if this continues, I estimate that in 2 days, our heads will be separated from our bodies. Southeast of the grassland, Tuli's troops, Tang Jian's tent. Yu Minghu looked at the leisurely Tang Jian and helplessly smiled. Tang Jian still had a leisurely attitude. Hearing this, he asked with a smile, why do you say that, Minghu? Compared to the other courtiers in the current court, in terms of intelligence, Tang Jian might not be as good as Fang Xianling and Zhangsun Wuji. In terms of decisiveness, he might not be as good as Du Ruhui. In terms of honesty, he might not even be as good as Wei Zheng. But regardless of whether he was in good times or bad, Tang Jian was always able to maintain an optimistic attitude. It was this optimistic attitude, coupled with his unique vision, that allowed him to have a place for himself in the imperial court of the early Tang dynasty, where the stars were shining brightly. Yu Minghu was not as well-mannered as Tang Jian. He said worriedly, "Today, Tuli suffered a defeat. He and his trusted generals want to vent their anger on Duke. But according to this subordinate's estimation, in the next few days, Tuli will suffer even more defeats. According to their nature, I'm afraid that when the time comes, they will make things even more difficult for us." At this point, Yu Minghu deliberately paused. Seeing that there was still no reaction on Tang Jian's face, he could not help but continue. "In today's battle, Tuli's troops lost 40,000 troops. Moreover, according to this subordinate's knowledge, the ones besieging Tuli's troops were only the other tribes of the grassland that rely on Xieli. They were not Xieli's elite wolf riders. Although there are still 2 days left until the 8th month, this subordinate estimates that if the 10-tribe coalition cannot completely take down Tuli's troops by tomorrow night, on the last day of the 7th month, Xieli will definitely gather his elite wolf riders and launch an all-out attack on Tuli's troops. Xieli has been able to control the grassland tribes for the past few years. The wolf riders under his command have unparalleled fighting strength. Moreover, the Turkic state preceptor, Wu Jia, is an expert of the great Grandmaster realm. If he also participates in the battle, Tuli's troops will definitely not last a day. At that time, even if Tuli does not kill us, if we fall into Xieli's hands, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to survive." As a warrior, Yu Minghu was even more aware than Tang Jian of the terror of a martial grandmaster expert. Although no matter how powerful a warrior was, he would not be able to defeat a well-trained army. However, if an expert like a martial grandmaster were to lead an army and personally lead this army into battle, then the combat power of this army would be raised by several levels. With the current situation of Tuli's troops, if Wu Jia were to lead a 10,000-man wolf cavalry army to attack, Tuli would never be able to resist. In the end, Xieli didn't want to consume his strength right now. Wu Jia and the wolf riders were his trump cards, and until the last moment, he wouldn't use them easily. Wu Jia, is that Wu Jia who snuck into Cloud Mountain alone and led the Turkic wolf cavalry outside Longmen Pass to escape the encirclement of the Great Tang's 4 provinces? Hearing the name Wu Jia, Tang Jian's expression finally changed, raising his head and asking meaningfully. Yu Minghu nodded and replied, "It is that person." This subordinate heard that Wu Jia was able to resist Mo Huai and Zhang Zhongjian, 2 peak grandmaster experts, and smoothly escape from the encirclement of the imperial army. Later, the Marquis of Yong led an army to stop Wu Jia at Longmen Pass, but he was unexpectedly heavily injured. In the end, it was Daoist Master Xian Qing of Longhu Mountain who arrived in time to stop Wu Jia and the Turkic wolf cavalry. Otherwise, Longmen Pass would have been defeated. This person's martial arts are so high that he is probably invincible in the world. If he personally led an army to attack Tuli's troops, I'm afraid that the defenses here would collapse in an instant. Thus, Grand Duke, we must make plans as soon as possible. Tang Jian furrowed his brow in silence. He was not a member of the martial arts world, but he was born into a noble family, had experienced troubled times, and had mingled in the imperial court. He had some understanding of martial arts, so he naturally understood what Yu Minghu was saying. After a moment of silence, Tang Jian spoke. "Make plans as soon as possible? We came to the grasslands with the Emperor's mandate. If we don't complete the mission, how can we face His Majesty? The only thing we can do now is to firmly believe that frost will fall on the grasslands in the next 2 days. Other than that, we have no other choice." Speaking of this, Tang Jian's eyes revealed a sense of determination. He said in a deep voice, "Moreover, this old man believes in His Majesty. I believe that the prophecy of frost falling in July will come true." During the late Sui dynasty, Tang Jian and Li Er were very good friends. The two of them had similar interests and were close friends. They regarded each other as confidants. Although they were now monarchs and ministers, Tang Jian still trusted Li Er unconditionally. Li Er naturally also trusted his old friend. Otherwise, he would not have handed over such an important task to Tang Jian. If the prophecy of frost falling in midsummer at the end of July came true, for Tang Jian, their purpose of coming to the grasslands would be more than half completed. When that time came, rumors about Shili's misconduct caused longevity heaven's wrath would spread in all tribes of the grasslands. Those tribes of the grasslands who were originally disloyal to Shili would probably rise up and resist Shili's tyranny together. Pay attention to the news from Shili's side. If he really does send Wu Jie to personally lead an army to encircle and annihilate Tuli's troops, we have to remind Tuli to make preparations. Tang Jian sighed and gave Yu Minghu an order. Yes, Duke. Yu Minghu naturally left to carry out the order. Taiyuan City, Tongfu Inn. Guard Lord? It seems like your status in the grasslands is not low. Earlier, when the 50 to 60 people had suddenly charged into the inn, Li Junxian had immediately dashed forward and grabbed the nearby Zhao Dian. At this moment, hearing the cries of the warriors downstairs, Li Junxian gripped Zhao Dian's neck and coldly laughed. Although his neck was gripped, Zhao Dian did not appear very panicked. He lightly snorted and mocked. I didn't think that the Grand Commander of 100 Cavalry, a Grandmaster expert, would actually take this Zhao, a scholar who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, hostage. Should I say that Commander Li is lacking in grace, or is he lacking in martial virtue? What a fine lacking in martial virtue. Anyone else might have been goaded into letting Zhao Dian go, but Li Junxian was different. Although he was a grandmaster, he was a member of the imperial court, not a member of the martial arts world. For him, completing the mission given by the imperial court was his #1 priority. As for martial virtue, was letting Zhao Dian go and having his 700 subordinates fight with 80 to 90 people a matter of martial virtue? Say what you want. Li Junxian nonchalantly chuckled, and then he threatened, this general will not let his subordinates throw away their lives. Immediately have your men put down their weapons and surrender, or else. His right hand tightened around Zhao Dian's neck, and Zhao Dian immediately found it difficult to breathe. A few moments later, this fellow's face turned red. It was clear that Li Junxian had not used any small amount of strength. Ugh, Zhao Dian couldn't help but groan and slap away Li Junxian's right hand. Seeing this, Li Junxian slightly loosened his grip, and Zhao Dian hurriedly covered his neck with his hand and began to violently cough. Cough, cough. Commander Li truly has a good plan, but this Zhao will not let his subordinates surrender. At worst, we'll just die together. Haha. If I can kill a commander of 100 Tang cavalry, this Zhao Dian's life will be worth it. Contrary to Li Junxian's expectations, Zhao Dian was not intimidated by Li Junxian's threat. On the contrary, he was even more vicious than Li Junxian. After mocking Li Junxian, Zhao Dian looked down at his subordinates and shouted, "Kill, don't worry about this god." Li Junxian couldn't help but be taken aback. Zhao Dian's subordinates downstairs were also slightly stunned when they heard this. Everyone hesitated to move forward because although Zhao Dian had shouted this, if they really rashly went forward and caused Zhao Dian to lose his life, then what would be left for them after returning to the grassland would still be a dead end. Li Junxian's eyes narrowed as he slightly clenched his right hand. At the same time, he warily and threateningly glared at the warriors downstairs. For a moment, the two sides were in a standoff. Zhao Dian's men did not dare to recklessly step forward, while Li Junxian's men naturally would not attack for no reason. This was because while none of Zhao Dian's subordinates were top-class experts at the Grandmaster realm, the vast majority were at the Qi transformation realm. In terms of numbers, Zhao Dian's men had the absolute advantage. If they ignored Zhao Dian's life and attacked together, Li Junxian's men would not be able to hold, not even if Li Junxian was a Grandmaster. In this situation, Grandmasters were not invincible existences. While Li Junxian could take on 10 of these Qi transformation experts alone, he could not take on 80 or 90 of them. Perhaps only a Grandmaster like Wu Jie could do this. Therefore, neither side dared to act rashly for the time being. This stalemate required a third force to break the stalemate. But this stalemate was completely acceptable to Zhao Dian. He had remained at the inn precisely to buy time for Xian Yi and Celestial Eagle to attack the post house. In truth, he had not known that the cavalry that had come to the inn was led by Li Junxian. Now that he knew, he could only rejoice. If he had not used himself as bait and sent 10 some people to stop Li Junxian's men, there was a high chance that Li Juanxian's cavalry would have been able to effortlessly deal with them. And after dealing with his men, Li Juanxian's men would have continued to pursue Xian Yi, Celestial Eagle, and the rest of the group that had attacked the post house. In that case, his plan would have been completely exposed. Right now, all he needed to do was delay Li Junxian until Xian Yi succeeded. At that time, even if he was captured by Li Junxian, it would be fine, because Li Tai would already be in their hands. The offensive and defensive positions would be reversed. Chapter 1946. Quick! Quick! In the darkness of the night, a group of over 100 people held torches as they galloped south on the main street of Taiyuan City. Their speed was very fast. Everywhere they passed, smoke and dust flew up. When the heavy horse hooves hit the green stone road, it made a noise, waking countless people who had already fallen asleep along the way. The bailiffs who were patrolling the streets at night also noticed the loud noise, but before they could get close, the other party had already galloped far away on their horses. How could their 2 legs catch up to the 4 legs of the other party? They could only look at the other party's back and sigh helplessly. Motherf asterisk Ker, where did this group come from? Galloping horses in the city at night, do they still want to live? Boss, should we report to the provincial governor and send people to arrest them? A group of bailiffs looked at the departing figures of the group, and one of them cursed. This is already the 3rd group. But the first 2 groups were the Imperial Army and the soldiers of the Bing Province barracks. This group looks like ordinary people. Another person chimed in. Pa! Pa! The leader of the bailiffs angrily slapped the 2 of them on the head and said, "Don't worry. All of you, shut up. Which ordinary family can afford to raise so many horses? Who dares to gallop on the streets at night in defiance of the curfew? This matter is not something we can deal with. Just report it to the provincial governor. Continue patrolling. Tonight is not peaceful, so keep your eyes open. Do you understand?" "Yes." The bailiffs roared in response. Just as the leader of the bailiffs had said, Taiyuan City was not destined to be peaceful tonight. First, Dugu Feiying led the Imperial Army from the north to the south. Then, Fang Gongting led several hundred cavalry from the Bing Province barracks in the northwest to the southeast. Now, another group of people had appeared out of nowhere and were heading south. These people treated the curfew policy of Taiyuan City as nothing, but at the same time, it was clear that these people were not ordinary people. After all, how could ordinary people be so bold? Moreover, the leader of the bailiffs had clearly seen this group of people coming from the direction of the Wang clan's ancestral home. This meant that this group was very likely from the Wang clan. Although they were bailiffs of the provincial government, they could not afford to offend the Wang clan. The leader of the bailiffs had guessed correctly. This group of people was the Wang family's hidden guards. The leader was the commander of the Wang family's hidden guards, Wang Qinggu. They had rushed to the Tongfu Inn under Wang Yu's orders. Firstly, they wanted to capture the innkeeper, Sun Dafu, or the owner, Gao Yong. Secondly, they wanted to see if Wang Li and the others were hiding in the inn. In terms of time, Wang Yu and Li Junxian had decided to send their men to Tongfu Inn at almost the same time, but in terms of distance, Li Junxian's temporary base in Taiyuan City was 4 to 5 times closer to Tongfu Inn than the Wang clan's ancestral residence. Thus, while Li Junxian's men were already fighting with Zhao Dian's men in the inn, Wang Qingwu's men were still on their way. But the arrival of Wang Qingwu's men was likely to be the key to breaking the stalemate in the inn. Within Tongfu Inn, both sides stood on opposite sides. Li Junxian's men had retreated to the corridor on the 2nd floor while Zhao Dian's men stood in the main hall on the 1st floor. As for Zhao Dian himself, he was naturally under Li Junxian's control. Chapter 1947. I am Wang Qinggu, commander of the Wang clan guard. Who is good, sir? Do you know where shopkeeper Sun is? Within Tongfu Inn, Wang Qinggu followed Li Junxian's voice to the corridor on the 2nd floor. As he examined Li Junxian, he couldn't help but grimace. Although the man in the corridor didn't seem very old, he couldn't see through his cultivation level. What did this mean? This meant that this man was probably as strong as he was. Since when did Taiyuan City have another martial arts master of the Grandmaster realm? Wang Qingguo couldn't help but be confused. There were many martial artists in the world who were at the Qi transformation realm and below, but those who reached the Grandmaster realm were all renowned figures or great generals of the imperial court. The number of Grandmasters in each region could be counted on one hand, so Wang Qingguo wasn't making a fuss over nothing. So it was Commander Wang of the Wang clan. Li Juanxian's eyes flashed upon hearing Wang Qingguo's identity, and he couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. Based on the information the 100 Horsemen had gathered, Wang Qingguo was a member of the Wang clan's main branch, and the Wang clan's main branch and second branch were not on the same side. On the way to the inn, he had received news that Wang Kuei had fled in fear of punishment and that the entire Wang clan was searching for him. Although he didn't know why Wang Qingguo had brought people to Tongfu Inn, if Wang Qingguo wasn't working with Wang Kuei and Zhao Dian, then this was good news. With these thoughts in mind, Li Junxian turned to Wang Qingguo and said, "This general is 100 Horseman Li Junxian, and I have been ordered by the emperor to secretly protect His Highness King of Wei in Taiyuan City. Commander Wang, these people are all spies hiding in Taiyuan City, and their leader is Zhao Dian. Commander Wang, you've come at just the right time. Why don't you help this general capture these people and send them to the provincial governor's residence?" Although he had sent someone to the provincial governor's office to ask for help in advance, the provincial governor's office was far away from the inn. It would take some time for the reinforcements from the provincial governor's office to arrive. No one knew what the situation would be like then. Rather than that, it was better to borrow the Wang clan's forces to capture Zhao Dian's group. What? Zhao Dian? Wang Qingguo's pupils constricted at the name, Zhao Dian. Before nightfall, Dugu Xian had personally visited the Wang clan to inform Wang Yu of the secret letter that Han Lijing had brought to Taiyuan City and had asked Wang Yu to search the city for Zhao Dian. Wang Qingguo was one of Wang Yu's trusted aides, knew that all this turmoil in Taiyuan City was Zhao Dian's work. Thus, when he heard Li Juanxian's report that Zhao's group, Wang's report, was Li's, so when he heard Li's that was SSS, his people's clan's group S's was Li S was S he Wang S St Li St Wang S duets S the group of Wang family dark guards roared in agreement, then all of them drew their weapons and charged towards Zhao Dian's subordinates. Chapter 1948. Taiyuan Courier Station. A major battle was on the verge of breaking out. The imperial army was fighting against Xian Yi and the other Turkic spies on the eastern side of the courier station. The imperial army, under Dugu Xian's command, had already assumed the shape of a goose. As the strongest of the imperial army, Dugu Xian naturally stood at the very center of the formation. His direct opponent was the strongest of the enemy, Xian Yi. In terms of martial arts, both Dugu Xian and Xian Yi were at the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm. Dugu Xian's advantage lay in his exquisite swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship, there were no more than 10 people in the world who could defeat him. On the other hand, Xian Yi's advantage lay in his bizarre movement techniques and his innumerable sneak attacks. This morning, Dugu Xian had fought with Xian Yi in the southern part of the city. But at the time, Xian Yi's side had outnumbered him, and they had even used hidden weapons, poisons, and all sorts of underhanded sneak attacks. Only then had Dugu Xian been defeated and heavily injured. In a direct confrontation, Xian Yi might not have been a match for Dugu Xian. But there were no ifs in this world. In a confrontation between two armies, the most important thing was the final outcome, not the methods used in the process. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. For Dugu Xian and Xian Yi, this was a battle where one of them would die. Only the victor could survive. However, Dugu Xian had yet to recover from his injuries, and he could only use 50% of his strength at most. As a result, his chances of victory were extremely slim. Clang! Dugu Xian raised the sword in his hand and poured his true qi into it. The sword hummed with a clang. This sword had a spirit, and the Dugu clan had invited the master swordsmith Zhang Crow to forge it. Although it was not as famous as the Crow 9 swords, it was still extremely sharp. Ever since Dugu Xian had made some small achievements in martial arts, this sword had always been by his side. The sword had no name, but the experts who had fallen to it were all top-notch experts who had long been famous. At this moment, this sword seemed to be able to sense the resolve in its master's heart. As the sword hummed, it began to tremble. This was excitement, or perhaps anxiety. Because he had been recovering from his injuries, Dugu Xian was not wearing armor, only a white robe and a black cloak. At this moment, Dugu Xian's long hair and cloak fluttered despite the lack of wind. A moment ago, he had looked like a weak and wounded soldier, but now, as he raised his sword and poured true chi into it, his aura quickly reached its peak. In terms of aura, he was no weaker than when he was at his peak. Sensing Dugu Xian's rapidly rising aura, Xian Yi could not help but be shocked. Has Dugu Xian really recovered his full strength? This didn't make any sense. Even if all the poison he had left in Dugu Xian's body had been cured by Gong Sun Liang, Dugu Xian could not have recovered to his peak state so quickly, unless he was a celestial immortal who was impervious to all poisons. Solitary wind swordsmanship. Xian Ye's mood was very complicated at this moment. He found it hard to believe, but Dugu Xian did not give him the chance to continue thinking. Dugu Xian stomped on the ground and soared into the air. His left hand formed a sword seal, and his right hand held the sword as he executed a series of complex sword moves. His speed in the air skyrocketed again, and he and his sword were like a stream of light in the night sky, stabbing straight at Xian Yi. This was the Dugu clan's sword technique, the solitary wind swordsmanship. In terms of sword moves, the solitary wind swordsmanship was not as exquisite as the Dugu 9 swords, but Dugu Xian had been practicing this sword technique for more than 10 years and had long reached the point of mastery. There was no absolute good or bad sword technique in this world. Once a sword technique reached the point of mastery, its power could not be underestimated. The main reason Dugu Xian had been able to use the first 7 moves of the solitary wind swordsmanship in such a short time was that this sword technique had already been deeply ingrained in his bones. He could create sword moves with just a wave of his hand. Secondly, when Li Zixuan had deduced the sword moves of the Dugu 9 swords and taught them to Dugu Xian had discovered that his solitary wind swordsmanship had some similarities with the Dugu 9 swords. The two complemented each other, and the solitary wind swordsmanship that Dugu Xian was using had been improved, and its power was far greater than before. Fast. Dugu Xian was originally only about 60 meters away from Xian Yi, but he had become one with his sword. Under the stimulation of his sword move, he and his sword were as fast as flowing light. The distance of 60 meters was covered in an instant. Before Xian Yi could recover from the shock on his face, Dugu Xian's sword had already arrived. Dugu Xian, who had yet to recover from his heavy injuries and had lost much of his strength, had chosen to take the initiative and attack. Moreover, his first attack was a sure kill strike without any fancy moves. Before this, who could have imagined that Dugu Xian would attack in such a domineering and powerful manner? The Imperial Army soldiers were dumbfounded. Dugu Xian had been ambushed in the southern part of the city in the morning. He had been poisoned and severely injured, and he had almost died. Almost all the Imperial Army soldiers knew about this. In their view, after a day of recuperation, Dugu Xian had at most recovered a portion of his strength. There was no way he could have returned to his peak condition. But what was the situation now? The chilling sword aura that was wreaking havoc around Dugu Xian did not seem like something that a heavily injured person should be able to exude. The Turkic spies behind Xian Yi were also dumbfounded. Before they came to the post house, hadn't Xiao Dian and Xian Yi said that Dugu Xian had been heavily injured and was an arrow at the end of its flight? But the strength that Dugu Xian was displaying now did not seem like an arrow at the end of its flight at all. Roar. Although Dugu Xian's attack was very fast and caught him off guard, Xian Yi was a grandmaster expert, after all. After a brief moment of shock, Xian Yi roared under the powerful threat of death. He did not draw his sword to block Dugu Xian's attack. Instead, he chose to retreat with all his might. Dugu Xian had gathered all his strength in this attack, and his sword momentum had already reached great mastery. Xian Yi did not dare to meet this attack head-on in a hurry. Moreover, he was best at assassination and hidden weapons, not head-on combat. Therefore, his only choice now was to retreat and avoid the attack for the time being. When Dugu Xian's attack failed and he switched to another move, he would strike again and deal the fatal blow. Xian Ye's lightness technique was superior to Dugu Xian's in the first place. Even though he had launched his attack after Dugu Xian's, he still managed to narrowly avoid Dugu Xian's sure-kill strike. However, even though he managed to dodge, the other Turkic spies standing beside and behind him were not so lucky. Dugu Xian's attack was ferocious and indomitable. The surging sword aura around the sword was like a tangible blade, slashing directly at the people standing near Xian Yi. Almost all the Turkic spies who did not manage to escape in time were injured by Dugu Xian's sword aura. In the blink of an eye, all 12 Turkic spies were injured and lying on the ground. What a pity, Dugu Xian shook his head slightly as he looked at the result of his attack. He could not help but feel disappointed. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for him to use that attack in his current state. However, the unprecedented desperate situation had stimulated his body's huge potential. In addition, he had mobilized almost all the true qi in his body to use the first 7 moves of the Lonely Wind sword technique. That was why the power of that attack was so terrifying. Dugu Xian was well aware of his own situation. He knew that in his current state, he had no chance of defeating Xian Yi if he attacked normally. He could not afford to waste his true qi. Dugu Xian had planned to take advantage of the fact that Xian Yi was not fully prepared to deal him a powerful attack. If this attack could seriously injure Xian Yi, then the rest of the imperial army would be dealt with by themselves. There would be no need for him to do anything at all. However, Xian Yi had actually managed to dodge his sure-kill attack. That made things even more troublesome. On one hand, Xian Yi would definitely be on guard after that attack. Even if he used the same move again, he would not be able to injure Xian Yi in the slightest. On the other hand, that attack had used up most of his true qi. It would be very difficult for him to use another attack of the same power. Swish 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 swish. Xian Yi, who had dodged Dugu Xian's sure-kill attack, could not help but be shocked and enraged when he saw this scene. One had to know that he and Sky Eagle had brought people to ambush the post house, and they were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Now that Dugu Xian had directly injured more than 10 of them, they were even more disadvantaged in terms of numbers. If Dugu Xian swung his sword a few more times, wouldn't all of his men be cut down to the ground? In the end, he would be the only commander without an army left on the battlefield. He could not allow Dugu Xian to slaughter his men wantonly. Shocked and enraged, Xian Yi did not stop after stabilizing himself. With a flick of his sleeves, 5 thin needles shimmering with cold light flew toward different parts of Dugu Xian's body. The speed of the needles flying through the air was even faster than when Dugu Xian had become one with his sword. Using offense as defense, he wanted to restrain Dugu Xian with a sharp attack so that the martial artists on his side who were below the Grandmaster realm would not be killed by Dugu Xian, a Grandmaster expert. Dugu Xian, who had already suffered in the south of the city in the morning, knew that Xian Ye's 5 needles must have been smeared with poison. Naturally, he did not dare to take them head-on. However, the 5 needles that Xian Yi had thrown out were coming from different directions, almost sealing off all his escape routes. It was impossible for him to rely on his body movement to dodge these 5 poison needles. 9 strategies of the Dugu sword, arrow-breaking style. Dugu Xian did not hesitate in the face of these 5 needles. He swung his sword and used the arrow-breaking style of the 9 strategies of the Dugu sword, which was specially designed to deal with hidden weapons. There was a flash of sword light in the air, and the 5 needles that came from different directions were all hit by Dugu Xian. Ding, ding, ding. The needles fell to the limestone floor with crisp sounds. Xian Ye's sneak attack had also failed. Chapter 1949. Let's go together. Use all the skills you're best at and end the battle quickly. Xian Yi was not discouraged by the failure of his sneak attack, because Dugu Xian seemed to have recovered to his peak state. Although he did not understand why, he had to admit it when the truth was right in front of him. Therefore, In order to prevent the situation from worsening, Xianyi did not intend to continue fighting Dugu Xian alone. He roared at his men around him. Zhao Dian's men had not only gone through harsh and cruel training, but most of them were notorious scum of the martial arts world in the Central Plains before they joined the Turks. Each of them was more vicious than the other. In terms of head-on strength, they might not be as good as the Imperial Army, but in terms of sneak attacks, the Imperial Army was far inferior to them. And tonight's darkness was the best cover for their sneak attacks. Yes, sir. The men around Xianyi answered loudly and then scattered. Those who were good at lightness skills simply jumped onto the roof. The 100 or so men spread out in a fan shape. Obviously, they understood what Xianyi meant. Faced with the Imperial Army that had already set up a formation, if they charged at them together, they would only be killed. Only by spreading out and disrupting the Imperial Army's formation with some sneak attacks could they possibly break the formation. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, all kinds of hidden weapons, such as hidden arrows, flying daggers, and poisonous needles, were shot out in all directions toward the Imperial Army that had set up a formation. Other than that, a few of them lit up balls with fire and threw them at the Imperial Army. Immediately, thick smoke rose from the Imperial Army's position. Clank! 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 Metal clanked. The hidden weapons such as hidden arrows, flying daggers, and poisonous needles thrown by the Turkic spies did not cause much damage to the Imperial Guards. After all, the Imperial Guards were one of the most elite troops in Chang'an. They were dedicated to guarding the Imperial Palace. Every Imperial Guard was wearing excellent Mingguang armor. Ordinary swords and sabers could not penetrate their armor, let alone hidden arrows and flying daggers. Unless these hidden weapons happened to pierce the gaps between the joints of the armor, or directly hit the faces of the Imperial Guards. Physical attacks wouldn't work, but magical attacks would. The incense that the Turkic spies had thrown at the Imperial Army was clearly incense capable of releasing poisonous smoke. The Mingguang armor worn by the Imperial Army could block the attacks of ordinary hidden weapons, but it could not block the pervasive poisonous smoke. Everyone, cover your noses and mouths. We'll form teams of 3 and help each other. Don't let anyone pass. Dugu Xian had truly been caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. His original plan had been to use his life to hold down Xianyi and leave the rest of the small fries to his Imperial Army. Although these Turkic spies were all powerful martial artists, the Imperial Army was skilled in battle formations. Once they were in formation, the Turkic spies would never be able to defeat the Imperial Army, even if they were twice as numerous. However, who would have thought that Xianyi wouldn't play by the rules at all? He directly ordered everyone to scatter and fight on their own. Moreover, he used some dirty tricks. Therefore, he hurriedly shouted. Chapter 1950. 9 Swords of Dugu, Sword-Breaking Style. Taiyuan Courier Station, East Side. Dugu Xian gritted his teeth in the face of the dozen or so bolts of sword chi flying toward him. Mustering the remaining true chi in his body, he leaped into the air with his sword and executed the most complex and exquisite sword-breaking style of the 9 Swords of Dugu. The essence of the 9 Swords of Dugu was that the moment one saw a flaw in the opponent's moves, one would exploit it to strike first. Although Dugu Xian's 9 Swords of Dugu was not as proficient as his solitary wind swordsmanship, he had already grasped the sword will of the 9 Swords of Dugu. The 9 Swords of Dugu was a set of swordsmanship that placed great emphasis on sword will. The crux of it was the sword will and not the moves. In that instant, Dugu Xian had seen through the flaws in the swordsmanship of the dozen or so people. Infusing true chi into his sword, he executed the Dugu family's unique lightness technique and flew toward the Turkic spy at the very front. His speed was extremely fast. Seeing that Dugu Xian was advancing instead of retreating in the face of their attacks, the Turkic spy was first stunned, then overjoyed. But in the next moment, the joy on his face froze. Because Dugu Xian's sword had already arrived. This Turkic spy loved to advance prematurely, so he was at the very front. Moreover, the sword move he executed was also a sure kill move that only attacked and did not defend. Thus, the area around his left rib was completely exposed to the opponent. Dugu Xien arrived in front of the Turkic spy. With a flash, he dodged the other party's attack and turned to stab his sword at the other party's left rib. With the Turkic spy's current position, there was no way he could save him in time. Splat! This was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. The sword in Dugu Xian's hand pierced through the Turkic spy's left rib and into his heart without any hindrance. Ah! The Turkic spy was only halfway through his wretched howl before he breathed his last and plummeted from the sky. Xian Yi, who was rushing towards Dugu Xian, and the others behind him all sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this, and they couldn't help but slow down their advance. Fast. Too fast. From the moment he swung his sword to the moment he killed his opponent, it took less than 2 breaths of time. In other words, it was only the time of one move. Before this, who would have thought that Dugu Xian would be able to kill a martial arts expert at the peak of Qi transforming stage in a single move? Didn't they say that Dugu Xian was heavily injured and had less than 1/10 of his strength left? But why was this guy even more ferocious than before? In fact, it was not that Dugu Xian had become stronger. On the contrary, his current state of strength was far inferior to when he had not been injured in the morning. There was no doubt about this. His current state only looked very fierce, but only he knew the actual state of his body. Whether it was injuring more than a dozen Turkic spies with a single sword or killing a Qi transformation stage expert with a single move, Dugu Xian had done it under the premise of overdrawing his own life potential. In addition, the solitary 9 swords and solitary wind swordsmanship were indeed exquisite and peerless supreme swordsmanship, and he had to pay a heavy price for it. Bam! The Turkic spy whose heart had been pierced by Dugu Xian's sword fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Dugu Xian also landed on the roof. However, if one were to look closely, one would be able to see that his body was a little unstable at this moment. However, the night was very dark. Although there were many scattered torches on the ground, the light on the roof was still very poor. Thus, Xian Yi and the others did not notice this detail. Who else? Bring it on if you don't want to die. I, Dugu Xian, will accompany you to the end. Dugu Xian roared as he faced Xian Yi and the others with his sword in hand. There was a hint of heroism and arrogance in his voice. Apart from that, there was also a hint of the sorrow of a hero at the end of his road. Dugu Xian knew that he was truly an arrow at the end of its flight. He could not hold on for much longer. If the other party charged at him without regard for anything else, he would probably only be able to last a few rounds at most. However, the people behind Xian Yi were frightened out of their wits by Dugu Xian's arrogant roar. They all stopped their attacks and landed on the roof. Xian Yi was enraged when he saw this. He roared angrily and said, "You bastard!" He roared, "A bunch of idiots. He's just scaring you. Are you so easily frightened? Even if he wasn't injured, even if he was in peak condition, he still wouldn't be a match for us. All of you, attack together and finish him off as quickly as possible. Kill anyone who dares to take another step back." Xian Yi couldn't be blamed for being so angry. The situation on the battlefield was truly very unfavorable for them. Their 10-some experts were being held back by Dugu Xian alone while the rest of them were fighting with the 200-some Imperial Army soldiers. The Imperial Army soldiers were in groups of 3, helping each other out. Their coordination was ingenious, and they fought very methodically. As a result, Xian Yi's men were at a complete disadvantage. In just a few moments, several of their men had already died at the hands of the Imperial Army. In such a situation, every time they lost a man, the pressure on the survivors would increase. This was because the Imperial Army soldiers who had been besieging Dugu Xian would go and help the other Imperial Army soldiers who were still fighting after they were freed up. This was a chain effect. Once they were at a disadvantage, it would only get worse and worse until all of them died here. Yes. The people behind Xian Yi couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, but they quickly reacted. That's right. Didn't they already defeat Dugu Xian in the south of the city when he wasn't injured? Although they didn't know why Dugu Xian looked so fierce now, it was impossible for him to have recovered from the injuries he suffered in the morning. As such, their chances of defeating Dugu Xian again would be even higher. That's right, these people were the ones who had followed Xian Yi in the morning to ambush and injure Dugu Xian in the south of the city. Understanding this, the crowd gathered their morale. Under Xian Ye's lead, they once again raised their swords and stabbed at Dugu Xian. Dugu Xian groaned inwardly. He had taken the initiative to attack and kill a peak chi transforming expert with one strike in order to intimidate these people and make them cower in fear. This way, he could buy as much time as possible for Li Tai to escape. However, Xian Yi didn't fall for it. He had no choice but to raise his sword and continue fighting. After all, the Imperial Army's victory wasn't assured yet. He still had to buy time for the Imperial Army. However, there were some things that couldn't be done with persistence. Dugu Xian's solitary 9 swords and solitary wind swordplay were exquisite, but these 2 swordplay only attacked and didn't defend. They consumed a lot of chi. After the previous 2 strikes, Dugu Xian's chi was almost depleted. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook a meal without rice. Even if he forcefully raised his chi, it would be difficult for him to withstand this round of attacks from Xian Yi and the others. This was indeed the case. After Dugu Xian found the weakness of the 2 Turkic spies and stabbed them with his sword, the other 2 Turkic spies stabbed at his back like lightning. At the same time, Xian Yi flicked his sleeve and 3 thin needles flew toward Dugu Xian's left and right shoulders, as well as 3 inches above his dantian. In the blink of an eye, Dugu Xian seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. The situation changed so quickly that it caught everyone off guard. Dugu Xian used his light body movement technique to dodge, but due to the lack of chi, his movements were still half a beat too slow. The 2 long swords directly pierced through Dugu Xian's shoulder blades, while the 3 thin needles that flew towards him pierced into his left and right shoulders and abdomen respectively. Compared to the position that Xian Yi had originally aimed at, the needles were about an inch off target. Puff, puff, puff. The first 2 sounds were the sound of sharp swords piercing flesh. The last sound was the sound of Dugu Xian, who had yet to recover from his injuries, being injured again. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which contained bits of his internal organs. Although these 2 swords hadn't taken his life, they had aggravated his injuries. If he wasn't treated in time, he wouldn't be able to live for long. More importantly, the 3 thin needles that Xian Yi had driven into his body were coated with poison. In less than an hour, he would die from the poison. Can die. At this moment, Dugu Xian could clearly feel the strength in his body rapidly dissipating. He knew that this was a sign that he was about to fall into a coma or die. However, Dugu Xian was unwilling to fall just like that. This was because below the roof was still his comrade who had fought with him for many years. And behind him was Li Tai in the main building of the post house. No matter what, he couldn't allow Li Tai to fall into the hands of these Turkic spies. Dugu Xian, who was on the brink of death, suddenly let out a deafening roar. Then, the rapidly dissipating strength in his body miraculously gathered back together. Wielding his sword, he turned around and swept it across, beheading the 2 Turkic spies behind him who hadn't been able to react in time. However, Dugu Xian's series of movements had caused the 2 swords that had pierced into his shoulder blades to leave a deeper and wider wound on his shoulder. Blood flowed like a river. Blood instantly dyed Dugu Xian's entire back red. His eyes were red, and his hair was disheveled from the battle. He looked like a crazed demon. General. Dugu Xian's roar finally attracted the attention of the Imperial Army soldiers who were fighting with the Turk spies. Seeing Dugu Xian's figure swaying on the roof with 2 swords sticking out of his back, the eyes of the Imperial Army soldiers turned bloodshot, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. The man on the roof was not only their respected commander, but he had also ignored his injuries to face the enemy's strongest experts alone. How many generals in the world would cherish their soldiers so much? Protect the general. Quick! Protect the general. Thus, the Imperial Army soldiers gave up on fighting the Turkic spies and rushed toward Dugu Xien with all their might. That man was their spiritual pillar. They couldn't allow him to fall. Chapter 1951. Your Highness, the situation outside is very disadvantageous to us. Please evacuate the post house as soon as possible. We are willing to risk our lives to help Your Highness break out of the encirclement. The deafening roar of Dugu Xien when he was heavily injured by Xian Yi and the others clearly traveled to the room where Li Tai was staying in the central building of the post house. When the two Imperial guards at the door heard the mournful, painful, and sorrowful roar, they couldn't help but change their expressions. A trace of anxiety and unease flashed across their faces, but after a moment of hesitation, they resolutely turned around and pushed open the door, solemnly cupping their fists in greeting to Li Tai. After realizing that something had happened to Dugu Xien, the first reaction of these two Imperial guards was to rush out to rescue Dugu Xien. However, they couldn't help but recall what Dugu Xien had said before he left. Wang Tong, Guojian, the two of you stay here and protect His Highness. If the situation is bad, immediately evacuate with His Highness. Remember, even if you lose your lives, you must ensure His Highness's safety. Military orders must be obeyed. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. Whether it was in ancient times or modern times, it was always so. Guojian and Wang Tong both understood that the reason Dugu Xien had risked his life to fight the assassins outside was to ensure Li Tai's safety. If they went to rescue Dugu Xien now, not only would they fail to save Dugu Xien, they would also fail to live up to Dugu Xien's loyalty. Therefore, after a brief moment of hesitation and struggle, the two of them finally chose to carry out their orders and protect Li Tai as he safely evacuated from the post house. Before Dugu Xien had left, he had said that if the situation was bad, they were to immediately evacuate with Li Tai. Dugu Xien's painful and mournful roar meant that the situation was not good. It was very likely that the other party had already heavily injured Dugu Xien. If Dugu Xien, the top fighter of the Imperial Guard, was heavily injured, then it was only a matter of time before the rest of the Imperial Guard were defeated. The situation is not good? Inside the room, Li Tai abruptly stood up when he heard this. He looked at Guojian and Wang Tong and asked with a frown, that loud roar just now, was it General Dugu? A trace of pain flashed across Guojian and Wang Tong's faces. Soon after, Guojian cupped his fists and replied. It's the generals. There must be a peerless expert among them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to injure the general. Therefore, Your Highness, please follow us and retreat immediately. What? Li Tai was both shocked and furious when he received confirmation from the two of them. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly thought of something and shook his head. No. I can't retreat like this. After saying that, Li Tai looked at Iron Egg beside him and said, Iron Egg, don't we still have communication fireworks? Quickly take the communication fireworks to the roof and light them up. General Fei Ying and the others will definitely come to the post house's rescue when they see it. The teachers and students of Yanhuang College came to Taiyuan mainly to build a telegraph relay station. During the process, the teachers and students of the college couldn't stay together forever. After all, if they wanted to build a telegraph relay station as soon as possible, they had to work together. In order to prevent accidents from happening during the mission, Dugu Xien had given all the teachers and students of the college a communication fireworks before entering the city. This was to be used to call for help in an emergency. The reason why Li Tai didn't think of using the communication fireworks immediately was that tonight's attack was too sudden. Not only did he not think of it immediately, but Iron Egg and Dugu Xien also didn't think of it. Your Highness, your body is priceless. How can you put yourself in danger? Moreover, the general risked his life to fight the assassins despite his injuries in order to protect your safety. If you don't retreat, won't you be letting down the general's loyalty? Wang Tong's eyes were red as he cupped his fists to Li Tai and spoke in a rough voice. Iron Egg couldn't help but advise, Qingke, Brother Wang is right. We won't be of much help if we stay here. Why don't we retreat first and then go to the provincial governor's mansion to get reinforcements? Otherwise, won't we be wasting General Dugu's efforts? Li Tai shook his head resolutely. No. I can't just watch General Dugu and these Imperial Army soldiers throw their lives away without doing anything. Moreover, there are still some teachers and students of our college staying in the post house. How can this prince abandon his teachers and classmates and flee alone? Li Tai used to be very afraid of death, but after staying in the college for more than a year, the word righteousness had appeared in his mind. Leaving aside the fact that Dugu Xian had dutifully protected them all this time, a month ago, when the Tuju's state preceptor Wu Jie had snuck into the college to steal the secret files, if not for Dugu Xian's timely arrival with his troops, Wu Jie would have very likely massacred the college. If that had happened, the casualties that night would have been even greater. And the losses would have been even greater. Based on this point alone, the college owed Dugu Xian a great favor. Not to mention, Dugu Xian himself had a very close personal relationship with Li Zishuan, the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Therefore, although Dugu Xian was only a subject of the House of Li, Li Tai couldn't bear to see him die like this. Iron Egg heard this and couldn't help but fall silent. In fact, how could he bear to see Dugu Xian and the rest of the Imperial Army soldiers die? But in the current situation, they had to make a choice. No matter what, Li Tai couldn't have anything happen to him in Taiyuan City. Otherwise, more people would die because of him. Thinking of this, Iron Egg steeled his heart and quietly took a step back. Then, he prepared to chop Li Tai's back with his hand. Chapter 1952. Just as Li Tai was debating if he should stay behind and fight to the death with the Imperial Army and the Academy, Dugu Xian, who had been heavily injured on the east side of the courier hostel, finally could not hold on any longer. Facing forward, he fell straight to the ground. Dugu Xian felt his consciousness rapidly falling into darkness, and he gradually lost all feeling in his body. The dissipating power did not gather back. This time, a miracle did not happen. Or rather, a miracle had never happened before. The previous time was merely a final burst of consciousness from the dying Dugu Xian due to his strong willpower and conviction. General. When the Imperial Army rushing over saw Dugu Xian fall straight from the roof, they could not help but widen their eyes in anger. They quickened their steps, ignoring the Turkic spies chasing after them, and ran even faster in the direction of Dugu Xian's fall. Bam! Fortunately, the Imperial Guards managed to catch Dugu Xian before he hit the ground. Unfortunately, the strong collision and impact had caused the two swords in Dugu Xian's back to sink 2 inches deeper into his flesh. General! General! Please wake up. Seeing the man who was usually invincible like a god of war now covered in blood and barely breathing, the Imperial Army's eyes were red with grief. Quick! You guys take the general and retreat first. Leave this to me and the other brothers. A middle-aged man with a round face and short beard, looking very dignified, ordered the Imperial Army around Dugu Xian. Yes. Commander Hu. The Imperial Army replied. Then, they carefully pulled out the 2 swords on Dugu Xian's back and prepared to leave with Dugu Xian on their backs. Old Hu. Don't worry about me. Quick, pull back the defense line and protect His Highness. We must hold on until Fei Ying and the others come back. At this moment, Dugu Xian, who was lying on the back of an Imperial Army soldier, spoke with difficulty. His voice was very soft and could easily be drowned out in the chaos of the battlefield. However, the middle-aged man with a round face and short beard happened to be beside him and naturally heard what he said. Quick! Everyone, retreat immediately to Iching Pavilion and protect His Highness. The middle-aged general did not immediately reply to Dugu Xian's words. Instead, he shouted at the Imperial Army soldiers around him. The Iching Pavilion he mentioned was the name of the main building in the center of the courier station. It was also where Li Tai, Iron Egg, and the others were hiding. Yes. In the Imperial Army, Dugu Xian had the highest status, followed by Dugu Feiying. Other than the 2 brothers, this round-faced, short-bearded Hu general had the highest status. Thus, the imperial army would still respond to his orders. After giving the order, Hu Lang commanded the imperial army to continue evacuating with Dugu Xian. At the same time, he shouted to Dugu Xian, "General, no matter what you say, our brothers will not abandon you. This old Hu's life was saved by you back then. Even if I have to die, this old Hu will die before you. We must protect His Highness, and this old Hu must also save you." Hu Lang straightened his neck, his face filled with stubbornness. Under his lead, Dugu Xian was swiftly brought away from the battlefield. While Xian Ye's Turkic spies had tried to stop them, they were all cut down by Hu Lang and his imperial army soldiers. The imperial army quickly pulled back their defensive line and retreated toward the main building of the courier station. Strangely, Xian Yi and the others, who had severely injured Dugu Xian, did not intervene during this process. Instead, they stood on the roof and watched coldly. "Leader, why don't we pursue and kill Dugu Xian?" a Turkic spy asked in confusion. This was indeed the best opportunity to kill Dugu Xian. "There's no need." Xian Yi shook his head and confidently said, "Dugu Xian is already dead. Moreover, our goal is about to be achieved." Chapter 1953. Okay. Brother Wang, Brother Gua, take care of yourselves. My master and I will definitely treat you to a drink after this. In the room of the Taiyuan post station, Iron Egg finally looked at Wang Tong and Guo Jian and said solemnly after a short hesitation and struggle. Although he really wanted to have a big fight with this master who was at the peak of the chi-forming realm in front of him, because only through a real life and death battle could his martial arts improve faster. Just like when he fought against Ming Huan in Guan City. Not long after that battle, he broke through to the chi-forming realm. However, Iron Egg knew very well that this was not the time for him to show off his bravery. Protecting Li Tai's safety was the most important task at the moment. He had to make a choice. Haha. Good. To be treated to a drink by Marquis, I, Wang Tong, have not lived in vain. Brother Iron Egg, I'll remember what you said. Haha. I'll remember it too. Hearing this, Wang Tong and Guo Jian laughed heartily and said loudly. However, there was a trace of sadness in their laughter. Obviously, they both knew that if they wanted to successfully protect Li Tai and Iron Egg in front of them, they had to risk their lives. After this battle, there was a high chance that they would lose their lives. And the drink that Iron Egg promised was something they could only drink in their next lives. Humph. You want to leave? None of you can leave tonight. The conversation between Iron Egg, Wang Tong, and Guo Jian naturally fell into the ears of the masked man in black. He sneered and rushed directly toward Li Tai, who was standing at the back. Humph. Are you treating us brothers as if we don't exist? Seeing this, Wang Tong and Guo Jian both raised their mo swords and slashed at the masked man in black. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the masked man in black. He raised his left sleeve slightly, and two flying daggers with cold light flew out from his sleeve. Then, there were two ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding. The mo swords in Wang Tong and Guo Jian's hands met the two flying daggers of the masked man in black in the air. A huge force passed through the body of the daggers and quickly backfired on the owners of the mo swords. Both of them felt their wrists go numb, and their right hands holding the mo swords were almost shaken loose. This masked man in black was a flying dagger master. Most importantly, the momentum of the two mo swords was greatly reduced after passing through this layer of obstruction. On the other hand, the black-clothed man increased his speed and dashed towards Li Tai's position at an even faster speed. Based on Wang Tong and Guo Jian's current speed, it was impossible for them to stop the black-clothed man before he caught Li Tai. I didn't want to fight, but now it seems that I have no choice but to fight. Tai Dan, who was standing by the side, could clearly see that the strength of the black-clothed man was not something that Wang Tong and Guo Jian could handle. Even if the two of them fought with their lives on the line, they would not be able to delay the black-clothed man until Li Tai and Tai Dan escaped. Therefore, Iron Egg drew out the long sword at his waist and took the initiative to meet the masked man in black who was rapidly approaching them. This was the second move of the 9 Taishian swords. The masked man in black sneered and changed his direction midway. He decisively abandoned Li Tai and turned to stab at Iron Egg with his sword. It turned out that the previous move was just a cover to lure Iron Egg to take the initiative to make a move. In this way, he could find the flaw in Iron Egg's swordsmanship after Iron Egg hurriedly made a move and kill Iron Egg directly. At this critical moment, Iron Egg's eyes flashed. He raised the long sword he borrowed and changed his swordsmanship midway. His sword was like a magnet, firmly sucking Minghuan's long sword. His whole body leaned back, forming a small angle with the ground. The 38th move of the Taiji swordsmanship, Phoenix Wing Spread. Iron Egg's wrist moved slightly and twirled the sword twice. The masked man's long sword strength was immediately deflected by Iron Egg. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling out 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. Chapter 1954. Hee. I'm sorry. With your insignificant strength, I can defeat you fair and square. But this is a serious matter. Lord Guard will not allow any mistakes. Besides, I'm in a hurry. In the guest room of the I Ching Pavilion in the Taiyuan Courier Station, the black-clothed masked man sneered. He retreated to the door and opened it. He reached out and took out a lit incense stick. After closing the door, the black-clothed masked man returned to the room. Seeing Iron Egg's puzzled expression, the black-clothed masked man explained, "This is called soul-breaking incense. It has a very light smell and is difficult to detect. Those who are poisoned by this incense will be poisoned in a quarter of an hour. When the poison takes effect, your body will be as soft as cotton and you will lose all your inner strength. Now, you are all lambs waiting to be slaughtered." Poof! As he spoke, the black-clothed masked man first broke the half-burnt incense in his hand. Then, he thrust his sword forward and pierced Wharton's heart without missing a beat. With Wharton's current state, he was unable to dodge the black-clothed man's sword, so he could only watch as the long sword pierced his chest. Under the effect of the soul-severing incense, he didn't feel any pain at first, but when the sharp sword was about to touch his heart, he felt a trace of throbbing and intense pain, but in the next moment, all of his consciousness completely dissipated. Just as the masked man had said, at this moment, Tai Dan, Li Tai, Guojian, and Wang Tong were like lambs that were waiting to be slaughtered, and the black-clothed masked man was the butcher that held the butcher's knife. When facing this butcher, the lambs could only wait for death and didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Brother Wang. Old Wang. Seeing that Wang Tong was killed, Iron Egg and Guojian's eyes were filled with anger. If looks could kill, the masked man in black would have been cut into countless pieces by their looks. Hey! Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. The black-clothed man sneered and pulled out his sword from Wharton's chest. He then turned to look at Guojian, who was closer to him. In the face of death, Guojian's face showed no signs of fear. He had already stabbed his saber into the ground to support his body. When he saw the black-clothed man walking towards him, he glared angrily at him, his face full of disdain. The men of the Imperial Army do not fear death. All of them were indomitable men. We're not like, you son of a bitch, betraying your own race, betraying your ancestors, and working for the dogs-hit Turks. If you're alive, there will be countless people poking at your spine. If you're dead, there will be countless people digging up your grave so that you'll never be able to rest in peace. Because of the absolute soul fragrance, Guojian was currently very weak. He used his strong willpower to resist the medicinal properties of the absolute soul fragrance, preventing himself from falling unconscious. His voice was very soft, but every word he said was incomparably clear and firm. After all that had happened, most of the Imperial Army soldiers knew that the people who had been stirring up trouble in Source Peak City were probably Turkic spies. Thus, before his death, Guojian had been unable to restrain himself from cursing the men in black. "You're courting death." Guojian's words had thoroughly enraged the black-clothed man. Eyes wide with rage, the black-clothed man lunged forward and slashed his sword at Guojian's neck. Big Brother Gua. A popping sound could be heard as blood splattered everywhere. A head rolled onto the ground, right next to Bruiser's feet. Bruiser staggered backward a couple of paces, his face filled with grief and boundless rage. He couldn't stop himself from trembling, not from fear, but from rage that came from the depths of his heart. Seeing his companions mercilessly slaughtered by the black-clothed man one after another, Iron Egg's rage had reached a boiling point. But at this time, anger was of no use. Not only could he not use any of his jinshi, he also had to focus all his energy on resisting the effects of the absolute soul fragrance to keep himself awake. Without the absolute soul fragrance, even if he knew that he was no match for the black-clothed man, Iron Egg would have charged forward with his sword. Moreover, if it was a one-on-one fight, Iron Egg believed that he had a chance of winning. When Li Zishuan had just returned from Longhu Mountain, he was only at the late stage of qi refining. However, with the 9 Taishian swords and Taiji sword technique, he was able to defeat Snake King, who had been in the Grandmaster realm for many years. As a personal disciple of Li Zishuan, Iron Egg believed that with his understanding of these 2 sword techniques, he still had a chance to fight the black-clothed man head-on. Because the 9 Taishian swords and Taiji sword technique were supreme sword techniques that could allow one to surpass the level of an enemy. Moreover, these 2 sword techniques, one for offense and one for defense, could achieve unexpected results if used skillfully. Unfortunately, there were not so many ifs in this world. The absolute soul fragrance that the black-clothed man had lit before entering the room had already strangled all the ifs and uncertainties in the cradle. There was no suspense in this battle at this point. Humph. Little guy, it's your turn next. After killing Guojian, the black-clothed man glanced at Iron Egg, and then walked towards Iron Egg with his sword. Chapter 1955. Stop. In the room, although these 2 words were said very softly, they clearly reached everyone's ears. At the very beginning, the masked man in black even thought that he had misheard, but not long after, the same voice rang out in the room again. This made him believe that there was indeed someone shouting, "Stop." He quickly became alert and used his eyes to look for suspicious people in the room. This room was not big. Other than him, Iron Egg, and the 2 fallen Imperial guards, there was only Li Tai in the room. But Li Tai had been poisoned by the soul-breaking incense and should have fainted. After all, he was the only one in the room who did not know martial arts. His resistance to the soul-breaking incense was definitely the weakest. If that was the case, then who was the person who shouted, "Stop"? The masked man in black coldly scanned every corner of the room. He even looked at the bodies of the 2 Imperial guards, but in the end, he found nothing. Finally, the masked man's eyes fell on the innermost corner of the room. Li Tai had been hiding in that corner since the beginning. But the masked man in black could not help but be shocked by what he saw. He saw that Li Tai, who had fainted, actually stood up shakily and strenuously. He faced the masked man in black and Iron Egg with a face full of anxiety and anger. Obviously, he was the one who had shouted, "Stop," earlier. In the face of the masked man in black, Li Tai and Iron Egg were both poisoned by the soul-breaking incense and had no ability to resist. Under such circumstances, would Li Tai's "stop" really work? Obviously not. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the black-clothed man's eyes. He said to Li Tai indifferently, "Your Highness, these people are just servants. If you kill them, then kill them. Why are you in such a hurry?" As he spoke, he retracted his gaze, raised his sword, and continued to slash at Bruiser's neck. "Stop." In the room, although these 2 words were said very softly, they were clearly heard by everyone. At the very beginning, the masked man in black even thought that he had misheard, but not long after, the same voice rang out in the room again. This made him believe that there was indeed someone shouting, "Stop." He quickly became alert and used his eyes to look for suspicious people in the room. The room was not big. Other than him, Iron Egg, and the 2 fallen Imperial guards, there was only Li Tai in the room. But Li Tai had been poisoned by the soul-breaking incense and should have fainted. After all, he was the only one in the room who did not know martial arts. His resistance to the soul-breaking incense was definitely the weakest. If that was the case, then who was the person who shouted, "Stop"? The man in black coldly scanned every corner of the room. He even examined the bodies of the two imperial guards, but in the end, he found nothing. Finally, the man in black's eyes fell on the innermost corner of the room. Li Tai had been hiding there from the beginning. Just one look and the man in black could not help but be shocked. He saw that Li Tai, who had been unconscious, actually stood up shakily and strenuously. He faced the man in black and iron egg with a face full of anxiety and anger. Obviously, he was the one who had shouted, "Stop," earlier. In the face of the man in black, Li Tai and Iron Egg were both poisoned by the soul-breaking incense and had no ability to resist. Under such circumstances, would Li Tai's "stop" really work? Obviously not. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the black-clothed man's eyes. He said to Li Tai indifferently, "Your Highness, these people are just servants. If you kill them, then kill them. Why are you in such a hurry?" As he spoke, he retracted his gaze, raised his sword, and continued to slash at Bruiser's neck. Chapter 1956. The dagger in Li Tai's hand actually had a great history. In the early years of Wuda, the Turks had invaded the borders of the Great Tang on a large scale. At the time, Li Er had still been the king of Qin, leading an army to attack the Turks from the north. He had won one battle after another, and after killing the leader of one of the tribes, Li Er had seized an extremely exquisite dagger. From that moment on, this dagger had been used to cut up many cattle and sheep in his military career. In Li Er's hands, this dagger was used more as a cutlery than as a tool for killing. Later, Li Er gave this dagger, which symbolized victory and glory, to one of his favorite sons, Li Tai. At that time, Li Tai was only 4 or 5 years old. He only thought that this dagger was pretty and fun. After the initial novelty, he did not care about it anymore. This time, he followed the teachers and students of the academy to the north to build a telegraph relay station. This was the first time in his life that Li Tai had traveled so far. Therefore, he also took this dagger that Li Er gave him as a self-defense. However, neither he nor Li Er had expected that this dagger from the Turk tribe would appear in the battle against the Turk spies by pointing at Li Tai. But no matter what, Li Tai's action of risking his life for the sake of justice was not a disgrace to the dagger that symbolized victory and glory. Good. Very good. Then I will give Prince Wei face and let this kid go for the time being. In the room, seeing that Li Tai was really going to threaten him with his life, the man in black did not dare to take the risk. He sneered and moved the long sword away from Iron Egg's head. Just as Li Tai had said, if they didn't have Li Tai as a hostage, once the Great Tang government's reinforcements arrived, all of them who had launched a sneak attack on the post house would have died here. Furthermore, even if they managed to evacuate the post house before the Tang Empire's reinforcements arrived, their mission would still be considered a failure if they failed to capture Li Tai alive. This was because Zhao Dian might have already fallen into the hands of the Tang Empire's officials. If they failed to capture Li Tai alive as a hostage, Zhao Dian's life would be in danger. The dagger in Li Tai's hand actually had a great history. In the early years of Wuda, the Turks invaded the borders of the Tang Empire. At that time, Li Er, who was still the king of Qin, led an army to attack the Turks from the north. Along the way, he won one battle after another and could be said to be an irresistible force. After killing the leader of a tribe, Li Er seized an extremely exquisite dagger. Since then, Li Er's military career, this dagger had been used to dissect many cattle and sheep. In Li Er's hands, this dagger was more used as a tableware rather than a tool to kill. Later, Li Er bestowed this dagger, which symbolized victory and glory, to one of his favorite sons, Li Tai. At that time, Li Tai was only 4 or 5 years old. He only thought that this dagger was pretty and fun. After the initial novelty, he did not pay attention to it anymore. This time, he accompanied the teachers and students of the academy to the north to build a telegraph relay station. This was the first time that Li Tai had traveled so far in his life. Therefore, he also took this dagger that Li Er had bestowed upon him as a self-defense. However, neither he nor Li Er had expected that this dagger from the Turks would appear in the battle against the Turk spies by pointing at Li Tai himself. But no matter what, Li Tai's act of risking his life to fight for justice today was not a disgrace to this sword that symbolized victory and glory. Chapter 1957. Silence. Outside Iching Pavilion, the Imperial Army and the Turkic spies had been locked in a fierce battle a moment ago, but with the roar of the man in black, the noisy courtyard instantly fell silent. Both sides turned their gazes to the man in black and Li Tai standing in front of him. "Your Highness." Seeing that the man in black had taken Li Tai hostage, the Imperial Army was alarmed. Without needing Hu Longjiang's orders, the Imperial Army automatically changed their formation and completely surrounded the man in black and Li Tai. At this moment, the actions of the man in black and Li Tai were rather strange. Li Tai was holding a dagger, but the dagger was pointed at his neck. The man in black had placed his sword on Li Tai's shoulder, but for some reason, the sword was still some distance away from Li Tai's neck. At first glance, it seemed like the man in black did not want Li Tai to die. No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. It was like a robber holding a hostage. The hostage wanted to die, but the robber wanted to protect the hostage. It didn't make sense at all. However, such a thing that defied common sense had really happened. "Protect His Highness." At this moment, Hu Longjiang reacted and shouted loudly. The Imperial Army pointed their swords at the man in black who had just come out of Iching Pavilion. As for the Turkic spies behind them, they could no longer care about them. If something happened to Li Tai, their mission in Taiyuan would be considered a complete failure, and none of them would be able to escape Li Er's punishment. However, because the man in black had placed his sword on Li Tai's shoulder, the Imperial Army did not dare to make any moves. After all, Li Tai's life was still in the hands of the man in black. Haha. Tianying, you've succeeded. At this moment, a thin masked man flew down from the roof of Iching Pavilion. It was Xian Yi, who had been fighting with Dugu Xian earlier. Xian Yi landed steadily beside the black-clothed man. After glancing at Li Tai, who was standing in front of the black-clothed man, Xian Yi's hanging heart immediately returned to his stomach. He let out a light breath and smiled faintly. That's right, the black-clothed man who had sneaked into the room to capture Li Tai was Zhao Dian's second-in-command, Tianying. Previously, Xian Yi had led his men to attack the post house from the front, attracting most of the Imperial Army to the east side of the post house. Even Dugu Xian, the commander of the Imperial Army who had yet to recover from his injuries, had personally left his room to participate in the battle. Thus, there were very few Imperial Army soldiers left to protect Li Tai. This gave Sky Eagle a chance to sneak into Iching Pavilion. Seeing Xian Yi fly over, Sky Eagle nodded in greeting before replying, "This is all thanks to you and your brothers holding back the majority of the Imperial Army's forces. Let's take King Wei away now and go back to rescue the guard master." Xian Yi nodded and said, "That's how it should be." At this moment, Sky Eagle coldly said to Li Tai, "Your Highness King Wei, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, right? This seat has no intention of harming your life. As long as you get these Imperial Army soldiers to open a path for us to leave, this seat will naturally protect you. Your status is noble, and your body is priceless. You shouldn't be willing to exchange your life for ours, right?" In principle, Sky Eagle didn't want Li Tai to die because he needed to use Li Tai as a hostage to rescue Zhao Dian. However, this didn't mean that he didn't dare to kill Li Tai. If Li Tai didn't cooperate with him and instead recklessly ordered the Imperial Army to attack the people they had brought with them, Sky Eagle didn't mind dragging Li Tai down with him before he died. After all, he was about to die. He couldn't care less about the mission. "All of you, disperse and let them go." Li Tai also understood that he and Sky Eagle were at most in a relationship of checks and balances. Sky Eagle didn't dare to kill him casually, and he didn't want to throw his life away so easily. As long as they didn't completely fall out with each other, they could coexist peacefully. However, once they did, it would be a life and death struggle, and both sides would suffer great losses. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Li Tai finally gave the order. Chapter 1958. Wow! Father, when did you buy such a big manor? Near Dragon Mountain, after passing through several hills and woods, Wang Kuei, Wang Hong, Wang Xinyuan, and the others saw a vast and huge manor in the wilderness. The manor covered an area of at least a dozen acres. At this time, the sky was dark, and the interior of the manor was lit with candles, stone lamps, and bonfires. Under the illumination of these lights, they could vaguely see the outline of the manor. At this time, Wang Hong's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim. On the way, Wang Kuei roughly told Wang Hong about the manor's training of a group of assassins, but he didn't go into detail. For example, the size of the manor and the number of assassins, he didn't tell Wang Hong about it. The main reason was that talking to Wang Hong was too infuriating. If he didn't pay attention, he would be angered half to death. Therefore, after seeing this huge manor, although Wang Hong was somewhat prepared, he still couldn't help but be surprised. "Yes, master." As soon as Wang Hong's voice fell, two young men in black suddenly jumped down from the trees on both sides of the road. The two men held weapons and landed in front of Wang Kuei and the others. Just as they were about to go forward and ask, one of them recognized Wang Kuei through the light of the torch in front of the crowd. He looked serious and quickly put away his weapon. He stepped forward and saluted Wang Kuei. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, master." Another warrior quickly walked over and cupped his fists in salute to Wang Ku. Wang Kuei didn't answer Wang Hong's previous question. Instead, he nodded lightly at the two men in front of him and said, "Shang Liang, Su Lei? Are the two of you on night duty tonight?" "Yes." The two men nodded in response. Wang Kuei softly said, and then ordered, "Let's go. Enter the manor, and then let White Bear quickly gather everyone in the manor in the martial arts field." "Yes." This subordinate obeys. Hearing Wang Kuei's order, the two men felt that something big was about to happen. They quickly saluted, bowed, and took the order. "Wow! Father, when did you buy such a big manor?" Near Dragon Mountain, after passing through several hills and woods, Wang Kuei, Wang Hong, Wang Xinyuan, and the others saw a luxurious and huge manor in the wilderness. The manor covered an area of at least a dozen acres. At this time, the sky was dark, and the manor was lit with candles, stone lamps, and bonfires. Under the illumination of these lights, they could vaguely see the outline of the manor. At this time, Wang Hong widened his eyes and could not help but exclaim. On the way here, Wang Kuei roughly told Wang Hong that the manor had trained a group of assassins, but he didn't go into detail. For example, he didn't tell Wang Hong the size of the manor and the number of assassins. The main reason was that talking to Wang Hong was too infuriating. If he didn't pay attention, he would be angered to death. Therefore, after seeing this huge manor, although Wang Hong was somewhat prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked. "Yes, master." As soon as Wang Hong's voice fell, two young men in black suddenly jumped down from the trees on both sides of the road. The two of them held weapons and landed in front of Wang Kuei and the others. Just as they were about to go forward and ask, one of them recognized Wang Kuei through the light of the torch in front of the crowd. He looked solemn and quickly put away his weapon. He stepped forward and saluted Wang Kuei. "Greetings, master." Chapter 1959. Da. On the small path outside the mysterious manor, the sound of hooves thundered. Under the leadership of Han Lizheng, the imperial army galloped toward Wang Kuei's men. Although the path was not wide and could only accommodate 3 warhorses side by side, the 200 imperial army soldiers marched in unison with great momentum. The charging formation of 200 men should have the momentum of 1,000 men. Bai Xiong, Qi Zhe, and the others, who were rushing over to spy on the enemy, could not help but turn pale with fright when they saw this momentum. At this moment, they were still 400 to 500 feet away from the imperial army, but Bai Xiong did not hesitate to turn his horse around and shout loudly, "Stop! Soldiers are attacking!" Soldiers were coming to attack. Giddy up! Although White Bear was a martial arts master at the peak of Qi transforming stage, he did not have the courage to fight against such a well-trained cavalry. Even if he was a martial arts master in the Grandmaster realm, he would not dare to fight head-on with such a large cavalry formation, not to mention that he was at the peak of Qi transforming stage. Unless these cavalrymen were all ordinary people who did not know martial arts. But was that possible? Obviously, it wasn't realistic. Therefore, White Bear King did not hesitate to turn around and retreat when he saw this. Chise and the others beside him naturally did not continue to stay when they saw him retreat. They hurriedly turned their horses around and galloped towards Wang Kuei. Soldiers? How could the soldiers have caught up to us so quickly? Wang Kuei, who was not far away, couldn't help muttering to himself in confusion after hearing White Bear's loud shout. Everyone, listen up. Prepare to meet the enemy. For every soldier you kill, you'll be rewarded 100,000 yuan. At this critical moment, even though Wang Kuei was puzzled, he could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. He waved his hand at the group of assassins and guards behind him and ordered loudly. At the same time, he, Wang Xinyuan, and Wang Hong quietly turned their horses around and walked towards the back of the group. As the leaders of this team, they naturally couldn't charge at the front. Kill. These people had been recruited by Wang Kuei from all over the country and had been willing to work as assassins under Wang Kuei for so many years. They were people who recognized money but not fate. Now that they heard Wang Kuei say that they would be rewarded with 100,000 yuan for every soldier they killed, their eyes all turned red and they rushed forward with their knives without any regard for their lives. At this moment, they didn't even have time to think about why there were soldiers here. Why would Wang Kai go against the government? Also, once they killed the soldiers, what would happen to them in the future? Of course, not everyone did not think about these problems. Some of the smarter ones had already predicted the current situation when Wang Kuei said on stage that he would lead them to build a career together. There was no war going on in the Great Tang, but Wang Kuei had said that he would lead them to make a name for themselves. In this situation, what else could they make a name for themselves besides rebellion? Although some people had expected this, they had been under Wang Kuei's strict training for a long time. They had long lost the concept of a country. Although they were a little surprised at first, they did not reject the idea of rebellion. After all, they were all from poor families. None of them wanted to return to the past and continue living in poverty. Kill. Chapter 1960. Escape. Without these assassins and guards, what's the use even if we escape? This is the family property that I have accumulated for more than 10 years. On the path outside the mysterious manor, after hearing Wang Xinyuan's words, Wang Kuei's face couldn't help but show a trace of bitterness. He sighed and said with tears in his old eyes. Only the heavens knew how much effort and price he had paid to secretly cultivate this group of assassins behind the back of his family. Now that he had seen these assassins die one by one under the blades of the imperial army, the old man's heart could be said to be dripping blood. This was because these assassins were the assets he had painstakingly accumulated over the years. They were also the capital he had to make a comeback in the future. He escaped from the Wang family tonight. The reason why he chose to come here first was that he wanted to take these assassins to join Zhaodian. With these assassins and the money he carried, he had the capital to cooperate with Zhaodian. However, things did not go as he wished. The assassins that he had cultivated for many years were likely to all die here tonight. How could Wang Kuei be willing to accept this? Grandfather, we can spend money to find people if they are gone, but nothing must happen to you. Once we fall into the hands of the government, there is only a dead end. There will be no more hope. Let's escape quickly. Seeing that Wang Kuei was still sighing sadly, Wang Xinyuan couldn't help but urge him. Wang Hong also hurriedly said at this time, "Yes. Father. You brought so much money this time. With money, where can't we find masters in the martial arts world? If these people are gone, then they are gone. Right now, it's more important to escape. Your son is only 32 this year. I haven't lived enough. I don't want to die so young. This guy, it was fine if he didn't open his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, he could anger people half to death." Wang Kuei was so angry that he almost couldn't catch his breath. The old man stroked his chest and glared angrily, raising his hand to hit his disappointing son. Wang Hong, however, had the foresight. Before Wang Kuei raised his hand, he had already run away. Father. There's no time to lose. Your son will go to the front to help you open the way. You and Shi Yuan quickly follow. Wang Hong naturally didn't run toward the imperial guards. He ran toward the hill on the left side of the road. Before this guy ran away, he didn't forget to tell Wang Kuei. You evil creature. Wang Kuei was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he had already calmed down. He knew that the wisest choice at this moment was to follow Wang Xinyuan's advice and escape from the forest on both sides before his men were completely defeated. Therefore, he turned around and shouted to the guards not far away, "White Bear, Chi-Zhe, quick! Retreat!" Yes. Soon, under the escort of several guards and killers, Wang Kuei and Wang Xinyuan successfully climbed up the hill. After meeting up with Wang Hong on the hill, they went into the dense forest. Not only were the hills on both sides of the road overgrown with weeds, the trees were also dense. Coupled with the fact that it was dark at night, it would be difficult for the imperial guards to find them if they were to sneak in like this. In the field, Han Lijing also noticed the abnormality here. He could vaguely see a few figures darting into the forest beside the road. He knew something was wrong and quickly shouted, "Someone is escaping." "Who? I'll leave this place to you. I'll go after them." After saying that, without waiting for Zhao Erhu's agreement, Han Lijing jumped up the hill on the left side of the road. At the same time, he put the modeo back on his waist and took the bow and arrow from his back. After that, he knocked the arrow and shot 3 arrows in a row in the direction of the footsteps in the forest. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky was dark and the forest was dense. Han Lijing didn't care whether the 3 arrows hit their targets or not. He ran in the direction of Wang Kuei and others while continuing to shoot arrows into the forest from the quiver. Chapter 1961. Haha. I didn't think that the mighty king of Wei would end up as our prisoner. Lord Wei's schemes are as wondrous as Kongming's. On the streets to the north of Source Peak City, Sky Eagle and Xian Yi were galloping wildly on their horses. Li Tai was riding on the same horse as Xian Yi. Sky Eagle couldn't help but feel heroic as he looked at Li Tai on his horse. Before they came, they actually had a certain degree of suspicion towards Zhao Dian's plan. However, due to Zhao Dian's usual prestige, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they had to carry out Zhao Dian's plan. But now, their measly 100-some people had managed to capture Li Tai from the imperial army. Tianyin couldn't help but admire Zhao Dian's plans. Xian Yi held the reins with one hand while his other hand was on Li Tai's shoulder, preventing the latter from escaping or making any small movements. When he heard this, he nodded in deep agreement and said, "Lord Guard's wisdom is indeed something that we are unable to fathom. However, Lord Guard's current situation is probably not good. We have to rush back to the inn as soon as possible and rescue Lord Guard." Tianying nodded and then turned around and shouted to the people behind him, "Everyone, pick up the pace. We must return to the inn in 30 minutes. Yes. The Turkic spies running behind Xian Yi and Tianying loudly replied. They had run here when they came, so naturally, they had to run back when they went back. As for the warhorses Xian Yi and Tianying were riding, they had taken 2 from the Imperial Army during the chaos when they left the relay station. The situation had been so urgent that they hadn't had time to find more warhorses, so only Xian Yi and Tianying had been able to ride back. An inn? These Turkic spies are actually hiding in an inn? I just don't know which inn they are talking about in the city. Li Tai, who had his shoulder pressed down by Xian Yi, could not move at all. He could not help but ponder to himself after hearing the conversation between Xian Yi and Sky Eagle. From the moment he was captured until now, Li Tai hadn't cried out for help because he didn't think it was necessary. In this situation, there was no one in Source Peak City who could save him from Xian Yi. Crying out for help would only be a waste of energy. He still needed to save his energy until he reached the lair of the Turkic spies and then find a chance to escape. They had run here when they came, so naturally, they had to run back when they went back. As for the warhorses Xian Yi and Tianying were riding, they had taken 2 from the Imperial Army when they were leaving the relay station. The situation had been so urgent that they hadn't had time to find more warhorses, so only Xian Yi and Tianying had been able to ride them back. An inn? These Turkic spies are actually hiding in an inn? I just don't know which inn they are talking about in the city. Li Tai, who had his shoulder pressed down by Xian Yi, could not move at all. He could not help but ponder to himself after hearing the conversation between Xian Yi and Sky Eagle. From the moment he was captured until now, Li Tai hadn't cried out for help because he didn't think it was necessary. In this situation, there was no one in Source Peak City who could save him from Xian Yi. Crying out for help would only be a waste of energy. He still needed to save his energy until he reached the lair of the Turkic spies and then find a chance to escape. Chapter 1962. Your Highness. This cry of Your Highness was tinged with shock. It was clear that the speaker had never imagined that he would run into Li Tai here. Looking in the direction of the voice, Li Tai was shocked when he saw the appearance of the leading knight. His eyes widened as he said with a face full of surprise, "General Li? Why are you in Taiyuan City?" This was none other than Li Junxian. After capturing Zhao Dian at Tongfu Inn, they had joined forces with Wang Qingguo and his 100-some Wang clan shadow guards to escort Zhao Dian to the Bing province governor's residence. The Bing province governor's residence and Taiyuan courier station were both to the north of Taiyuan City, so Xian Yi and Li Junxian's forces had run into each other. What? It's His Highness? Behind Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo couldn't help but be alarmed by their conversation. He hurriedly urged his horse forward and carefully looked. As expected, Li Tai was seated on the horse at the very front. He was both shocked and furious. Thus, Wang Qingguo unsheathed his saber and shouted at Xian Yi and the others, "Li Tai, you're the first prince of the Tang dynasty. Which scoundrel dares to kidnap His Highness? If you know what's good for you, immediately release His Highness and dismount. Otherwise, die." Although Wang Qingguo had fought with Xian Yi during the day, the light in the night was poor. Moreover, Xian Ye's men were all dressed in black and had their faces covered. Without fighting, it was very difficult to identify them. Otherwise, die. The moment these words were spoken, the Wang clan shadow guards behind Wang Qingguo and the 10-some cavalry led by Li Junxian unsheathed their weapons and began to confront Xian Ye's men. "Ha! Commander Wang? Commander Wang, I hope you've been well since we last met." Wang Qingguo didn't recognize Xian Yi, but Xian Yi recognized Wang Qingguo. Xian Yi couldn't help but feel happy. He immediately took 2 steps forward and looked at Wang Qingguo with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Your Highness?" This Your Highness was filled with great surprise. Clearly, the person who spoke had never expected to meet Li Tai here. Looking in the direction of the voice, Li Tai was shocked when he saw the face of the leading knight. He widened his eyes and said in surprise, "General Li? Why are you in Taiyuan City?" It was none other than Li Junxian. After capturing Zhao Dian at Tongfu Inn, they had joined up with Wang Qingguo's 100-some Wang clan hidden guards to escort Zhao Dian to the Bing province governor's residence. The Bing province governor's residence and Taiyuan courier station were both to the north of Taiyuan City, so Xian Yi and Li Junxian's forces had met halfway. What? It's Your Highness? Behind Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo couldn't help but be alarmed by their conversation. He hurriedly urged his horse forward and carefully looked. As expected, Li Tai was seated on the horse at the very front. He was both shocked and furious. Thus, Wang Qingguo unsheathed his saber and shouted at Xian Yi and the others, "Li Tai, you're the first prince of the Tang dynasty. Which scoundrel dares to kidnap His Highness? If you know what's good for you, immediately release His Highness and dismount. Otherwise, die." Although Wang Qingguo had fought with Xian Yi during the day, the light in the night was not good. Moreover, Xian Ye's men were all wearing black robes and had their faces covered. Without fighting, it was very difficult to tell who they were. Otherwise, die. The moment these words were spoken, the Wang clan hidden guards behind Wang Qingguo and the 10-some cavalry led by Li Junxian unsheathed their weapons and began to confront Xian Ye's men. "Ha! Commander Wang? Commander Wang, I hope you've been well since we last met." Wang Qinggu didn't recognize Xian Yi, but Xian Yi recognized Wang Qinggu. Xian Yi couldn't help but feel happy. He immediately took 2 steps forward and looked at Wang Qinggu with a smile that wasn't a smile. Chapter 1963. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Everything was done by my father and Wang Xinyuan. It has nothing to do with me. In a forest outside the mysterious manor, Wang Hong collapsed to the ground after being shot by an arrow in his thigh. Through the light from the torches scattered on the ground and the torches in the hands of the burly man in front of him, Wang Hong saw that the burly man in front of him was covered in blood. The knife in his hand was still dripping with blood. He looked like a killing god from hell. Wang Hong was so scared that he almost peed on the spot. At this time, he couldn't care about the pain in his thigh. He quickly cupped his hands and begged for mercy to the burly man in front of him. Your father? You're Wang Kuei's son. This burly man was naturally Han Lijing. As for the blood on his body, it was all the blood of the enemies he had fought before. He himself was not injured. Before this, although Han Lijing had never seen Wang Kuei, Wang Hong looked only in his 30s. He definitely couldn't be the rumored second elder of the Wang family. Therefore, after hearing Wang Hong beg for mercy, Han Lijing had this guess. Yes. But what my father did has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. Wang Hong first nodded and admitted. Then, he quickly waved his hand and distanced himself from Wang Kuei. While they were talking, there was a rush of footsteps not far away. Then, a group of people holding torches came over. It was the Imperial Guards represented by Zhao Eru. Master Han, all the remaining killers under Wang Kuei have been eliminated, but Wang Kuei is nowhere to be found. Zhao Eru came to Han Lijing, cupped his hands, and said, Han Lijing nodded. He pointed to Wang Hong on the ground and said to Zhao Eru, Wang Kuei has escaped in advance. This is Wang Kuei's son. Take him back first. Hearing Han Lijing say that Wang Kuei had escaped, Zhao Eru frowned slightly, but he still cupped his hands and said, yes. After saying that, he waved his hand behind him. 2 Imperial Guards immediately came forward and lifted Wang Hong from the ground. Just as they were about to take him away, Han Lijing seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He quickly said, wait. The 2 Imperial Army soldiers subconsciously stopped in their tracks. They saw Han Li appear in front of Wang Hong in a flash. He looked at Wang Hong and asked in a deep voice, let me ask you. Before this, did anyone come over to inform you of the situation? They say that the Imperial Army is coming here to encircle and annihilate you? Hearing Han Lijing's question for no reason, Wang Hong shook his head blankly and said, no. Who's going to tip us off? What? No. How is this possible? Hearing this, Han Lijing's expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something terrifying. He was stunned on the spot. Zhao Eru and the other members of the Imperial Army, including Wang Hong, were confused. After a moment of silence, Zhao Eru asked tentatively, Master Han, do you want me to bring people to chase after Wang Kuei? Zhao Eru knew a little about the situation of Zhao Dian and the other Turkic spies. According to what he knew, Wang Kuei was the key person in finding Zhao Dian's hiding place. The main purpose of the Imperial Army coming here this time was to capture Wang Kuei. Hearing this, Han Lijing immediately came to his senses and said anxiously, no. You can't chase after Wang Kuei, quick. Return to the post house quickly, His Highness might be in danger. What? His Highness is in danger? Zhao Eru couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He quickly asked, Master Han, what do you mean by that? Han Lijing didn't have time to explain to him at this time. He waved his hand and called for the rest of the Imperial Army to take Wang Hong away. He said, there's no time to explain now. Brother Eru, leave a few of your men here to clean up the battlefield, and the rest of you follow me back to the post house immediately. The faster the better. Seeing that Han Lijing's expression was serious and didn't seem to be joking, Zhao Eru didn't dare to be careless. He quickly replied, okay. This general will make the arrangements right away. After a while, except for 7 or 8 Imperial Army soldiers who stayed to clean up the battlefield, the rest of the Imperial Army soldiers who were not injured or only slightly injured got on their horses under the leadership of Han Lijeng and Zhao Eru and rushed toward the post house in Taiyuan City. The team of more than 100 people was like a fire dragon. They first flitted through the small paths near Longshan and quickly arrived at the main road in the city. Master Han, what do you mean by what you said just now? Zhao Eru and Han Lijeng were walking side by side. At this time, he finally had the chance to get to the bottom of things with Han Lijeng. Hiya. Han Lijeng controlled his horse and answered without turning his head. Previously, General Dugu arranged for us to spy on Wang Kuei's secret manor near Longshan in the prison of the post house. The entire plan was overheard by a man in black on the roof beam. According to General Dugu, this man in black is very likely an expert under Zhao Dian's command. After Zhao Dian learned of our plan, it's very likely that he will be one step ahead of us and go to Wang Kuei's manor to inform him. On our side, after General Dugu gave the order, it will take time to mobilize the troops, and it will also take a lot of time for the army to arrive at the manor. Zhao Dian will definitely have the opportunity to send someone to inform Wang Kuei in advance before we arrive at the manor. However, when I asked the Wang family boy just now, he said that no one had informed him before we arrived. This means that both General Dugu and I have misunderstood. Zhao Dian never thought of informing Wang Kuei from the beginning to the end. To him, Wang Kuei is just an abandoned pawn. Tonight, he will very likely take advantage of the time when we go to Wang Kuei's manor and the rear is empty to launch a sneak attack on the post house. What? Zhao Dian and the others might launch a sneak attack on the post house. After listening to Han Lijeng's analysis, Zhao Eru's eyes widened. A thick layer of fear and uneasiness quickly covered his face. Zhao Eru took 2 deep breaths and said anxiously, "This matter should not be delayed. Why don't you let me choose a group of light cavalry and hurry back to the post house? Nothing must happen to His Highness." In a place like the city where the terrain was not open, the marching speed of a group of 100 cavalry was definitely not as fast as that of a group of 10 cavalry. Therefore, Zhao Eru wanted to choose another small group of people to go back to the post house first. Han Lijeng was also a veteran who had been on the battlefield and obviously understood this point. He nodded and said, "This old man will also go with you. I hope everything is not too late." The distance from the post house to Wang Kuei's manor near Longshan was actually not close. Even if they rode fast horses, it would take a long time to make the trip. Not to mention that the Imperial Guards had also spent a lot of time fighting with Wang Kuei's killers outside the mysterious manor. Han Lijeng now had a very bad premonition in his heart. It was very likely that something had happened at the post house. Chapter 1964. Wang Clan Ancestral Home, Main Hall. Wang Bing, Wang Yu, Princess Tong and the Wang clan's 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders were all gathered in the main hall. Usually, they would have returned to their rooms to rest, but today, Wang Kuei's sudden escape had brought the entire Wang clan to the brink of death. The slightest carelessness could plunge the Wang clan into eternal damnation. Thus, all the core members of the Wang clan, including Wang Bing, were waiting in the main hall for news from Wang Qingguo. The atmosphere in the main hall was extremely oppressive. The maids and servants standing to the side didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. At this moment, a middle-aged steward walked in and whispered into Wang Yu's ear. "Master, the people we sent to Tongfu in have returned." "Oh. Let Qingguo in." Wang Yu, who had been faintly fatigued, was jolted awake. He hastily sat up straight and said to the steward. His voice was rather loud, such that everyone in the main hall heard him. Wang Bing, Princess Tong and the other 3 Wang clan elders all turned their gazes in Wang Yu's direction. The steward had an awkward expression on his face. He first clasped his hands towards everyone in the room, then said, "My apologies. Commander Wang did not return. Only half of the people who went came back." "Only half came back? What's going on? Could Wang Qingguo have been ambushed at Tongfu Inn?" Wang Yu frowned and asked subconsciously. He knew that Wang Qingguo had brought over 200 of the Wang family's hidden guards to investigate the situation at the Tongfu Inn, but only half of them had returned. This meant that it was very likely that the other half had encountered some mishap. For over 100 Wang family's hidden guards to encounter mishap, it could only mean that a powerful force had set up an ambush for Wang Qingguo in the inn. The steward hurriedly shook his head. No. That's not it. The mission this time went very smoothly. Commander Wang took the other half of the people to carry out another mission. I heard from the people who came back that they had a pleasant surprise and captured an extraordinary person. Oh. Captured an extraordinary person? Quick. Have someone come in and tell me what's going on. Hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes brightened. The worry on his face disappeared and was replaced with joy. Not only him, but the rest of the people in the main hall also secretly heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the old butler's words. Yes. Master. The old housekeeper responded and then walked to the door. He opened the door and shouted outside, Wang Quan, come in. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room heard the sound of hurried footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Soon, an ordinary-looking young man in a tight suit walked in. He clasped his fists and bowed to everyone in the room. Greetings, family head, princess, grand elder, and third elder. At this time, there's no need to be so courteous. Quickly tell me who you caught at Tongfu Inn. Before Wang Quan could finish his greeting, Wang Bing, who was sitting at the head of the table, waved his hand impatiently, interrupting him. Yes. Grand elder. Wang Quan bowed as he received his orders, and then he didn't waste his breath and directly started narrating. An hour ago, Commander Wang led us to surround Tongfu Inn. We originally intended to capture the manager and owner of the inn, yet we never imagined that we would actually encounter two groups of people in battle there. Chapter 1965. Humph. Commander Wang, and this generally, if you don't open a path, then don't blame the sword for having no eyes. On the streets to the north of Taiyuan City, Xian Ye's men were locked in a tense standoff with the men led by Li Junxian and Wang Qingguo. After hearing Zhao Dian's words, Xian Yi clenched his teeth, a vicious light in his eyes. He pushed his dagger a little deeper into Li Tai's neck as he spoke to Wang Qingguo and Li Junxian. Just as Zhao Dian had said, as long as Li Tai was in his hands, Wang Qingguo and Li Junxian wouldn't dare to do anything to Zhao Dian. To Xian Yi, being able to directly save Zhao Dian in this situation was the best outcome. After all, Zhao Dian was their leader. If Zhao Dian couldn't return to the grasslands safely, then only death would await them. But it was clear that they couldn't win against more than 100 people, and this wasn't even considering the fact that Wang Qingguo and Li Junxian were two grandmaster experts. Whether it was one-on-one or in a group battle, they were no match for them. Thus, Xian Yi could only act shamelessly and use Li Tai's life to threaten and hold down Wang Qingguo and the others. You dare! Wang Qingguo was furious when he saw this. He raised the saber in his hand and pointed it at Xian Yi. Saber intent suffused the air, and a shapeless gust of saber wind directly slashed apart the air between Wang Qingguo and Xian Yi. Fortunately, there was no one standing in front of Xian Yi, otherwise, this gust of saber energy would have been able to heavily injure them. Xian Ye's brow creased. He hadn't expected Wang Qingguo to attack him in this situation. Did Wang Qingguo not care about Li Tai's life? At this critical moment, he didn't have time to think. He hurriedly raised his true qi, tapped his feet lightly, and dodged to the side with Li Tai. You! Xian Yi was just about to say something when his voice abruptly stopped. Because the saber aura that Wang Qingguo had just sent out had stopped abruptly when it was about to approach the position where he and Li Tai were standing. It was clear that Wang Qingguo's saber intent had been extremely restrained. He had no intention of harming Xian Yi. Retracting and releasing at will. Wang Qingguo's control over saber intent actually reached the level of freely withdrawing and releasing. Humiliation. Xian Yi felt humiliated. He recalled his actions just now. He was like a clown, being toyed with by Wang Qingguo. Do you really think I don't dare to kill him? A cold glint flashed across Xian Ye's eyes. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and shouted angrily at Wang Qinggu. Wang Qinggu looked at Xian Yi with a mocking expression, pretending to be relaxed as he said, "If you really dared to make a move, you wouldn't have taken His Highness out of the way just now." Xian Yi was furious, but he was rendered speechless by Wang Qinggu's words. "Commander Wang, General Li, don't worry about me. As a prince of the Great Tang, I will never lower my head to a Turkic spy." Li Tai felt a slight pain on his neck, but he didn't cry out in pain. The children of the royal family matured early. Moreover, after studying under Li Zishuan for more than a year, his mind had matured a lot. Li Tai knew very well that the weaker he appeared now, the more savage his enemy would be, and the more disadvantageous the situation would be for him. Thus, he followed Wang Qinggu's words and shouted loudly. Chapter 1966. On the northern streets of Taiyuan City, Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian had failed to take back Li Tai from Xian Yi, and the two sides were once more in a stalemate. However, Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian's actions had thoroughly infuriated Xian Yi. Xian Yi had grabbed Li Tai by the neck and lifted Li Tai off the ground. His face was red and he was having trouble breathing. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to last for much longer. The situation was extremely dire. Perhaps just a moment ago, Xian Yi didn't have any intention of taking Li Tai's life. After all, in this current situation, Li Tai could be said to be their protective talisman. If Li Tai died, not only would Zhao Dian die, but they would also be unable to leave Source Peak City. But now, after witnessing Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian's speed, Xian Yi truly did want to take Li Tai down with him. He understood that if he didn't act decisively in the face of two top-class experts like Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian, the two of them might seize the chance. At that time, not only would Li Tai be rescued, they would all die. Gallop! Gallop! At this moment, a flurry of hooves came from the northwest. From the sound of it, there were quite a few people coming. Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian couldn't help but frown. Could it be the other Turkic spies in the city coming to reinforce Xian Yi? Xian Ye's expression changed, and he looked towards the northwest with vigilance. He knew that other than the people by his side, the only people left in the city were those who were captured by Wang Qinggu with Zhao Dian. The cavalry that suddenly appeared in the northwest was definitely not one of them. Whoosh! Very quickly, a large army passed through the corner of the street and appeared on the street. When they saw the dense number of torches here, they quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived behind Xian Ye's group. Who goes there? 10 meters away from Xian Ye's group, the army stopped. The leader of the army looked over and loudly shouted. "Yes, Your Highness." Under the illumination of the torches, a young man beside the general took a closer look and saw Li Tai, who was being held in the air by Xian Yi, desperately trying to pry Xian Ye's large hands away. The young man's face was filled with shock, and he immediately roared, "Who are you, scoundrel? Quickly release His Highness." Li Tai was being held up in the air by Xian Yi with one hand. From his angle, he could see the army coming from the north, as well as the two generals at the front of the army. He slapped Xian Ye's arm and hand with all his strength as he said with difficulty, "Fang. Adjunct, General. Fei Ying." The newcomers were none other than Fang Gongting from the Bing Province barracks and Dugu Fei Ying, who had gone to the Bing Province barracks to get reinforcements. On the streets to the north of Taiyuan City, Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian had failed to take back Li Tai from Xian Yi, and the two sides were once more in a stalemate. However, Wang Qinggu and Li Junxian's actions had thoroughly infuriated Xian Yi. At this moment, Xian Yi had grabbed Li Tai by the neck and lifted Li Tai off the ground. His face was red and he was having trouble breathing. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Chapter 1967. To all of you, if you harm His Highness, the only path left for you is death. But if you release His Highness, this general guarantees that I will personally plead with His Majesty for mercy. Perhaps His Majesty will spare your lives on account of the fact that you are not the main culprits. Don't even think that this general will let you go, because if we allow you to take His Highness away, we will find it difficult to escape His Majesty's punishment, and we will all find it difficult to escape death. If we advance, we die, and if we retreat, we die. Thus, if you don't release His Highness, don't even think about leaving this place alive." Dugu Feiying had seen Xian Yi threaten Li Tai with Li Juanxian's life to make him, Dugu Feiying, and Wang Chengwu open a path. After a few moments of thought, Dugu Feiying firmly refused. But Dugu Feiying was not being unreasonable in his refusal. He still, patiently, reasoned with Xian Ye's group. First, he wanted to make clear his position and situation. In this situation, whether Xian Yi snapped Li Tai's neck on the spot or they allowed Xian Yi to take Li Tai away, they would have to endure Li Er's thunderous fury. This was why Dugu Feiying had said that, if we advance, we die, and if we retreat, we die. Of course, Dugu Feiying had another purpose in saying so much, and that was to stall for time and wait for more soldiers to arrive. Dugu Feiying and Fang Gongding had only brought a little more than 100 people to this place after seeing the signal fireworks and hearing the sounds of battle. The rest of the Bing province barracks were still searching for Wang Kuei's whereabouts, so Dugu Feiying wanted to stall for time and wait for more soldiers to arrive so that they could completely surround Xian Yi and the others. In addition, Dugu Feiying's words had also cut off the hopes of many Turkic spies. Before this, most of the Turkic spies by Xian Ye's side believed that as long as Li Tai was still in their hands, the authorities would definitely let them leave. However, they had overlooked one problem: anyone who dared to let them leave with Li Tai would be punished by Li Er, and it was very likely that they would not be able to escape death. In this case, their plan to take Li Tai hostage and leave safely would be for naught. A pensive look appeared on Xian Ye's face. It was clear that he also felt that Dugu Feiying's words were reasonable. In this situation, both sides were in a deadlock where they would either die if they advanced or retreated. "This one does not care if you live or die, but this one can swear on my life that as long as you prevent us from leaving and do not harm our Lord Guard, we will not harm a hair on King of Wei's head. Once we safely leave this place, we will King Emperor Tang, this way, you will be able to report to the Emperor of the Great Tang. General Dugu, what do you think? Otherwise, I'll snap King Wei's neck right now. That way, we'll all be buried together with King Wei." After a few moments of silence, Xian Yi raised his head and shouted at Dugu Feiying in the north. Although Dugu Feiying had said that if they released Li Tai, he would plead with Li Er for mercy, and perhaps Li Er would spare their lives because they were not the main culprits, Xian Yi did not want to rely on Dugu Feiying's vague promise. He wanted to take back the initiative. This time, it was Dugu Feiying's turn to fall silent. His words earlier had been to show that they were in a desperate situation. As the saying went, the unreasonable feared the reckless, and the reckless feared the reckless. People in desperate situations had no scruples, and such people were the most difficult to deal with. Xian Ye's words seemed to be taking a step back and giving Dugu Feiying and the others a path to survival, but in reality, this was not the case. After all, who knew how trustworthy Xian Ye's oath on his life was? What if Li Tai met with misfortune in their hands? Who would be able to bear the responsibility for this? A bunch of traitors who betrayed their ancestors. No matter how heavy their oaths are, they can't be trusted. Li Junxian coldly snorted as he mercilessly jeered. At the same time, he made his stance clear: he did not want to release Dugu Feifei. Upon hearing Li Juanxian's voice, Dugu Feiying finally realized Li Juanxian's existence. In Chang'an, he had met Li Junxian a few times, but the two of them weren't very familiar with each other. However, he had heard that this mysterious commander of 100 cavalry was extremely skilled in martial arts. In the younger generation, only Li Zishuan could contend against him. With Li Junxian holding down the fort, it was no wonder Xian Yi and the others had been unable to escape. Dugu Feiying said to himself, "Ha! This one has already said what needs to be said. Both of us serve our own masters, so why make things difficult for each other and fight to the death?" Xian Yi turned to Li Junxian and chuckled. "If General Li doesn't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. But I will count to 5. If you don't open a path, this one will immediately send His Highness King of Wei on his way. If you don't believe me, you can try." After saying this, Xianyi shot a glance at the pale and heavily injured Celestial Eagle. Celestial Eagle understood and hastily waved his hand. A group of Turkic spies immediately surrounded Xianyi. This way, even if Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo, and Du Gufeiying launched another sneak attack, these meat shields would give Xianyi enough time to kill Li Tai. Upon seeing Xianyi's intentions, Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo, and Du Gufeiying grimaced. They understood that Xianyi was about to get serious. If they didn't get out of the way, Li Tai's fate really did look grim. 1. 2. As Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo, and Du Gufeiying hesitated, Xianyi extended a finger and began to count. All of the Imperial Army soldiers, cavalrymen, and soldiers from the Bing province barracks held their breaths and stared nervously at their leader, waiting for the latter's order. Then, they would immediately charge with their weapons in hand. But none of Li Junxian, Wang Qingguo, or Du Gufeiying dared to give such an order, because none of them were confident that they could save Li Tai before Xianyi did. 3. 4. But Xianyi seemed to have made up his mind, and he began to count faster and faster. Xianyi was about to reach 5, and his hand was already on Li Tai's head. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, because there was a high chance that Li Tai's neck would be snapped and he would die. Stop! Li Junxian and Du Gufeiying both shouted at the same time. Xianyi raised his head, glanced at Du Gufeiying, and then at Li Junxian, and silently waited. Du Gufeiying clenched his teeth and finally made a difficult decision. Just when he was about to speak, Li Junxian spoke first. Release His Highness and this general will let you leave. Chapter 1968. Release His Highness and this general will let you leave. Li Junxian's words alarmed everyone. Not only were Wang Qingguo and Du Gufeiying alarmed, even the Turkic spies led by Xianyi flabbergasted. No one had expected Li Junxian to agree to let Xianyi and the others go. One had to know that anyone who dared to give such an order would not have a good ending. Even if Li Tai was saved, Li Er would not show mercy to the one who had given the order. Thus, with these words, Li Junxian was essentially cutting off Li Junxian's future prospects. But just when Xianyi's hand was about to snap Li Tai's neck, Li Junxian had no choice but to say these words. As the person of the highest status here, he couldn't just let Du Gufeiying say these words, could he? General Li. Du Gufeiying's face trembled in shock, and he looked at Li Junxian with 30% surprise and 70% gratitude. Just a moment ago, he had been about to say the same thing, but Li Junxian had spoken first. By saying this, Li Junxian had taken the risk for him. In this place, do your words count? Xianyi's eyes flashed as he quickly recovered from his shock and indifferently asked Li Junxian. In truth, he still didn't know who Li Tai was. All he knew was that Li Tai and Du Gufeiying had both called him General Li. Li Junxian coldly and proudly said, "This general is Commander Li Junxian of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry Division. My words naturally count. Today, this general will let you leave, but I hope that you can keep your promise. If you break your oath, this general will definitely burn Zhao Dian to the ground." After saying this, Li Junxian threw his sword to the side. Swish! The sword stabbed into the ground an inch in front of Zhao Dian's feet. Zhao Dian was just a scholar, and though he was skilled in schemes, he was never as courageous as a martial artist. He was immediately frightened into taking 2 steps back. Commander of the Great Tang's 100 Cavalry Department, Li Junxian. Xianyi and the others were startled. They realized that they had nearly kicked a metal plate. If the Imperial Army was an elite force, then the 100 Cavalry was the elite of the elite. The commander of the 100 Cavalry Department was an existence that ordinary people could not hope to reach. How could Xianyi and the others have imagined that they would encounter the mysterious and incomparably elite cavalry in Source Peak City? Impossible. How could Baichi appear in Source Peak City? Xianyi subconsciously thought. This was because ever since Zhao Dian had led them into Source Peak City, they knew the daily happenings in Source Peak City like the back of their hands. It was impossible for them to not have received any news about 100 riders entering the city. Although he didn't quite believe it, Xianyi could see that Wang Qingguo, Du Gufeiying, and the others were completely unperturbed by Li Junxian's report. It was clear that Li Junxian was not lying. Xian Yi knew that this was not the time to delve into Li Junxian's identity. What was important was that he take Li Tai and leave this place as quickly as possible. Okay. Since that's the case, General Li, please have your men open a path. This way, this one's previous promise will still stand. Now that he had made his decision, Li Junxian had no reason to hesitate. He waved his hand and ordered, "Everyone, stand to the sides and let them leave." Chapter 1969. The relay station was ambushed by bandits. My brother was in charge of the station, but His Highness was kidnapped. My brother is probably heavily injured, so this one must return to the relay station as quickly as possible. I'm afraid that I cannot accompany Advisor Fong in escorting Zhao Dian. After making some simple arrangements, Dugu Feiying clasped his fist to Fong Gongting and Li Junxian, an apologetic look on his face. Dugu Feiying was clearly aware in his heart that unless he had no other choice, it was impossible for his brother to watch as Li Tai was kidnapped by Xian Yi and the others. Now that Li Tai had fallen into the enemy's hands, it meant that Dugu Xian had very likely suffered a mishap. After all, Dugu Xian had already been heavily injured, and the rear of the relay station had been left defenseless. Dugu Xian would have found it very difficult to resist the ambush of Xian Ye's men. Therefore, at the moment he saw Li Tai being captured, Dugu Feiying had already realized that something might have happened to Dugu Xian. However, rescuing Li Tai was more important at that time, so he could only temporarily put aside the worries in his heart. Now that Xian Yi and the others had already left with Li Tai, his feelings of urgency to return to the inn grew. This general will accompany Advisor Fong in escorting Zhao Dian, so there will be no mishap. Feiying, you just need to return to the relay station. Once this general delivers Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence, I will personally pay a visit to General Dugu. Although this was Li Junxian's first time meeting with Dugu Feiying in Taiyuan City, he already knew the situation at the relay station like the back of his hand. He nodded and spoke to Dugu Feiying. Okay. Then this one will take his leave. Dugu Feiying gave Li Junxian a grateful glance before turning to leave. As for Li Junxian and the others, they wasted no time, hurriedly escorting Zhao Dian back to the provincial governor's residence. Advisor Fong? You are. After passing through 2 streets, Li Junxian and Fong Gongting ran into a group of men. After some initial wariness, the leader of the group quickly recognized Fong Gongting in the light of the torches. Calling out in alarm, he rushed over and clasped his fist in greeting. Constable Fong. This group of people was the bailiffs of the provincial governor's residence, led by Constable Fong. Dugu Feiying had gone to the provincial governor's residence and the Bing province army camp to pass on Li Tai and Li Junxian's orders, ordering Wang Liaoyuan and Fong Gongting to search the city overnight for Wang Kuei's whereabouts. Constable Fong had personally led his men to search the city. He had just heard from his subordinates that there were sounds of fighting on the streets to the north of the city, so he had hurried over. He had not expected to run into Fong Gongting's group. As for Li Junxian and the others, they wasted no time and quickly escorted Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence. Adjunct Fong? You guys are. After passing through 2 streets, Li Junxian and Fong Gongting encountered a group of men. After some initial wariness, the torchlight revealed that they were the leader. Li Junxian's group wasted no time, hastily escorting Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence. Adjunct Fong? You guys are. After passing through 2 streets, Li Junxian and Fong Gongting encountered a group of people. After some initial wariness, the torchlight revealed that this group was the leader of the group. As for Li Junxian and the others, they wasted no time and quickly escorted Zhao Dian to the provincial governor's residence. Adjunct Fong? You guys are. After passing through 2 streets, Li Junxian and Fong Gongting encountered a group of people. After some initial wariness, the torchlight revealed that this group was the leader of the group. Chapter 1970. General. General Feiying. You're back. When the Imperial Guard saw Dugu Feiying, he was surprised at first, but then his face darkened. He opened his mouth hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Dugu Feiying glared and was about to get angry when the Imperial Guard stopped hesitating and pointed in the direction of Iching Pavilion. The general is seriously injured and on the verge of death. He is now lying in Iching Pavilion. General who has already gone to Huichun Hall to invite Dr. Gongsun. What? On the verge of death? Hearing that, Dugu Feiying felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot. He had expected Dugu Xian to be heavily injured, but he had never expected Dugu Xian to be injured to such an extent. What did it mean to be on the verge of death? In this era where medical treatment was not very advanced, being on the verge of death was no different from being pronounced dead. Big brother. Dugu Feiying came back to his senses and pushed the Imperial Guard aside. Then, he ran as fast as he could in the direction of Iching Pavilion. As he ran, Dugu Feiying said to himself, "Big brother, nothing must happen to you." Unlike the other sons of aristocratic families who were born to fight openly and secretly, Dugu Feiying and Dugu Xian were very close since they were young. It was said that an elder brother was like a father. In these years in the army, Dugu Feiying had received a lot of care from Dugu Xian. There were even a few times when Dugu Xian helped him, Dugu Feiying would have been beheaded. Therefore, the relationship between the two brothers was much closer than that of brothers in ordinary families. Now that he heard that Dugu Xian was on the verge of death, Dugu Feiying wanted nothing more than to take his place. Dugu Feiying ran as fast as he could and soon arrived at Dugu Xian's room in Iching Pavilion. When he opened the door, Dugu Feiying first smelled a strong smell of blood. Then he saw that the ground and the bed were covered in blood, and there was a person lying on the bed. Seeing that familiar figure, Dugu Feiying's heart ached and his nose ached. He quickly walked to the bed and knelt on both knees. Facing the person on the bed covered in blood, he said in a trembling voice, "Big brother. It's me. I'm Feiying. What happened to you? I'm back. Open your eyes and look at me." Dugu Feiying grabbed Dugu Xian's hand. He could feel that Dugu Xian's hand was extremely cold. His heart instantly felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Recalling how they had practiced martial arts together, joined the army together, punished evil together, and killed enemies together, Dugu Feiying could no longer hold back his tears. His eyes were red as he muttered, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I knew you were injured, but I still left you at the post house. I came back late. Big brother. Open your eyes and look at me." Other than Iron Egg, there were other people in the room who were simply treating Dugu Xian's wounds. Seeing Dugu Feiying's grief, Iron Egg also felt bad. After thinking for a while, he went forward and comforted him. "Commander who has already gone to invite Miracle Dr. Gongsun from Huichun Hall. Dr. Gongsun was able to cure General Dugu of such a complicated poison in the morning. It would be the same this time. As long as Dr. Gongsun was here, General Dugu would definitely be fine. General Feiying, don't be too sad." Although Bruiser was Li Zishuan's disciple, he mainly learned martial arts under Li Zishuan's tutelage. As for medical knowledge, he didn't receive any of Li Zishuan's teachings. Therefore, he couldn't do anything about Dugu Xian's injuries. He could only pin his hopes on Gong Sun Liang. Chapter 1971. What did you say? Turkic spies attacked the courier station, and His Highness King of Wei was taken away. In the back hall of the Bing provincial governor's mansion in Taiyuan, Wang Liaoyuan was sitting in front of a table, anxiously waiting for the news of the bailiffs who had gone to the city to look for Wang Kuei. Unexpectedly, he received such a bad news. Wang Liaoyuan was so shocked that he stood up immediately. Yes, this news was grievous news for him and all of Taiyuan's officialdom. The one who had come to deliver this news was none other than one of the Yamen runners serving Constable Feng. Constable Feng's men had run into Li Juanxian's group, so Constable Feng had volunteered to lead the way. Of course, while leading the way, Constable Feng had not forgotten to send a report back to the governor's residence so that Wang Liaoyuan could think of a countermeasure and mentally prepare himself. It's like this. Moreover, Advisor Feng will be escorting Zhao Dian here soon. I hear that he's accompanied by 100 cavalry commanders. the Yamen runner cautiously said upon seeing Wang Liaoyuan's nasty complexion. It's over. It's all over. Wang Liaoyuan's face was ghastly pale, and it was no exaggeration to say that he looked like he had lost his parents. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar standing next to him began to console him. "Milord, there is no need to be so pessimistic. The gates of Taiyuan City are tightly shut, and not even a fly can get out, much less a person. Now that Zhao Dian is in Advisor Fang's hands, even if those Turkic spies capture His Highness, they won't dare to do anything to him. Moreover, they won't be able to leave Taiyuan City. In this case, we still have a chance to save His Highness. In addition, His Highness was taken away by the Imperial Army. Even if His Majesty blames you, he won't be able to blame you. Milord has not made any major contributions in your administration, but neither have you made any minor mistakes. This Wu is confident that His Majesty will not punish you too harshly. Shut your mouth." The first half of the middle-aged scholar's words had been reasonable, but the second half had taken a turn for the worse. Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but interrupt. "Since this official is the governor of a province, I have the responsibility to protect the people. Now that something has happened to the King of Wei under this official's jurisdiction, how can this official escape punishment? Besides, apart from His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness Wei Wang could be considered His Majesty's most favored prince. If something were to happen to His Highness in Taiyuan City, no one in Taiyuan City would be able to avoid censure. Right now, the most important thing is to think of a way to rescue His Highness and not push the responsibility away. Since the Turkic spies were able to kidnap the King of Wei from the Imperial Army, this means that the Imperial Army must have suffered heavy losses tonight. If we push the blame to the Imperial Army, this official's conscience will not be at ease." Although Wang Liaoyuan was a conservative official and could be a bit stubborn sometimes, he still had the spirit of a scholar and a sense of justice in him. "Provincial Governor, you are right. I have misspoken." The middle-aged scholar blushed at Wang Liaoyuan's words. He cupped his fists and apologized profusely. Wang Liaoyuan was just about to say something when a clamor came from the front yard of the provincial governor's residence. He sternly said, "It should be Advisor Fang. Let's go. Follow this official to the front yard." "Yes." The people in the room replied and followed Wang Liaoyuan to the front yard. Chapter 1972. These Turkic thieves are so bold. Not only did they attack the post house, they even kidnapped His Highness King of Wei. They are truly lawless. In the Wang clan ancestral home, Wang Yu and the other upper echelons of the Wang clan were first shocked when they heard the news brought back by Wang Qinggu, and then they slapped the table and stood up in anger. Wang Bing's face was as calm as water. He furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "These Turkic spies are truly scheming. Taking advantage of the fact that the Imperial Army is searching for second brother in the city and the rear of the post house is empty, they launched a sneak attack on the post house. This timing is perfect. If this plan came from Zhao Dian, then this Han man called Zhao Dian cannot be underestimated." Princess Tong and couldn't help but say, "But according to Wang Qinggu, this Zhao Dian has already been escorted to the provincial governor's residence, and their leader has been captured. What do these Turkic spies have to fear? With so many guards in the city, no matter where they hide, they will be found." Wang Bingqing snorted softly and said, "Perhaps this Zhao Dian also thinks the same way. We thought that after capturing him, the other Turkic spies would not dare to act rashly. But in his eyes, since your highness has fallen into his hands, we also do not dare to act rashly. Even if we find the hiding place of the Turkic spies, it will be very difficult to rescue his highness from their hands. Zhao Dian is certain that we won't dare to risk his highness' life. Previously, most of his men went to attack the post house while he took a small group to guard the inn. Now that I think about it, he wanted to use his highness as bait to delay the 100 cavalry. This person's schemes are profound and his methods are ruthless. They are all different from ordinary people and cannot be underestimated." Wang Yu nodded and said, "Father's words are correct. Finding the hiding place of the Turkic spies is not difficult for the Wang clan and the provincial governor's residence, but the difficulty lies in the fact that they will threaten us with His Highness' life. Zhao Dian is just a lackey under Shili. If he dies, then so be it. But His Highness is one of the most favored princes of the present emperor. We cannot let anything happen to him in Taiyuan City. If that's the case, then it will be difficult. Princess Tong frowned and said worriedly, according to what husband and father said, we can only be in a deadlock with these Turkic spies. However, Source Peak City was a major city in the north. They couldn't keep the city gates sealed forever, right? The city gates would have to be reopened sooner or later. If he could not save Qing Kai before that, he was afraid that the thieves would secretly move Qing Kai out of the city. Besides, Qing Kai had never suffered much since he was young. Who knew what kind of suffering he would suffer in the hands of those bandits? What if I can't take it? At this point, Princess Tong's expression became sorrowful and she was on the verge of tears. No matter what, she was still a member of the Tang imperial family. Normally, Li Tai would have to call her grandaunt. Although she and Li Tai had not seen each other many times, Li Tai had come to her husband's territory this time, and something had happened here. As his grandaunt, she felt uneasy. Madam, you don't need to worry too much. This old man has heard about His Highness in recent years. He was able to lead Yanhuang College's teachers and students to the north to build a telegraph relay station. This shows that he is not as delicate as you think. Seeing this, Wang Yu hurriedly comforted Princess Tong. Then, he stood up and said, tonight's matter is of great importance. Whether it is for public or private reasons, the Wang clan cannot stay out of it and watch with folded arms. This old man must now make a trip to the provincial governor's residence to discuss the matter of rescuing the Prince of Wei with Provincial Governor Wang. Chapter 1973. This old man had clearly told him not to use martial arts for 7 days, but it hasn't even been a day yet. Not only did he use martial arts, but he also injured himself all over. He doesn't know how to take care of his own body. This old man will not save this kind of patient. Even if I save him, it will be in vain. Within Rejuvenation Hall, after hearing Hu Langjiang's complaints and pleas, Gong Sun Liang's face darkened and he angrily rebuked. In the morning, he had made an exception for Dugu Xian out of respect for Wang Yu, but now, Dugu Xian had disobeyed his doctor's orders and used force on others. As a doctor, he was naturally furious. After all, no doctor liked patients who disobeyed their doctor's orders, and Gong Sun Liang was no exception. Secondly, Gong Sun Liang, who lived a very disciplined life and never stayed up late, had already fallen asleep, but he was woken up by Hu Langjiang and the others. Furthermore, Hu Langjiang wanted him to treat Dugu Xian again, so how could he possibly give Hu Langjiang a good look? He was already being extremely courteous by not ordering his subordinates to drive Hu Langjiang's group out of the clinic. Dr. Gong Sun, there is something you do not know. Tonight, a group of bandits attacked the courier station, wanting to harm His Highness King of Wei. There were several top-class experts among the bandits, and General could not bear to see our ordinary soldiers slaughtered by these experts. With no other choice, he endured the pain and forced himself to fight. But he had never imagined that the enemy would outnumber him, and all of them were extraordinarily skilled. Although General fought without retreating, in the end, his 2 fists were outnumbered, and he was heavily injured. This who is a crude man and does not know how to speak pretty words, but in Source Peak City, only Dr. Gong Sun has the ability to treat General. If Dr. Gong Sun can save General's life, this whose life will be yours. Hu Langjiang once more cupped his fists. Although they were completely capable of kidnapping Gong Sun Liang and taking him back to the courier station, regardless of whether Gong Sun Liang agreed or not, they would have thoroughly offended Gong Sun Liang. If that happened, Gong Sun Liang would be even less willing to treat Dugu Xian. Thus, unless there was no other choice, Hu Langjiang did not want to use such extreme methods. Dr. Gong Sun, please treat our general. As Hu Langjiang's voice fell, the 4 imperial army soldiers behind him hurriedly cupped their fists to Gong Sun Liang. There was one thing that Hu Langjiang was right about. Dugu Xian was willing to go out and fight despite his injuries because he didn't want these ordinary soldiers to be slaughtered by a top-class expert like Fang Xianyi. This was true love for the soldiers, and the imperial army would remember this affection deeply in their hearts. Seeing this scene, Gong Sun Liang could not help but feel a little moved. Although Dugu Xian did not follow the doctor's advice and did not take care of himself, which made him, the doctor in charge, very angry, after listening to Hu Langzhang's words, he felt that Dugu Xian was indeed a good man who valued loyalty, and a good general who cherished his subordinates. Just as he was about to open his mouth and make an exception for Dugu Xian, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from outside the clinic. Bang! 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 Gong Sun Liang was puzzled as he wondered why his clinic was so lively tonight, with uninvited guests coming one after another. Soon after, he heard several people walking toward the front yard. Before he could have a servant go out to see what was going on, there was a knock on the door. Is Dr. Gong Sun in? This one is Wang Qingguo, and I have an important matter to discuss with you. Chapter 1974. This old Hu, why hasn't he brought Dr. Gong Sun over yet? At the same time, at the post house, Dugu Feiying was impatient as he looked at Dugu Xian, who was lying motionless on the bed. He paced back and forth in the room and couldn't help but ask anxiously. From the contact this morning, this Dr. Gong Sun has a strange temperament. I'm afraid it won't be easy to invite him. Hu Langjiang and the others must have run into a wall in the rejuvenation hall. Iron Egg was naturally extremely anxious. Calculating the time, if nothing unexpected happened, Hu Langjiang and the others should have brought Gong Sun Liang back to the post house by now. But things did not go as planned, which meant that Hu Langjiang and the others did not have a smooth trip. Thinking of the treatment process of Dugu Xian in the morning, Iron Egg guessed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying's expression became even more anxious. He stood still and happened to stop in front of a table. He could not help but slam his fist on the table and say in exasperation, "This group of idiots, at a time like this, don't they know how to think of some special methods? Even if Dr. Gong Sun does not want to come, we have to kidnap him. Big Brother's life is in danger, and the later we treat him, the more dangerous it will be." It was not that Dugu Feiying liked to take advantage of power and bully others, but the person lying on the bed in front of him was too important to him. He was simply too worried. Although Iron Egg understood Dugu Feiying's mood at the moment, he also understood that the method Dugu Feiying proposed was extremely unfeasible. Because treating and saving people was not like anything else. As long as Gong Sun Liang was not willing to save him, even if they tied him up and put a knife to his neck, he would not do anything. Iron Egg believed that with Gong Sun Liang's strange temperament, it was completely possible for him to do such a thing. General Dugu's external injuries had been treated by the military doctor. As long as he does not continue to bleed, he should be able to hold on until Dr. Gong Sun arrives. General Feiying need not worry too much. After a moment of silence, Iron Egg comforted. Dugu Feiying nodded in annoyance but didn't say anything. At this time, the two of them had no other choice but to wait because Gong Sun Liang was the best doctor in Source Peak City. Moreover, in Source Peak City, only Gong Sun Liang could cure the poison on Xian Ye's hidden weapon. Stop! Who are you? At this moment, a shout came from the gate of the courier station. The courier station had just experienced a fierce battle. The commander was injured and unconscious, and Li Tai had also been captured. Morale was at its lowest, and the courier station was at its quietest. At the same time, the Imperial Army was at its most vigilant. Dugu Feiying and Iron Egg, who were in the room, heard the shout clearly. Dugu Feiying's face flashed with vigilance. He frowned and said to Iron Egg, "Brother Iron Egg, please take care of my big brother for me. I'll go out and take a look." Subconsciously, he thought that someone had come to sabotage the post house again. He couldn't help but wish that it was the same group of Turkic spies from before. Then, he could directly avenge Dugu Xian. No problem. General Feiying, be careful. Although Iron Egg was very curious about who had come, he understood that Dugu Xian could not be left alone. Therefore, he did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Yes. Dugu Feiying replied with an then pushed open the door and went straight out. Chapter 1975. According to Li Tai's plan, there were 2 groups of 8 people left in Taiyuan City to gather supplies for the teachers and students on Dragon Mountain. There were 4 teachers and 4 students in the 2 groups. Of course, Iron Egg and Li Tai were not included. They were both members of the same group. After tonight's incident, Mo Choi felt that it would be safer to settle all the students of the academy in Dragon Mountain. He had gone up Dragon Mountain to take a look. The terrain there was easy to defend and hard to attack. The Imperial Guards had placed numerous open and hidden sentries on the mountain path. It was impossible for the Turkic spies to kill their way to the top of the mountain without 1,000 or 800 soldiers. In comparison, although the post house was located in a bustling city, the Imperial Army couldn't defend against the sneak attack of over 100 experts tonight. This was because the walls surrounding the post house weren't tall and couldn't stop an expert like Xian Yi. If the other party wanted to sneak in, it would be very difficult for the several hundred Imperial Army soldiers in the post house to stop them. Therefore, Mo Choi wanted to move all the students to Dragon Mountain tomorrow. Firstly, it was safer there. Secondly, the Imperial Army could arrange most of their forces on Dragon Mountain and did not have to continue to disperse their forces. As for the safety of himself and the other teachers, Mo Choi could not care less about it now. These students with unlimited potential were the future of Yanhuang College and the future of the Tang Empire. He could not watch them get into trouble here. This was also what Mo Huai, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others had repeatedly told him before he left Dragon Mountain. No matter what, the safety of the students of the academy had to be the top priority. Since Mr. Mo has made up his mind, I will personally escort the rest of the students to Dragon Mountain tomorrow morning. Dugu Feiying looked deeply at Mo Choi. Seeing the latter's firm and resolute eyes, he paused and clasped his hands solemnly. He understood that Mo Choi had already made up his mind. There was no need for him to persuade him. It was impossible to persuade him. Mr. Mo Choi, Bruiser opened his mouth, but when he met Mo Choi's gaze, he swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. Li Junxian could see all their actions and expressions, and he was filled with admiration for this pure teacher-student relationship and selfless devotion. But he had not forgotten his goal. Glancing at the motionless Dugu Xian, he stepped forward and sternly asked, "Brother Feiying, can I examine Brother Dugu's injuries?" Hearing this, Dugu Feiying hurriedly turned sideways and extended his hand. "Of course, General Li, please." Even though Li Junxian wasn't a famous doctor, not even a physician, he was still a supreme expert of the Grand Master realm. Perhaps he could use his Jinqi to regulate his meridians and alleviate Dugu Xian's injuries? Li Junxian nodded. With a grave expression, he stepped forward and sat on the edge of the bed. He extended his right hand and placed it on Dugu Xian's pulse. A gentle stream of Jinqi flowed through the meridians on Dugu Xian's wrist and into his body. It was like a gentle spring rain that silently moistened the body. Just as Dugu Feiying had thought, Li Junxian was no physician, nor had he read any medical books. But since ancient times, medicine and martial arts had always been closely related. Those who practiced martial arts mostly knew how to treat simple external and internal injuries. And a martial arts expert of his level was naturally much more capable of saving lives than ordinary martial artists. Chapter 1976. Just now, this old man heard that someone wanted to kidnap me from Rejuvenation Hall. Young General truly has the authority of an official. In the guest house, Gong Sun Liang did not appreciate Dugu Feiying's warm welcome. His face was cold as he mocked Dugu Feiying as he walked into the room. No matter how fearless Dugu Feiying was, he didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the old man in front of him. This was because this old man was related to the life and death of his brother. "Mr. Gongsun, you've misunderstood. I was just worried about my brother's injury. That's why I spoke without thinking. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me." Who would have thought that the usually reckless Dugu Feiying would lower his head to an old man? If the Imperial Army soldiers outside saw this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. Today, all of you are good people. Only this old man is a bad person. Someone wanted to kidnap this old man, and someone wanted to use Wang Situ to pressure this old man. Humph. Could it be that in your eyes, this old man is a cold-blooded and heartless person who would watch someone die? Gong Sun Liang ignored Dugu Feiying's apology, and as he walked toward Dugu Xian's bed, he grumbled to himself. This old man was naturally referring to the actions of Hu Langjiang and Wang Qingguo in Rejuvenation Hall. And who else could this Wang Situ, he spoke of, be but Wang Bing? Sir, of course not. Dugu Feiying instinctively wanted to say no, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and stopped the carriage. Otherwise, if he said yes, the old man might have just turned around and left. Ha! If an old man like you isn't a heartless person who would watch someone die, then no one is. Although Dugu Feiying was all smiles, he couldn't help but mentally curse. Everyone in the room except Li Junxian couldn't help